Evanston Outlaw Baseball is live on the radio at 99.1 FM KNYN and online at mylocalradio.com. This year, Wyoming Legion AA Baseball is the show. Follow the Wyoming Legion Post 41 Evanston Outlaws throughout the summer as we bring you live video and play-by-play coverage. Being brought to you by Dr. Todd Huber Chiropractic, Cash Honda Yamaha, Wyoming Dental Specialties, Mountain West Business Solutions, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, Bear River Dental of Evanston and Black Sport Dental of Mountain View, Ellingford Brothers, Uinta County School District No. 1, the Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau, West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, the Legal Tender Restaurant and Best Western Dunmar Inn, the Evanston Recreation Center, the Littlest Wood Shop, Come On In of Casper, Plains Tire, Arrowhead Dental, Rocky Mountain Yeti, Dr. McKay Franken, First Bank of Evanston, and by Auto Farm Chevrolet. With the first pitch quickly approaching, let's head to the diamond.
July 7th, 2020, the Evanston Outlaws get ready to host the Jackson Giants in conference matchup. Good evening, everybody. This is ELAN OLLIFF bringing you the action live from Ross Kesterson Memorial Stadium in Evanston, just off of the campus of the Evanston High School. Well, tonight we've got a conference doubleheader for you between the Outlaws and their AA West rivals, the Jackson Giants. We're about 15 minutes away from the first pitch of this one. In the meantime, we've got our pregame show. When we come back, we'll set the scene on this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com and the Big Dog.
You're in good hands when you choose Dr. Stosage and Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties for dental implants and wisdom tooth extractions. They work with passion and focus. They use techniques and technologies that are modern and precise. With 2 decades of experience, their skills are highly specialized. If you need teeth extractions or dental implants placed, come see Dr. Stosage or Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties, 50 Park Road, or call us at 307-789-9034.
Receive the best service in the industry when you lease or purchase office equipment from the professional, friendly staff at Mountain West Business Solutions. With a guaranteed quick turnaround time, we will save you money, time, and energy with quality products and customer service that is unmatched in the industry. Serving customers in Wyoming and Utah, Mountain West Business Solutions is a local company with a toll-free number, 866-583-9925. Call us today. Welcome back to this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN 9. Online at mylocalradio.com. ELAN OLLIFF being joined in the broadcast booth here at Ross Kesterson Memorial Stadium by Ryan Steineckert. Ryan, you missed a heck of a weekend in Jackson.
You said it, ELAN. You got to be in Jackson. I was here in Evanston working, and you got to be out up in Jackson basically playing, right?
Pretty
with
much,
baseball.
Yeah.
I was in the studio doing work. And then some great games to boot on top of that. Outlaws looked like they had a pretty good weekend. If you could take it back and do things over, you might hope for a little bit different outcome on a couple of those. But good weekend, it looked like.
Absolutely. And the one thing that Evanston showed that they could do is that they could adjust to different types of pitching. We saw power pitching from Madison and then power pitching from Idaho Falls. They end up winning that one in extra innings. But enough talking about the past. Let's go and set the scene for the future. The Evanston Outlaws host the Jackson Giants in a conference doubleheader. As the coaches say, these are the games that matter. Let's first talk about the Jackson Giants, the reigning Wyoming AA state tournament runners-up, losing the championship game to Casper last year. Currently with an overall record of 10-17, this is the first conference contest for the Giants. However, they're 5-5 in their last 10, and that includes a 4-game winning streak, wins against Fort Morgan out of Colorado, Evanston, of course, Rock Springs, and one other team in the tournament that it slips my mind. I believe Thunder Ridge, of course.
Okay.
So out of Idaho Falls. As a team, they're averaging 5.5 runs per game and allowing almost 9 runs per game. However, in this 4-game winning streak, They're averaging almost 11 runs a game and allowing 8. So things starting to turn around for this Jackson Giants squad at the right time.
And not surprising, Jackson is a team that often brings guys back, and they don't often come back until a few weeks into the season. And Evanston's 5-2 win over Jackson earlier this year, back on May 30th. And then a different game than what you saw this past Sunday. And Jackson just a team that they improve by leaps and bounds throughout the season. This is going to be a tough couple of games today.
It'll be very, very exciting, and exactly what we came here for. For the Evanston Outlaws, 16-14 in the total season for them. However, 2-0 in 4A West competition after sweeping Casper over in the Oil City. 4-6 in their last 10. Last time they were out, it was a barn burner against this Jackson squad. We're not going to spoil exactly what happened. Right now, Evanston scoring almost 8 runs per game and are allowing around 6 runs per game. And you really look from top to bottom, this Evanston team has definitely evolved. It looks like a team that was going to be strong on defense, but now as a team, they're hitting .320. So you go from top to bottom in the starting lineup. The lowest hitting man is their number 8 man at .289.
Yeah, Brendan Thompson, and he leads the team with 33 RBI.
Exactly.
So he's getting it done at the plate. And with the pitching depth they have, when they're focused in and play good defense and don't just have foolish mistakes, this is a team that can compete with anybody in AA Wyoming.
And you look at the pitching matchup today. Let's first start with the visitors. It'll be Parker Bledgy. He's got a 1-3 record, a 2.75 ERA in 7 game appearances, 28 innings pitched, 16 runs, 11 of them earned, 25 hits, 32 walks, 19 strikeouts. For the Evanston Outlaws, they're going to be sending out their ace, Gus Allred, 3-2. He took the loss to Lone Peak over in Jackson his last time out. Final score to that one, 9-1. His ERA currently sits at 3.86. 5 starts, 7 appearances, 27 and 2/3 inning pitch, 17 runs, 15 of them earned, but 21 hits, 37 strikeouts to just 17 walks.
Yeah, and you mentioned Gus as the ace. You know, if you really wanted to get into an argument, Gus Allred, Clayton Moyles, Ryan Fisher.
It's a
maybe
hydra.
throw Jagger in there too. It's tough to pick. Well, who's your ace out of those 3 top guys? They've got some good pitching depth this year,
and that's exactly where you want to be. Well, that's going to do it for our scene set. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we have a new segment for you. It's called the Outlaw Trail, where we recap everything that happened in the last game that led the Outlaws to this matchup against Jackson. We'll have the Outlaw Trail after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN and My Local Radio.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
Light up your world with a custom-built LED sign from Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. It's a proven fact that signage that lights up creates more attention. So light it up and then add text, images, and video, and your sign becomes even more powerful. Start sharing your advertising messages and information with your customers today. The team at Rocky Mountain Sign provides all types of quality signage that is custom-built and maintained. Call today for a free quote. Rocky Mountain Sign, 307-789-5202. Rocky Mountain Sign, serving customers in Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho.
Welcome back to our First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN 99.1 at mylocalradio.com. Last time the Outlaws took to the diamond, it was against this very Jackson Giants team in the final game for Post 41 in the 2020 Teton Classic, just this last Sunday. Evanston started Ethan Purple Shoes Buse. It was the 6th start for the right-hander, and he would be facing off against Stephen Ashurst. The Giants would start the game by scoring 3 runs in the bottom of the first, courtesy of an RBI double by catcher Quentin Bruno and a 2-run RBI single by Connor Lang. The Outlaws would start the top of the 3rd with 2 quick outs. Then Brendan Thompson would work a 2-out walk, setting the stage for Kason Smith. Evanston is stranded 2 as Smith gets 1 into deep right field. It's down for a base hit. Thompson headed for 3rd. They're waving him around. RBI double for Kason Smith. That was only the start of the two-out rally, as Evanston would get RBIs from Jagger Mitchell, Ryan Fisher, Gus Allred, and Clayton Moyles. After scoring 7 runs in the frame, Brendan Thompson, who started it all with that two-out walk, would show to the new Jackson pitcher, Grant Parkin, that the Outlaws were not done yet.
Next pitch. Up the middle, and Evanston's got another run. Here comes Clayton Moyles, who scores. They're bringing home Casey Perriman. Cummings holds at third. 2 more runs for the Evanston Outlaws. A 2-run RBI single by Brendan Thompson.
By the time the top of the second was done, Evanston would work through 13 batters, 8 runs on 6 hits. Jackson would then threaten with a runner on third after Xander Witt was hit by a pitch and bunted over by Aaron Huggins. He would then reach third thanks to a throwing error. But Purple Shoes Buse would get second baseman Parker Bledgy to fly out to left fielder and left fielder Mason Wright to ground out to the second baseman to end the threat. In the top of the third, Evanston would extend their lead after Ryan Fisher drew another 2-out walk and would be moved over to third on a single by Gus Allred. He would also be scored on another single by Clayton Moyles. Moyles would then steal second, and Allred would score on the throw, making it a 10-3 lead for Evanston going into the bottom of the third. Jackson, however, would not go quietly. Shortstop Seth Christensen would be hit by a pitch, setting the stage for the power-hitting catcher Quentin Bruno.
Fly ball into left field, back to the fence. Gone! Quentin Bruno with a 2-run shot into left field. So that'll cut the lead down to 5.
Connor Lang would then reach on an error. Grant Parkin would then get on, setting up center fielder Aaron Moya to really ignite the Jackson comeback.
And the 2-2. Fly ball into left field. Back goes Reed Gross. Gone! A 3-run shot, and it's a 2-run ball game. Aaron Moya with the home run. And you got to wonder if that might be it for Buse. We'll see if Coach Thompson comes out.
After giving up 2 top of the final frame, Jordan Schneider would then give up 3 straight walks to the opening batters. The leadoff man, Grant Parkin, would steal second and score on an error, putting the Evanston lead at 1. Southpaw Casey Perriman would then come in. First baseman Aaron Huggins would reach on an error, and center fielder Aaron Moya would score on the play, tying the game. Evanston would catch right fielder Lucas Grayland stealing, and second baseman Parker Bledgy would fly out to deep center field, letting Huggins tag up and advance to third. After 2 quick outs, Bridger Hammond would then come in to run for Huggins, and Mason Wright would then be up with the winning run 90 feet away for Jackson.
Full count, 2 down to Mason Wright, the left-handing left fielder. And that one gets away. Throw and fielded by Fisher, but he dropped the ball. He made the tag, but he dropped the ball. And Jackson wins it in walk-off fashion.
Your final on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, Jackson 12, Evanston 11. Evanston now gets a chance at revenge in a conference doubleheader in their own home field. We will have first pitch and the starting lineups after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN 99.1 and mylocalradio.com.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
The Tire Professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you hear Plains Tire. We just want you to add to the list. Plains Tire, the tire professionals. Stop in today, 157 Bear River Drive.
our national anthem for our country on a beautiful Tuesday evening. We'll be getting into night soon. Elan Off and Ryan Steineckert bringing the action live from Ross Kesterson Memorial Stadium. Ryan, it's going to be a whole lot of fun, and let's go ahead and kick things off by introducing you guys to the Jackson batting lineup, if you would.
So they'll be led off by the pitcher number 4, Parker Bledgy, hitting .405 this season, followed by center fielder Mason Wright. Seth Christensen, the shortstop, will bat third, and cleanup is number 27, second baseman Connor Lang. The third baseman, Grant Parkin, will bat fifth, followed by catcher Aaron Moya, left fielder Xander Witt, first baseman Stephen, is it Asherts?
Asherts.
And right fielder number 18, Lucas Grayland.
For the Evanston Outlaws, Casey Perriman in left field, Ryan Fisher in center field, Kendall Cummings over in right field. In the infield for the Outlaws, Clayton Moyles at first, Brendan Thompson at second. Jordan Schneider will be playing the hot corner, third base. Jagger Mitchell in the shortstop spot, and a battery featuring Gus Allred pitching to Reed Gross. As we mentioned earlier, Allred with a 3-2 record, 3.86 ERA in 5 game starts, 7 overall appearances, 27 and 2/3 inning pitched, 17 runs, 15 of them earned, 21 hits, 37 strikeouts, and 17 walks.
This lineup for Jackson is interesting. You look at the top 4 guys, Bledgy hitting .405, Wright 324, Christensen 298, Connor Lang 370, and you're getting a lot of production from those 4 guys. What were those numbers, Elan?
Looking at it right now, it looks like you've got at the top 4, 76 runs scored. The bottom 5, though, 27. And then on RBIs, top 4, 63 RBIs. The bottom 5, 24 RBIs. So
the average for those top 3 guys, somewhere in the mid-300s or better. For the bottom 5 in the order, Grant Parkin and down, 205, 217, 071, 176, and 063. The top 4 of this order are really where they get the job done.
Parker Bledgy, the right-handed pitcher, will step in. Wears number 4 on a navy blue jersey for the Giants. Post 43 across the chest and white lettering and red outline. First pitch from Gus Allred, lefty versus righty. Lined right into shallow left field for a leadoff single for Parker Bledgy.
Boy, he just saw a pitch he liked and got a good bat on it. Strong line drive into left.
Mason Wright, the left-handed center fielder, steps in. Wears number 11 for the Giants. Evanston in their gray uniforms tonight, kind of with the gray and white and blue stripes. As it's lefty versus lefty action here at Ross Kesterson Memorial Stadium. Run on first after a leadoff single by Parker Bledgy. First pitch. Bunt showed by Wright, but he held back in the window for strike 1.
Yeah, he pulls it back. Interesting. He maybe just didn't like the spot where it was. It was a little bit high in the strike zone, and you don't like to try and chase a bunt high and pop it up.
It is no score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, not 2-0 as is being shown right now, as Wright shows a bunt, pulls back.
And again, it's in the strike zone, strike 2. Not sure what Wright is looking for. A couple of pitches in the strike zone, he missed opportunity to bunt.
No balls, 2 strikes to Bledgy. Hit right at the third baseman, swallowed up by Schneider. Throw to first in time for out number 1. That was a really hard hit ball that Jordan Schneider almost lost, but good job staying with it and firing it over to Moyles standing on the first base back.
Boy, what a nice piece of hitting by Mason Wright. He's down 0-2 in the count, couple of strikes, and then does something at least to move his battery here, his teammate over Parker Bledgy to second base.
Seth Christensen, the shortstop, batting .296 with 18 RBIs in a prime position to put Jackson up early in this one. Righty versus lefty as Gus Allred, the tall lefty for Evanston. First pitch, swing and a foul into the fence for strike 1.
Christensen, the number 3 hitter, a .298 average, 18 RBIs, and got a man in scoring position here. Jackson, over the course of the season, has scored about a little under 6 runs a game and allowed under 9 runs a game. But in the last 4,
sorry, I missed that cue.
No, my God.
Almost 11 runs for them and 8 against.
Did I say his average wrong? 296?
2 balls, no strike, or 2 strikes, no balls to the right-hander as Allred checks the runner at second, lifts the leg, and delivers. Swing at one in the dirt. It gets away from Reed Gross. That's going to be safe at first on a wild pitch third strike. You couldn't call it a drop third strike because Gross never had a chance at it.
Yeah. Too bad because it counts as a strikeout for Gus Allred, but I guarantee he'd rather have 2 outs and only 1 man on second than 1 out and an extra strikeout on his stat sheet.
Runners on the corners for Gus Allred right now as we see Connor Lang, the 370 hitting second baseman, step into the batter's box. On deck, Grant Parkin, the third baseman. Missing tonight, though, is Quentin Bruno, the power hitting catcher from Jackson. Don't know why. First pitch to Parkin. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Excuse me, that's Lang.
Lang hitting 370, and I think he's first on the team, 29 RBIs, and he's got an RBI opportunity with a man at third.
Allred checks the runner at first as the lefty. It's easy for him to look at first. Throws a breaking ball outside. Good catch there by Reed Gross as he fires down to first to try to catch Seth Christensen napping. And 9 pitches into this one, we've got 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike. Top of the first, Evanston hosting Jackson as Jackson's threatening already with runners on the corners. Allred delivers, swing and a miss at a fastball for strike 2.
You see why Allred has been so effective when he's got things going. What were his numbers on like strikeouts to walks?
37 strikeouts to 17 walks.
37 strikeouts in 27 innings pitched. Could use one here.
Allred checks the runner at first. The 1-2 on the way. Swing at one high, and down goes Connor Lang for out number 2.
And Lang feeling some pressure to do something with his bat, chased a high fastball. No way he's going to catch up to it, even if he was on time, to try and hit that thing up above his head. Wasn't going to happen.
Next up is Grant Parkin, the third baseman. He's batting .205 with 2 RBIs. Runners on the corners with 2 down. Allred might be liking his situation a lot more than he was a batter ago.
Yeah, got to be feeling better as he gets to this 5th hitter.
First pitch. Up high for ball 1. It's going to be hard for us to tell if they're inside or outside from the view that we're at here at Ross Custom Memorial Stadium. The press box is actually kind of off-centered. I wouldn't say it's to the side, but it's off-centered of home plate. Runners on first and third. First pitch was a ball. Second pitch will miss down low for a ball. Two balls, no strikes, 2 down. Top of the first, runners on the corners. 13 pitches thrown thus far by Gus Allred. The 0-2. Outside and low for ball 3.
A key moment here because he's trying to work around, nibble the corners on Grant Parkin, but missing. And, boy, you'd hate to load the bases with 2 outs here in the top of the first.
Grant Parkin with 4 walks this season, so he's not one to walk a lot, but he would take it right here to load the bases, and that's exactly what's not going to happen yet. It looked outside, a delayed call by the umpire as he points the finger out for strike 1.
It looked out and a bit low, but you saw Reed's glove pop back up a little bit to try and frame that thing, and it worked.
3 balls, 1 strike to Grant Parkin. 3-1 on the way, down low, and Parkin works a 5-pitch walk.
So you're in a spot here with, you struck out 2, you've got 2 outs, and the bases loaded in the top of the first. Gus has got to get out of this jam. The Outlaws don't want to find themselves down big early.
Aaron Moya may have started the season in a slump as he's only batting .217, but we saw that come to an abrupt end on Sunday when he hit a ball way over Reed Gross's head in left field for a 3-run shot to help bring Jackson out of a major deficit. First pitch to Moya, outside, ball 1.
Just off the corner there is Gus still trying to nibble those corners and hasn't quite found it against those last 2 batters. Look at Moya's stance. He kicks that left foot way out. It's funny as he stands there and waits for the pitch. Never seen anything like that. Leaning back.
His elbows are really close to his body as well. Next pitch inside part of the window for strike one. Moya got out of the way and thought he was going to get hit by it.
Yeah.
And then he kind of gives a questionable look, I guess you could say, after the call was made.
He didn't like that call. And it goes back to his stance. He's coming in as the ball is coming in, and it made to him look like it's further inside than it actually is.
Let's see if Allred goes back inside. The 1-1. Outside and low. 2 balls, 1 strike.
I mean, I don't know the scouting report on Moya. I haven't seen him hit or play before, but the way he comes in, I would eat on the inside corner all day against him.
Aaron Moya has struck him out 32 times. That is tops on the team this season.
And by far, the next highest is 16.
Swing and a miss for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 down. Bases loaded. Can Gus Allred try to figure this one out and get Evanston up to bat without allowing a run after loading them up? Would be a big confidence booster for the Outlaws. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's on the way right now. And that one, if it missed, it didn't miss by much.
I don't know where it missed, frankly. And again, as you said, we can't really tell inside, outside very well from here. So it may have been outside, but that looked pretty close.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Aaron Moya. 10 walks on the season to his 32 strikeouts. Here comes, the runners are on the move, and he walks in a run.
And again, that one in about the same spot. It must be a little bit high. I'm just not seeing where it misses from where we're sitting, but it obviously isn't in the strike zone.
So Seth Christensen goes to third, Grant Parkin to second, Moya to first, Xander Witt, who's batting under 1. The left-hand fielder, first pitch, misses for ball 1.
Gus has to find the strike zone, especially against these last 3 in the order, hitting 071, 176, and 063. He's just got to come after these guys.
Allred kicks and deals the 1-0. Check swing, but it doesn't matter. Speed in the zone for strike 1. 1 ball to match the 1 strike that Allred has thrown. To Witt. Second one popped up behind the fence, and it'll go over the berm and into the parking lot for strike 2.
Jackson out to a good start here, and then a big opportunity. If Gus can get out of this with just 1 run, Evanston's going to be feeling a little bit better.
Allred sets in front of his chest, agrees with the sign from Gross, kicks and deals. Pitch inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
A long first inning for Allred. This does not bode well unless he can settle in. He often does get a bit of a slow start and settles in later innings.
26 pitches thrown. Here's 27, 2-2. Swing and fouled into the back screen. So it'll hold at 2-2, 27 pitches thrown by Allred. As you mentioned, we often do see these long innings from him, and then he calms it down.
Yeah. We saw that at Casper a couple weeks ago when they won. Gus pitched the second game, had, I think, 20 or 30 pitches in the first inning.
Next pitch. In the zone, and down goes looking Xander Witt. So 1 run scores on no hits.
1 hit.
Oh, 1 hit, sorry,
Yeah.
the single. No errors, 1-0. Evanston trails Jackson on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll have the bottom of the first after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
You're in good hands when you choose Dr. Stosage and Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties for dental implants and wisdom tooth extractions. They work with passion and focus. They use techniques and technologies that are modern and precise. With 2 decades of experience, their skills are highly specialized. If you need teeth extractions or dental implants placed, come see Dr. Stosage or Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties, 50 Park Road, or call us at 307-789-9034.
In today's world, with so many places to shop and so many options to choose from, sometimes you have to boil it down to one simple question: where do I get treated the best? At Cash Honda Yamaha in Logan, we work hard to make sure every customer knows how much we appreciate them. We love what we do, and we believe in the products we sell. Our goal is to build a lasting friendship with every customer so we can serve you and your family for generations. Visit us today, Cash Honda Yamaha, 3765 US 91, Hyde Park, Utah.
Halfway through the first inning, and the Evanston Outlaws give up 1 run on 1 hit, and it's 1-0 going into the bottom of the first. Jackson lead on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Let's go ahead and introduce you to the Outlaws starting lineup. Batting first, catcher Reed Gross. Batting second, the shortstop, Jagger Mitchell. Batting third, the center fielder, Ryan Fisher. Batting fourth, the pitcher, Gus Allred. Batting fifth, the first baseman, Clayton Moyles. Batting sixth, the left fielder, Casey Perriman. Batting seventh, the right fielder, Kendall Cummings. Batting eighth, the second baseman, Brendan Thompson. And batting ninth, the third baseman, Jordan Schneider. Ryan, would you like to give us the defensive alignment for Jackson?
Love to. Thanks, Elan. Defensively on the mound, number 4, Parker Bledgy. He got that single and scored in the top half of the inning that put Jackson up 1-0. His battery mate, number 5, Aaron Moya. First base is number 32, Stephen Ashurst. Number 27 is the second baseman, Connor Lang. Shortstop, number 2, Seth Christensen. And third baseman, number 6, Grant Parkin. Outfield from left to right is 24, Xander Witt. Number 11, Mason Wright. And 18, Lucas Grayland.
And let's keep an eye on this storyline. Aaron Moya is not the usual catcher for the Jackson Giants. It's usually Quentin Bruno, who is left off on the sheet today. So we'll see if that does come into play here in this game. Reed Gross, the catcher, batting .309 with 8 RBIs, steps in from the right-handed side of the batter's box, and the first pitch is down Broadway for strike 1.
Gross likes to show some patience here right out of the gate, but there's a fine line between patience and being aggressive and hitting a good pitch.
The 0-1. Gross takes his white and red bat and pops it sky high. Seth Christensen runs up and makes the grab for out number 1.
Gross just got underneath that pitch, liked what he saw, but couldn't get a square bat on it.
Jagger Mitchell, the shortstop. He's batting .357 with 24 RBIs, one of the big offensive weapons for Coach Chad Thompson and the Evanston Outlaws this season.
Yeah, and I think he leads the team, 33 runs scored. He's getting on base a ton, and boy, he's very aggressive on the base path. Sometimes that hurts, but a lot of times he's scoring runs.
First pitch to Jagger. He strided into it, but held up, and it called strike 1.
That's the third pitch we've seen, the second that's made it to the glove of Aaron Moya, and both of those pitches have popped out of the mitt. We got to keep an eye on that.
The 0-1. Down low for ball 1. As we talked about not very long ago at all, Aaron Moya not the regular catcher for the Jackson Giants, so this could come into play. The 1-1. Up high for ball 2.
Bledgy's got some good velocity. When he came, like with that fastball, it was high, and Jagger easily able to lay off it, but he's going to be somebody, Outlaws are going to have to figure out his timing for sure.
2 balls, 1 strike to Jagger Mitchell. Righty versus righty, and that one nearly grabbed the elbow of Jagger Mitchell, but they said it's in the window for strike 1.
That's interesting. Jagger usually doesn't turn away. He likes to take those plunks, take his base, but that time he turns away, and it's just called strike.
2-2. Down low in the dirt outside for ball 3.
And maybe he knew it wasn't going to hit him, and he turned away to give a show to the umpire, hey, this is too far inside. I mean, that it's part of the sportsmanship or gamesmanship, I guess.
Full count offering to Jagger Mitchell from Parker Bledgy. Righty versus righty. The delivery chopped foul by Jagger, and this is very reminiscent already of an at-bat we saw against Madison where Jagger went about 13 pitches against the Madison, Idaho pitcher. Going back to that pitch that looked like it was way inside for Jagger where he moved it, the first impression I had was if he wore that one, he's wearing that directly on the elbow, and Jagger, one of the guys not wearing an elbow guard.
Right. Doesn't want to wear that one on the elbow, I guess.
Full count offering down low and in the dirt. Mitchell gets a walk.
Get on base any way you can, and for Mitchell, he fouled one off that would have been a strikeout if he hadn't done something with it, and then earns the walk.
Ryan Fisher, the center fielder, batting .353 with a whopping 23 RBIs. That's number 3 on the team. Steps into the right-hander's batter's box, waves his white bat around. Hands pretty close to the body on his stance. Tries to lay down a bunt, but it goes foul into the screen.
Well, and that was about to catch Jackson off guard big time. Grant Parkin at third, Stephen Ashurst at first. They were not thinking bunt in any way, and now they are. So the element of surprise is gone.
When that pitch was thrown, Jagger was 3/4 of the way to second.
Yeah.
And that's not an exaggeration.
A good bunt down the first base line. He might go to third.
The 0-1 to Fisher. Fouled into the catcher, Aaron Moya. So that's 2 straight fouls in a row. So Fisher might be figuring out the timing a little bit.
Yeah, that one actually bounced off the turf and then up to his shin. He'll walk that off for a second and get set to hit.
Gus Allred stands on deck. He has been on fire. You mentioned going into the Jackson game, or the Casper games, he was batting around the mid-2s. He's got that average all the way up to 359.
Yeah. Well, that was a week and a couple of days ago, May 25th, I think, and he was hitting 293. He's up to 359 now. He's been on a tear.
Of course, that being highlighted by the walk-off single against Idaho Falls that we saw in Jackson not a week ago.
Pledgey not real tall as a pitcher, pretty stout, but his delivery right over the top, so the ball comes out high.
No balls, 2 strikes to Fisher. Swing and a miss, and Ryan goes down with a strikeout. Here comes Gus Allred, 359 with 14 RBIs, and he has been, as you mentioned, on a tear, just absolutely getting the job done. The lone left-handed bat in Coach Chad Thompson's lineup. So with 2 on, he's got Jagger Mitchell on first. But with Mitchell's speed, you'd think that a base hit would get him at least a third if it's in the right spot. First pitch to Allred, misses for ball 1.
Outlaws down 1-0, nothing to panic about at this point in the home half of the first, but boy, you'd like to match that run and tie things up so you're not playing from behind.
Of course, since this is a conference game, Evanston hosts, and they will have the final at-bats in both of them. This one driven beautifully into the gap between first and second. Jagger thought about going to third, but he holds up wisely.
Good decision by Jagger. He stumbled a little bit between first and second, and then rounding second base, he slowed up, looked to his hitting coach or to the third base coach, and decided, yeah, I better stay here at second.
That sets the stage for Clayton Moyles, the right-handed hitting, left-handed throwing first baseman.
Right fielder Lucas Grayland hugging the line down there in right field. There's a decent gap in right center.
Something is going on. There's
scoreboard was saying 1 out, or maybe the umpire had indicated 1 out, but Coach Huggins comes out and says, no, 2. We have 2. The strikeout and the pop out. That is 2. He's right.
Lucas Grayland, from my vantage point, is hiding behind that light pole perfectly, so I can't see him. But you're absolutely right. A whole lot of real estate out there in right field. First pitch, swing and a miss in and out of the glove of Moya, but he gets there quickly to keep the runner at second. You can bet Jagger's moving on anything that's in the dirt and past Aaron. Clayton Moyles due up. Casey Perriman is on deck if we get that far. 2 down after a strikeout and a pop-out. Next pitch to Clayton. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
And Moyles having a hard time with the timing of Pledgey's pitch. The fastball is pretty good speed. I don't know how fast, but he's got some good pop on it. And then his off-speed stuff is a big shift in velocity.
Moyles taking his white batting gloves, kind of waving that silver bat around, trying to figure out the timing. No balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Fly ball way high into center field. Mason Wright runs up in center and makes the routine catch for out number 3. So no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and it's 1-0. Jackson lead the Outlaws going into the top of the second on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN and My Local Radio.
Wyoming is unique. When it comes to high school sports, we might travel 6 hours to a game, but when we get there, we know the other team, their parents, and the coaches. Wyoming is like one small town with really long streets. When your travels take you to Evanston, always stay with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Clean, comfortable rooms, a restaurant serving healthy, delicious food, and breakfast is always included. If you're bringing the team or following the team, stay with us every time you're in Evanston. The Best Western Dunmar Inn.
As your local Ricoh, Toshiba, and Sharp dealer, Mountain West Business Solutions represents quality office equipment that lasts. We work with each client to understand your workflow, your goals, and your bottom line. Whether you lease or purchase office equipment, we have many ways to work with you to provide the best products at the best value. We also service and provide supplies for HP printers. Call Mountain West Business Solutions today. Let us help you find the best solutions for you and your business.
Hello, this is Dr. McKay Franklin. Something I've really enjoyed as a dentist over the past 20 years are the lasting friendships that I've formed with many of my patients. My staff is really great, and we try hard to make sure that every patient feels a warm welcome. It doesn't matter if it's your first visit or if you've been with us for years. Every patient is welcome and always appreciated. Our goal is to provide the best dental care possible at reasonable rates. Please call us today to schedule your appointment at 307-789-8910.
Go Red Devils!
Well, we head to the top of the second. It's 1-0 Jackson. They score one after Parker Bledgy singles to lead off the game. And then Gus Allred would have some problems with location a little bit earlier. The bases would be loaded, and Aaron Moya would walk with the bases loaded to bring in the run. Stephen Ashurst, the first baseman, leads it off for the Jackson Giants.
Ball one, low and away.
The 1-0 on the way. Ball two, low and in. Trying to get that breaking ball to just kind of find the spot, but right now things aren't working as well as Allred would like, but we'll see him settle in at some point. No ball, strikes, 2 balls. Next one misses inside. 3-0.
Allred just, again, having trouble finding those spots. We hoped he would settle in pretty quick early in this second inning. He hasn't quite yet.
The 3-0 on the way. That one down Broadway for strike one.
No question there, but on a 3-0, Stephen Ashurst taking all the way. Ashurst, a big, tall, strong-looking left-handed hitter, but just a 176 average.
The 3-1. Inside, Ashurst thought he was going for a walk, even threw his bat away, but the umpire points the finger to say, nope, we got a full count.
And with that toss of the bat, the strike zone probably just got a little bit bigger for this 3-2 pitch.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Ashurst. Lefty versus lefty. Swing and fouled. It looked like he might have missed that one, but he did get a piece of it. Cross couldn't hold on to it to complete the out, and we'll go back to a full count.
Just in and out of the glove. Big gap in left center.
The 3-2. Chopped right up the middle, and Brendan Thompson at second can't run over to make the play. It rolls into center field, and Ashurst on with a leadoff single.
Well, leadoff single in the first, leadoff single here in the second as well. Hopefully Gus can settle in better than he did in that first inning when he allowed the run.
Lucas Grayland, the right fielder, batting .063, looking for his first RBI of the season. Now up 35 pitches thrown by Gus Allred so far, as opposed to 17 by Parker Bledgy. Allred, first pitch, as Grayland shows a bunt, and it goes into the screen for strike one.
Boy, popped that straight up and back. Grayland just, did you already mention .063 average?
Yep.
No RBIs. He's scored twice this season. Not a ton of at-bats. Just 16 at-bats this year.
Coach Chad Thompson already on the top step of the dugout, wondering if there might be something he needs to say or something that's being missed right now. No balls, 1 strike. Tries to lay down the bunt, but it goes off of the bat, off his leg in fair.
A funny bounce. It went right back toward Allred on the mound after it hit his foot or leg.
Allred wishing that hadn't happened, because that could be a double play right there.
It could be. He was charging in. It'd be tough to get that guy at second. Even I don't know how fast Ashurst is, but
no balls, 2 strikes to Lucas Grayland with a runner on first. Lefty versus righty. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Throw back to first to check up on the runner. Great snag there by Clayton Moyles as it took a weird bounce, but he's back in time.
That's the 4th strikeout already for Allred. If he could just find the strike zone a little more consistently and early in at-bats, he's had a problem with first pitch balls. But when he gets a first pitch strike, he's been very effective.
Parker Bledgy, who is 1 for 1 with a single and a run scored, steps in. It's the pitcher battle as both of these guys take the mound for their respective squads. First pitch. Cutting ball outside for ball 1.
Gross very aware of Ashurst there at first. Or did I say Gus? Reed Gross there. Fakes a throw down to first as Ashurst taking too big of a lead for the catcher's comfort.
Allred sets at the chest, lifts the leg, and delivers. Popped up high. This should stay in play, and it's hooking, and out into the bullpen of Jackson off the third base line.
And I think Schneider lost that in the sun. He came in and then stopped, looked back up to try and find it. Had he known exactly where it was, it went out into the bullpen, but he stopped like he was lost as far as the ball where the ball was.
1 ball, 1 strike to Parker Bledgy, who's 1 for 1. They would love to get him out in revenge for the single and the run that he scored. Allred checks the runner at first, lifts the leg and deals. At 1 high, good snag by Reed as he eyes the runner back to first.
And Ashurst, it's maybe a little confusing because Gus isn't paying a lot of attention to him. He's taking a very short lead as long as Allred has the ball, and then as soon as he delivers, he's really moving a long ways off the bag at first.
Allred sets at the chest, lifts the leg and delivers. Caught high by Reed. Throw back by Clayton Moyles. Moyles can't get it. It's in the dirt and into right field. Ashurst takes second.
And that's the danger of that throw down to first base is if it gets away, now you've got a runner in scoring position. They didn't even have to move him over, and with 1 out.
3 balls, 1 strike. Gus probably just saying, come on, let's just focus on the guy at the plate. We had him where we wanted him. And 3-1 delivery. And that one misses for ball 4. So Bledgy walks and gets on base for the second time today. Notice that Parker actually took his time before he took his steps to make sure.
Yeah. He didn't want to get the same thing. Of course, that worked out okay for Ashurst as he hit the next pitch into right field.
Mason Wright, the left fielder, who's 0 for 1, grounded out to the third baseman. Hit it hard at Jordan Schneider. Almost swallowed him up, but he did a good job kind of rebounding. Runners on first and second with Bledgy on second, Ashurst on first. First pitch down Broadway for strike 1. Lefty versus lefty battle. After him, it'll be Seth Christiansen, who reached on first after a dropped third strike, or wild pitch third strike, I guess you could say. Allred slowly eyes the runner at second. Lifts the leg and delivers. Right at Jordan Schneider at third base. He swallows him up. He recovers, fires to first in time for out number 2. That is the identical play that got Mason Wright out the first time.
It was right at Schneider. It was a hard ground ball. He knocks it down, then bare hands it and throws to first and gets the out.
2 down with runners on second and third. Bledgy on second. Ashurst over on third. That'll bring up Seth Christensen, who's 0 for 1. He struck out, but he did reach on a drop third strike. Well, wild pitch for third strike. We need to clarify that.
It bounced out in front of the plate. Christensen swung and missed on it.
Allred has thrown 45 pitches so far in this game. Jackson making him work. First pitch. Swing, and it's lined right at Jagger Mitchell at shortstop. Throw across the diamond to first for out number 3.
What a snag by Mitchell. That passed by the umpire, and then Bledgy running from second to third. Great concentration from Jagger.
Well, no runs scored. We got 1 hit and a walk. Evanston still trails 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard heading into the bottom of the second on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
At
At Ellingford Brothers, we're known for an excellent steel shop and quality cement. We also provide other products all year round. Sand and different sizes of gravel for road base and landscaping in the summer and fall. Traction in the winter and mud control in the spring. Bark for landscaping in the summer and winterization in the fall. And topsoil. Spring, summer, and fall. Prices are always honest. Pickup or delivery. Ellingford Brothers, your year-round source for so many things. Stop in today at 221 County Road in Evanston.
Well, Gus Allred calms down and gets them to go out without scoring a run, and it's still 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jackson leads in the bottom of the second. Casey Perriman leads it off for the Outlaws, batting .333 on the season with 16 RBIs.
And he's one of the leaders in runs scored as well. 30 runs scored this season. That's third on the team, only to Jagger Mitchell and Ryan Fisher. So he gets on base a lot, and he's a smart base runner, not too aggressive, but smart and got some good speed.
He's also very patient as well. Works plenty of his share of walks. First pitch in there for strike one. Next pitch to Perriman. Misses low for ball one.
One of the issues for figuring out the timing with Parker Bledgy is his kick. We'll get to that in a sec.
Next pitch in there for strike two. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Casey Perriman with 8 walks. That is tied for third on the team. Brendan Thompson leads it with 13. Perriman lines one into left field.
This is
Xander Witt going back off of the fence. Perriman's digging for extra bases. It's going to be a stand-up double for Casey Perriman.
Wow, he really got a hold of that one. It hit about a foot up on the fence with no bounce. I mean, Perriman hammered that ball, and if he just gets a little more air underneath it, it's a round trip.
And we're tied.
You mentioned Perriman being, third on the team with 8 walks? This team just doesn't walk a lot. They're a team that likes to be aggressive. They like to hit the ball, and it's paid off well.
Kendall Cummings steps in, batting .353 with 13 RBIs, and has a chance for number 14 standing on second in the form of Casey Perriman. Bledgy, Perriman going for third. Throw is off of the glove and wide. Perriman is not going to be greedy, though. He'll take third just with the error, no problem.
Yeah, that throw came in high, and Perriman was lucky. It was, I think, a hit and run, and Kendall Cummings probably under the instruction of make contact at all costs because he chased it way down low, just couldn't get any contact on it. Luckily, Perriman dives in safe.
Cummings showing bunt on that play.
Yeah, that's why I say he chased it down in the dirt.
Definitely. Now the approach changes. No balls, 1 strike, in the tying run 90 feet away. Next pitch to Cummings outside behind Aaron Moya. Casey going to play it smart as he takes about 4 steps towards home, but then comes back.
I was talking about Bledgy's kick, and it's a long, deliberate kick, and he kind of kicks out or up and then back and then out, and it just throws timing off a bit, I think.
0-1 swing and a miss for strike 2 against Kendall Cummings.
And then that high delivery, that high release point on his pitch, he brings that arm clear up over the top.
This game 1 of a 3-game series. We got the double tonight as Kendall Cummings swings and misses at strike 3.
2 Outlaws retired on strikeouts. Fisher struck out swinging in the first and Cummings here in the second.
Here's the team leader in RBIs, Brendan Thompson. He bats in the 8th spot at 33 RBIs. It's not even close. He is about 9 over second place, which is Jagger Mitchell at 24. 33 for Brendan. And this is exactly why, as Brendan takes the first pitch he sees and skies it over the press box for strike 1.
And he's a smart hitter. We've seen a lot of sac flies, a lot of singles for RBIs, walks. He'll get an RBI any way he can. He just wants to get on base.
And with 1 down, it puts the sac fly into play as Thompson doesn't chase outside, takes it for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brendan waves the black bat around and the 1-1 in the dirt past Moya. It bounces off the screen high. Horrible bounce. Casey Perriman slides in head first and is safe. Tie ball game after the wild pitch, and we talked about it. Aaron Moya, not usually the catcher for Jackson. Would it come into play right now? It looks like it does, as Evanston has tied it up on that little error.
Yeah, that would have been a tough one for anybody to get to, but you got to think with Bruno behind the dish, might have been a little different.
Brendan Thompson with nobody on, 1 out, 2 balls, 1 strike, swings and misses at the offering, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So Evanston has knotted it up on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bottom of the second, offering to Thompson, popped up high, running over is Xander Witt to left field at the fence.
Oh.
Did he make the catch? No, as he was chasing it foul.
Well, and his glove just missed that ball. I mean, from here it looked like inches is all, as he sprinted over there, lost his hat in the process, and almost made the play.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes to Brendan Thompson. If he gets on Jordan Schneider, he's batting .333. How many teams can say their number 9 guy is batting .333?
Yeah, that's a rare commodity.
The 2-2. Outside and high for ball 3. Full count to Brendan Thompson.
Tough one to take, that breaking ball. That I was worried that it caught that back end of the plate high in the zone, but nope, ball 3.
Bledgy winds up and the full count. Chopped up sky high in the infield. Second baseman Connor Lang drops the ball. He loses track of it. He must have lost it in the sun, and it drops. And Brendan Thompson's going to get on after the E4.
We, us residents here in Wyoming, we're used to the wind, but that wind is swirling a bit, blowing from like first base to third, and that threw Connor Lang off a bit, I think. He found it, he drifted, he dove back and couldn't make the catch. I think the wind pushed it.
Jordan Schneider with 1 down and 1 on. Jordan, as we mentioned, .333 with 10 RBIs. First pitch to Schneider, swing and a miss for strike 1.
And a healthy cut from Schneider. 10 RBIs this season, 8 runs scored. And as you said, a .333 average. That's boy, to have that guy, have a number 9 hitter with that kind of an average.
Schneider pops it way high infield. Seth Christensen fading over to his right makes the routine one-handed grab for out number 2.
Boy, and even he at that last second had to kind of lunge back to his left and reach out and not catch it right above his head, but off to his side. The wind playing some tricks. Didn't quite work for Evanston's favor that time, though.
That brings up leadoff man Reed Gross, who's 0 for 1 after popping out to second baseman Connor Lang in the first inning to start the game. Right now, Evanston looks like they're getting under a few pitches. They just need to calm it down and bring that bat level. First pitch to Gross, popped way up high. He got under it again. Going back is Lang, and it's going to be Lucas Grayland who runs over from right field. He tries to make a slide. Sounds like it was one of those situations where both of them was going back. Grayland said he had it and was about a step behind.
Yeah, and he came in, and again, I think the wind pulled that further than he thought it was going to towards second base. He slid in at the last second and couldn't make the catch. So runners on the corners with 2 outs.
So Brendan Thompson, as you mentioned, advances to third on the play. 2 down, something's up.
I'm not sure how these will be scored. In my opinion, I would score Thompson's as a single. That last one, I think, an E9, but we'll check on. No, they're calling both of those errors. So
understandably.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things where it really could have gone either way. Jagger Mitchell steps in with runners on the corners. 2 down. Mitchell.
There we go.
Liner into left field. Stay fair. Will it? Yes! It hits the corner perfectly. Rolls and hits the pole. They're bringing Reed Gross home. It's going to be a 2-run RBI double for Jagger Mitchell.
Man, we're sitting here. We can look right down that line, and I'm going, stay fair, baby. And Jagger does keep it fair. What a shot into left.
Gross with a massive run there, and it is now 3-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston having another big second inning like we saw in Jackson. Jason Huggins comes in and talks to his young right-hander, Parker Bledgy.
The thing he's got to do here is talk to his defense and say, okay, Parker, you got to trust your defense. You're doing your job, because you take out the 2 errors, and this inning was over a few batters ago. And so what he's doing is, I think, talking to his guys and say, hey, guys, we got to settle down. We got to focus, stop making mistakes, and trust your defense. Parker, you're doing a great job. Our
broadcast brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic on 545 Cheyenne Drive in Evanston. He does blood work, dietary supplements, a weight loss program, and can help you get rid of allergies. That's Dr. Todd Hoover Chiropractic at 307-789-0043.
I went in to see him for my allergies, and he was like, okay, it's the cotton trees. He goes out, gets a piece of cotton. He comes in, he puts it in my hand, and he goes, here, just hold this. And then he goes, no, not there. He touches my wrist. Then the other, oh, there it is. He does something, and then it was like, oh, I can breathe again. Wow.
Ryan Fisher steps in with a runner in scoring position, and that's Jagger Mitchell. First pitch, ball in and out of the glove of Aaron Moya. But Jagger holds as Moya is able to get there quickly.
Boy, go back to that double. 2 extra base hits in this second inning. Perriman hits the fence in deep left, and then Jagger right in the corner left field.
Pledgy offers line drive into left field. It drops, and they're bringing Jagger Mitchell home. It's going to be 4-1. Wait, the throw is going to be close, but Mitchell is able to outrun it as the throw trailed wide at the very end.
He stumbled a little bit coming around third base, but not enough to allow the throw from Xander Witt in left field. Well, there's a nice single for Ryan Fisher and an RBI.
I'll bring up Gus Allred, who's 1 for 1 with a single and would love to keep this going for himself. And you never want to curse it, you never want to say it, but this feels somewhat familiar to the second inning, the top of the second inning that we saw Evanston put up against Jackson in Jackson. First pitch to Allred. Inside corner for strike one.
So you're saying you don't want to curse it because Jackson came back to win that game.
In a heartbreak. You saw the Outlaw Trail video, guys. 0-1 to Allred. Misses for ball one.
Moya pulls that in from up high, tried to frame it down in the strike zone, but umpire having none of that. Even on a tall Gus Allred, he's about 6'2". That one was upstairs.
And still have one more year of outlaw baseball, too, after this. Next one inside and low for ball two. 2 balls, 1 strike to the tall left-hander. If Allred gets on, then we'll have Clayton Moyles when he would be the 9th batter of the inning for Evanston. Popped up high and foul. That's actually going to be playable. And the catcher, Parker Pledgy, runs up into foul territory off the first base line, makes the catch and falls over for out number 3. So 4 runs on 3 hits, a couple of errors, and Evanston leads it 4-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard over Jackson on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN 99.1 and mylocalradio.com.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District No. 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District No. 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
Off to the top of the third we go, and Evanston has a fresh lead, 4-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard after a big second inning for the Evanston Outlaws. Stepping in to lead it off for the Jackson Giants, Connor Lang, who struck out his first time up. The first pitch to Lang. In the zone for strike one.
You mentioned Lang striking out. He's not alone. It's a party of 4 right now. Lang, along with Christensen, Xander Witt, and Lucas Grayland, who struck out so far against Gus.
Top of the 3rd inning is where we're at as the 0-1 is a swing and a miss at one in the dirt. Nasty curveball.
Extremely nasty. That Lang just, boy, he thought it was coming in low in the strike zone and chased it down in the sand. He's out on the beach today.
No balls, 2 strikes for Gus Allred. The right-hander Mountain View project. The 0-2. Fly ball into center right field. Kendall Cummings goes to his right and makes the catch on the run for out number 1.
Well, we saw what a great catch by Kendall Cummings in right. We saw the wind give Jackson's defense some big troubles in the home half of the second. That Outlaws scored 4 runs, and that hit into right field almost gave – you saw him kind of hesitating, moving, and almost looked like he was stumbling along, but he makes the play.
That'll bring up Grant Parkin. He reached on a walk last time and made it to second. First pitch to Parkin. Liner right at Jordan Schneider. It swallows him up again. He recovers, throw to the first in time. No, they're saying he's out. They're saying he's out. That's a close play.
That's not one that I just saw Chad Thompson, Outlaws coach, shake his head as in a no, don't think so. But he's not going to go out and argue that at this point. You often listen for the sound, and it sounded to me like, you hear the pop-pop.
Yep.
And maybe I misinterpreted. I thought he was out, but the umpire a lot closer. Must have been pop-pop, the foot on the base, then the ball hitting the glove.
Well, I'm scoring that at E5 for Aaron Moy as he comes in. He worked a walk in the first. Again, that really wide open stance on the right-hand side of the batter's box. In the dirt, off of Regross's chest protector. Throw to second, and it is not in time. One of the umpires from the seats yelled he's out, but the official umpire on the field waves him safe.
Yeah, and he was safe. I was surprised that he didn't slide in there because the throw been on the first base side of second base bag, he's out.
1 ball, no strikes to Aaron Moya. Runner in scoring position after Evanston took a 3-run lead in the bottom of the second. We are in the top of the second, even though they've not updated the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard yet. Pitch, swing, and a miss by Moya for strike 1.
Elan, I think that it was actually one of the guys in the Jackson dugout that shouted he's out because the umpire pointed to Coach Huggins, and Huggins went over and talked to his guys on the bench. And I think that was that they were given like a sarcastic, like, well, we can't buy a break here today kind of a comment.
It's always an interesting sign when you've got that going on early in the game.
A little bit of chippiness.
1 ball, 1 strike. Liner into shallow center right field, or center left field.
Oh, boy.
Fielded beautifully by Ryan Fisher, who throws a dime over to third, but Jordan Schneider can't calm it down. He makes that catch, and he's hosed.
Yeah, and unfortunate because the throw was pretty well on target. It just took a hop that Schneider couldn't corral. And that's exactly what Fisher, I mean, it's so smart there in center field. He comes in, he knows he's not going to make the catch, so he sets up to make the play, like grab the ball with his momentum heading to third base to make a strong throw.
Xander Witt comes in and takes pitch 1 for strike 1. I'm not sure what I'm scoring that Moya. Part of me wants to score it
It's a single, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no way anybody could get to it.
Xander Witt struck out to end the first inning. 1 on and a strike on him is Allred can't find the window for ball 1.
And the scorebook on Game Changer, Elan listed as a single as well. So
officially listed as a single here in the top of the third. 4-1 Evanston leads. However, Jackson threatening, and the tying run is at the plate with runners in scoring position. Solid hit into left center field. Fisher runs over, makes the catch, collides with Casey Perriman. Now the runner tags up, and it's a 2-run lead.
So the sac fly for Xander Witt. He gets the RBI and makes it a 2-run ball game.
Good thing that was a slow, low-impact collision. That could have been bad as it was hitting to left center field, kind of in no man's land. Both have been going after it.
And Fisher, again, the smart play, he immediately threw to third, which there's no way you're going to stop the runner from scoring Parkin from third, but the throw to third holds Moya at second base with Ashurst to the plate.
Lefty versus lefty, 2 down here in the top of the third, 4-2 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. And the delivery. Up high for ball 1.
Ashurst, a wide open stance. His front foot, the right foot, as a left-handed batter, out pointing toward first base. And then he steps straight forward as the pitch comes in.
Wears number 32 on his navy blue Jackson Giants jersey. Checks the runner at second, and Ashurst fouls it into the back screen.
This is a guy you got to retire here with a 2-run lead. You keep the hold, you want to hold that lead and not allow Moya to score from second base, especially considering Ashurst has a 176 average coming in.
But he's 1 for 1 today with a single. Allred sets, checks the runner, and delivers. Fly ball into deep center field. Casey Perriman dropping back, and the wind plays tricks on him. It's going to bounce to the fence. 1 run's going to score, and Ashurst has a stand-up RBI double. It's a 1-run game.
Boy, these guys are starting to hit. They're getting a lot of air underneath the pitches and or on their with their bats, but it's not pop flies. It's line drive hits. They've got a pretty good beat on Gus Allred's pitches.
Lucas Grayland, who's 0 for 1, comes up. He struck out. And if you can get a strikeout here, you still end the inning with a lead.
Jackson came in, again, scoring about 5.5 runs per game overall, but in their last four that they've won, the 10 runs per game. They're scoring a lot of runs lately.
They're also giving up quite a few, though, as they've gotten 8 against and averaging 8 runs against in this 4-game winning streak. First pitch down the center for strike number 1 to Lucas Grayland.
Struck out swinging in the second on 3 straight pitches. We'll see if Gus comes after him, the number 9 hitter with an 0.63 average.
Allred checks the runner at second, sets at the chest. Still eyeing that man, lifts the leg while his head is turned towards second. Tries to find the window, but misses for ball 1. It's an interesting little leg lift that he's able to do because he's a left-hander. He can lift that leg while still looking directly behind him. Not a lot of people steal on Gus Allred.
No.
Allred faces the batter and delivers. Chopper right at third baseman, fielded cleanly by Schneider. Throw to first well in time, and the inning is over. A 5-3 putout will end the top of the third, and Evanston still leads after Jackson scores 2 runs on 2 hits and a few errors. It's 4-3 Evanston on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
Bottom of the third, and Evanston leads it 4-3 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. ELAN OLLIFF with Ryan Steineckert bringing you live action from Ross Kesterson Field, home of the Evanston Outlaws, off of the campus of Evanston High School. Well, Ryan, we are locked in a battle here as Evanston put up 4, answering the call from Jackson. Jackson does exactly the same thing, puts up 2 more of their own, and it's a 1-run ball game.
Yeah, they answered the call, and they did it they took advantage of an error, then got a couple of timely hits, Moya with a single, and then Ashurst with the RBI double. Ashurst has been impressive so far. He came in hitting 176. He's 2 for 2 in this game.
Leading off will be Clayton Moyles. He's 0 for 1 after flying out to left field. First pitch from Bledgy to Moyles misses for ball 1.
Moyles hitting .355. He's been a pleasant addition to this Outlaws lineup this season, not only with his bat, maybe even more so with his arm and pitching.
And you got to wonder if we'll be seeing him on the mound later on tonight or tomorrow in Game 3. Swing and a miss for strike one.
I'd expect him in Game 2. He's their 1 or 2 pitcher in the rotation, and the 2 today are the ones they need to win. Tomorrow's game is a non-conference, so I mean, really, you want to win it, but the ones that really matter are today's.
You also got Ryan Fisher, who's available, so
yep.
There was that idea. That was why both Gus Allred and Ryan Fisher only pitched 60 pitches against Lone Peak. Line drive into left field, base hit for Clayton Moyles. Solid contact, and Evanston's in business.
A leadoff single for Moyles, and you see why he's a .355 hitter. He works a 2-0 count, and then he sees a pitch he likes, takes it into left field, and he doesn't try to do too much with these pitches. He knows, well, I can take this into left field, get on base, nice little single. We'll take it.
If history repeats itself, Casey Perriman might get an RBI off of this as he hit a massive double in his first at-bat of the game back in the second to kind of kick things off for Evanston. Pledgy throws back to first to check on Moyles. He's safe. Perriman was the first run scored for Evanston in a 4-run second inning. First pitch to Perriman, or next, that is the first pitch to Perriman as they threw back to check on him. Misses for ball one.
Perriman's double, what did you say, a massive double?
Yeah.
Those signs, if you're watching online at mylocalradio.com, those sponsor signs along the left field fence, he just about hit one of those. I mean, a foot or so below one of those signs.
Next pitch to Perriman, outside corner for strike one.
Pledgy not going fastball this time against Perriman. That's what he took to deep left field. He's doing all breaking balls so far.
Moyles over on first. He got there after a hard hit single into left field. Perriman hacks that one, and it goes foul. Nearly takes off the head of Warren Newton over in the Jackson dugout. He had to duck to get out of the way.
That take a high bounce over the fence into the dugout?
Yep. No balls, 2 strikes to Casey Perriman. Checks the runner at first, Pledgy. Then Parker delivers. Swinging and a miss for a strikeout. So Perriman strikes out. Now bring up Kendall Cummings, who's 0 for 1 with a strikeout.
It's just the third outlaw to strike out today, but Pledgy gets Perriman swinging.
Kendall Cummings comes into this game batting .353. He's actually been quite on a tear lately. He went 2 for 2 against Lone Peak. I'd love to get something going here. Tries to offer a swing. There goes Moyles taking second easily. So Moyles steals second as Cummings must not have liked the pitch. He offered the swing, but it stays in the zone.
He did swing, I thought, and it was just a breaking ball that dropped down away from him. He couldn't get a bat on it. Plus the timing. Again, Pledgy's off-speed stuff is real slow.
No balls, 1 strike to Cummings. Moyles on second. Swing and a miss for strike 2.
And you see the contrast there, the off-speed that Cummings is trying to hold back to make contact, and then the fastball that he can't catch up to. And it's not that the fastball is so overpowering, but it's that the off-speed is so slow.
No balls, 2 strikes to Kendall Cummings. Pledgy checks, lifts, and delivers. Swing and a miss, and the All-State wrestler goes down striking out for the second time today.
Interesting. The Outlaws had just 2 strikeouts, so 1 in each the first and the second. That's 2 straight strikeouts here in the home half of the third.
Here comes Brendan Thompson batting .289 with 33 RBIs in the season.
He's got a runner in scoring position.
He's got to hit safely, though. Pledgy looked like he twitched there and knew he'd probably get called for it, so he steps off the mound.
Defense, the outfield playing just about straight away and fairly deep, especially look at Witt. He's not too far from the warning track there and left.
First pitch, breaking ball outside for ball 1. Awful lot of real estate, though, in between Mason Wright and Xander Witt in left and center field.
Yeah, both of them playing just about straight away, but with Witt playing so deep in left, there is a lot of big space in that left center gap.
0-1 to Thompson.
There it is.
Line drive into said gap. They're waving Clayton Moyles around, and Evanston reestablishes the lead at 2.
Beautiful, beautiful piece of hitting by Brendan Thompson. He must have seen the same thing we were seeing and just laced it into left center right in that gap and scores the run, his 34th RBI of the season.
I know Brendan Thompson listens to these after the game, so let me just say, great minds think alike, dude.
We got lucky. He's the great mind.
Yes, and that's RBI number 34 on the season for Thompson.
Yeah, impressive piece of hitting. I love it. And again, he didn't try to do too much with it, just took it where the pitcher gave it to him and took it into left field where there was a gap.
And that might be your Dr. McKay Franklin precision play of the game. Jordan Schneider takes the first pitch inside for ball 1.
Another, definitely a candidate. Got to think about Jagger Mitchell's double in the left field corner.
The snag that he had over directly behind the second base bag.
But Thompson's single there, certainly among the candidates.
Schneider, line drive into left field. It stays fair. And Thompson on the horse, headed for third, and they give him the stop sign. A stand-up double for Jordan Schneider. Evanston, with 2 down, get the bats rolling.
Boy, what a shot there. Another candidate right there. Jordan Schneider, precision right on that left field line for the double. Great piece of hitting by Schneider.
That was one of those interesting ones where as soon as it came off the bat, it started to hook, and then the hook slows down at the very end.
His second double of the season, and I just looking down, we're sitting where we're looking right down that third base line. I'm thinking, stay fair, drop, and then it just drops in time.
Reed Gross, he's 0 for 2, reached on an error and popped out to second. 2 down. Runners in scoring position. First pitch to Gross, outside corner for strike 1.
Yeah, from here that looks far outside, and where Moya caught it was outside, but the thing it did was it was moving from in to out and caught the front corner.
The 0-1. In the dirt, Moya is able to keep it in front of his feet. Thompson, though, not afraid to come home if that gets behind him.
Gross 0 for 2, but did reach on an error and scored in the second. He'd like to keep things rolling here with 2 outs for the Outlaws.
Jagger Mitchell, who hit the massive double, the second massive double we've seen in the game, stands on deck. 1 ball, 1 strike. Timeout called by Reed Gross as he steps back in the batter's box with his black and white batter's helmet. That's kind of the most unique helmet I think we've seen on the Evanston team.
Yeah, it's got a kind of that black stripe like a football helmet almost.
Next pitch, outside corner for strike 2.
Coming from the back of the head, like at the neck, and up straight up over the top.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Reed Gross. Runners on second and third. It's Jordan Schneider on second and Brendan Thompson on third. Swing and a miss. And Gross trying to run it out, see if he can get there on a drop third strike, and he won't. And that ends the inning. So 1 run scores on 2-3 hits. And it's 5-3 Outlaws on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard as we head to the 4th inning on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
The Tire Professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you hear Plains Tire. We just want you to add to the list. Plains Tire, the tire professionals. Stop in today, 157 Bear River Drive.
Light up your world with a custom-built LED sign from Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. It's a proven fact that signage that lights up creates more attention. So light it up and then add text, images, and video, and your sign becomes even more powerful. Start sharing your advertising messages and information with your customers today. The team at Rocky Mountain Sign provides all types of quality signage that is custom-built and maintained. Call today for a free quote. Rocky Mountain Sign, 307-789-5202. Rocky Mountain Sign, serving customers in Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho.
Evanston puts 1 more up on the board in the bottom of the 3rd, and as we go into the 4th inning, it is a 5-3 ball game. Evanston over Jackson at this moment in time. Gus Allred goes.
It's human nature to think the.
Apologies. Gus Allred goes out there to start inning number 4 of work. Currently has thrown 59 pitches to Parker Bledgy's 61.
Both pitchers having some trouble, with different problems. Allred walked a couple in the first. He struck out 4 so far. Bledgy came around in that home half of the 3rd inning after allowing the run. He struck out I mean, all three struck out the side with some hits sandwiched and a run in between, but he seemed to have dialed in, I guess, to finish out that third.
Connor Lang, he is, at the top of the order. Parker Pledgey, he's 1 for 2 with a walk and a single. So 1 for 1.
Right, and the run scored in the first inning, a leadoff single on the first pitch he saw.
First pitch from pitcher to pitcher. Outside, ball 1. Pledgey, a tall, or not super tall actually. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle. He's not a super tall right-hander, but as you talked about, Gus Allred, one of those power, tall lefties. Next pitch, chopped up high into left field. Perriman tracks it down and makes the catch for out number 1.
Well, and that's a tough out in left field. A high fly ball with the wind blowing the way it has, and it's let up just a little bit, but still, you saw Perriman lunge at that last second back to make that catch, and I breathe a sigh of relief as I see it go into his glove and get the out.
So we talked about at the beginning of the show how the top 4 are the ones to watch. Well, guess what? The top 4, Parker Pledgey, he goes 1 for 2 is the first pitch to right, swing and a miss for strike 1. He goes 1 for 2. Right is 0 for 2. Mm-hmm. Christensen 0 for 2. Lang 0 for 2. But you look at the bottom 5, 0 for 1, Grant Parkin. No at-bats for Aaron Moya, or 1 for 1, Aaron Moya. 0 for 1, Xander Witt. 2 for 2, Ashurst, and 0 for 2, Grayland. As Wright chops one right at the pitcher's mound. Good receive there by Allred as he fell to the ground trying to get that one, but he couldn't get the throw off in time. He's safe due to the error.
And he was lunging out to his left toward first base and overplayed the ball just a little bit, kind of knocked it back toward the mound, had to stop, turn, pick it up, and throw. He's mad with himself for not making that play, and it allows the runner on to first.
Seth Christensen, as we mentioned, 0 for 2, a strikeout, but he got on due to the the wild pitch third strike, made it to third, but then grounded out to shortstop at Jagger Mitchell. First pitch. In the zone for strike 1. Good fastball there.
They're going to call that an error on the pitcher that allowed Mason Wright to get to first.
That's what I've got it scored as well. No balls, 1 strike to Seth Christensen, the shortstop, currently hitting 0 for 2 in the game. Next one in the dirt off of the chest protector. Regross throw to Jagger Mitchell. Jagger cannot make the running catch, and the ball goes into the outfield. So Wright will go to third on the throwing error.
And Gross just a bit off on that throw, way too far toward the first base bag, and so Jagger couldn't get to it, and it was so far out there that Brendan Thompson backing up wasn't in position to get there either. He's straight behind the bag, and it's off toward the right center gap.
Seth Christensen 0 for 2 now with 1 ball, 1 strike, and a runner on third with 1 down. Christensen swings and misses at strike 2.
Now Gus can maybe settle down or at least relax a little bit here with the runner on the third. He doesn't have to pitch from the stretch.
Also with the runner on third, if you can get this out right here, it makes things a whole lot easier for you. The pitch, swing and a miss at a breaking ball for strike 3.
That's the first strikeout Allred has recorded since he struck out Lucas Grayland in the bottom or the visitors' half of the second inning, and it's his 5th strikeout of the game.
Here's Connor Lang, who was the first strikeout victim of the game back in the first. He's also flown out to right field. First pitch, outside and low for ball 1.
Lang had good contact in that third inning, flew it deep into right field, but Cummings made a nice catch for the Outlaws defense.
Inning number 4 of 7 scheduled here at Ross Kesterson Field. Evanston taking on Jackson. These are conference games. These count. Fouled off into the screen is the 1-1. Should make it 1 ball, 2 strikes.
This could be a big moment here. Outlaws leading 5-3. To hold that lead, not let another run score, they need to get this out, right?
1 ball, 1 strike to Connor Lang. Popped up way high. Casey Perriman calls for it, runs it from left field. It bounces off of his glove, and the runner scores.
And that was, again, just another case of the wind playing tricks. Jagger thought he could get there. He couldn't. Perriman came in hard at the last second and overran it because the wind pushes it out a touch and allows a run to score.
Here comes Grant Parkin. He reached on an error and is walked.
That's the third error of this inning for the Outlaws defense. They got to focus in.
It's a one-run ball game, 5-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard with the go-ahead run at the plate. Allred delivers. First pitch up high for ball one.
Both pitchers have dealt with some of this today. Their defense not quite sharp. Jackson has committed 2 or 3 errors. The Outlaws defense has committed now 5.
We talked about at the top of the game that swirling wind is going to play a factor. That wind, however, is supposed to calm down in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, according to my forecast, my app on my phone, it says the wind will die down or slow down a bit, but right around 6:37 p.m.
In time for our second game.
Yes, hopefully.
Ball 2, strikes 0. Lefty Gus Allred versus righty Grant Parkin. The pitch chopped up high, and that one is going to be in the parking lot for strike 2.
These types of situations really test the mental toughness of a pitcher because if you look at things, Gus Allred probably should have been out of this inning a couple batters ago, or at least the previous batter. So how is he able to focus and get this batter out?
Next ball down in the dirt for ball 3. So a batter's count right now for Grant Parkin. He's walked, and he reached on an error on the third baseman.
It's going to be hard not to dwell on the fact that, man, I should be sitting on the bench getting ready to bat instead of throwing more pitches here.
Pitch number 74 on the way, the 3-1. Hard hit, and that's going to find the gap between center and left field, and it's just a single for Grant Parkin while Connor Lang goes to second.
So that puts the tying run in scoring position at second base.
I'll bring up Aaron Moya. He's 1 for 1 with a walk and a single.
RBI and a run scored on the day. Moya's had a good day so far batting.
Lefty versus righty as the southpaw, Gus Allred, has thrown 75 pitches in this one. Gus checks the runner at second, sets at the chest. Kicks and the delivery. Fastball in the zone for strike 1. Gus really trying to dial things in. It seems like whenever he feels like he's got something moving, something happens that keeps him out there. This could have easily been a 1-2-3 inning if that throwing error doesn't happen.
Right. Throwing error and an error on himself that he took pretty hard. He really was, I don't know what the right word is. Wasn't sulking, but he was frustrated with himself without question.
He threw the ball back in his glove. It's just like, No balls, 1 strike to Aaron Moya, who's 1 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. Pitch inside, and it hits Moya in the bum for a chance to load the bases, and Jackson has the go-ahead run on scoring position.
Jagger Mitchell comes over to chat with his pitcher, and Chad Thompson takes the timeout to come out and chat with him as well. This is a critical moment in this ballgame.
Our broadcast brought to you in part by Union Wireless. Wireless speeds so fast you'll see stars. Visit unionwireless.com today or visit their office at 148 Front Street in Evanston. Coach talks with his young left-hander, and now he's off and back to the dugout.
Jagger Mitchell's showing some team leadership there. He has an extra few words with Gus and looked pretty encouraging. Probably saying, hey, Gus, we're behind you. Throw strikes. We'll get this out. We'll move on.
Evanston leads it by 1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. First pitch, liner right at Jagger Mitchell, who does exactly what he says he will at shortstop, and that is the inning. So whatever Jagger said or Coach Thompson said worked out brilliantly. So 1 run scores on one hit and a few errors. 5-4, Evanston still leads heading into the bottom of the 4th on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
Hello, this is Dr. McKay Frankham. As a dentist in Evanston for over 20 years now, my mission has always been to provide quality dental care for people of all ages at reasonable prices. I'm a detail-oriented person, and it's important to me to stay current on new dental procedures and protocols that can help my patients have the best experience and have the best results. Over the years, I've also worked to keep my overhead low so that I can pass those savings on to my patients. I believe everyone deserves quality dental care. Please call us today at 307-789-8910.
Welcome back to this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN 99.1 and mylocalradio.com. Elan Olliff and Ryan Steineckert bringing the action live from Ross Kesterson Field in beautiful Evanston, Wyoming on a beautiful Tuesday evening as we hit the 6 o'clock, around 6:30 mark here in the bottom of the fourth. Evanston leads it 5-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jagger Mitchell will lead it off, followed by Ryan Fisher, then Gus Allred. Jagger 1 for 1, Fisher 2 for 1, or 1 for 2, and Allred 1 for 2.
Jagger's double in the second inning, a 2-run double, put the Outlaws on top, if I remember right, and boy, it was a precision hit into left field, right in the corner, bounced once or twice to the fence.
One thing you hear when you talk to the coaches is Jagger has quick hands, and he showed it there. Parker Bledgy, the hard-throwing right-hander, delivers the first pitch to Mitchell down in the dirt for ball 1. Bledgy kicks and deals the 1-0. Popped up high, and that one, I think, is going to stay in play. Aaron Moya diving, can't make it.
I was just praying, get out over the fence. Come on, get out. And it didn't, but Moya couldn't catch it.
I swear, every time these balls have been hit today, it looks like, oh, that's going to hit the top of the roof, and then it just curves right back in.
It's interesting. The wind has died down a bit. If you look at the flag out in right field, I mean, it's kind of, it kicks the flag up, then the flag will droop down, and then it picks up again. It must have picked up at the right time on that pop-up by Jagger.
Parker Bledgy starting inning number 4 of work. 1 ball, 1 strike to leadoff man Jagger Mitchell outside for ball 2.
Outlaws leading, but anything but comfortable. A 5-4 ball game here in the home half of the fourth.
The 2-1, outside and low. 31 count to Jagger Mitchell.
Boy, and he's looking for something he can hit hard with this pitch. If it's not something he likes, let it go by and get the 3-2 count. He's looking for something he can drive.
The 3-1. Fly ball high, and that's not going to leave the infield. The second baseman, Connor Lang actually runs up and makes the grab for out number 1. I'll bring up Ryan Fisher. He hit a double himself back in the second.
Yeah, an RBI base hit in that second inning. Struck out swinging in the first. He's 1 for 2.
In 4 innings pitched, Gus Allred has allowed 5 hits, 4 runs, 2 of them earned, 5 strikeouts, and 4 walks. Jackson's Parker Bledgy currently in his 3rd inning of work. 3 1/3 now, 7 hits, 5 runs, 2 of them earned, 5 strikeouts as Fisher pops the 0-1 over the fence to make it strike 2. So no balls, 2 strikes to Ryan Fisher.
Witt remains deep and toward the line in left field, so a big gap in left center.
0-2. Down low for ball 1. Gus Allred, who popped out to the pitcher, last out at bat to end the second, stands on deck. And the 1-2. Popped up way high. This one won't leave the infield either. Seth Christensen, the shortstop, makes the grab for out number 2.
Outlaws just getting underneath Bledgie's pitches, and I wonder if with both Jackson and Fisher, with both Jagger and Ryan Fisher, seeing pitches they like and feel like they can really drive, and maybe taking too big of a step as they try to really just pound the ball.
Gus Allred, who's 1 for 2 with a single in the first, takes the first pitch outside for ball 1. Lone lefty bat in the lineup for the Outlaws as he faces off against his right-handed counterpart. 1-0. High and outside for ball 2. It must change things a little bit when you're used to facing 8 straight right-handers, and then all of a sudden a southpaw steps in the box, and you're like, all right, now my zone's over here.
Right.
2-0. Barely misses for ball 3.
And it's a funny thing because it's all perception. It's not like the zone that actually moves, but with a batter on the other side of the plate, it certainly looks a lot different. It's an adjustment for sure.
3-0. You can bet Allred's going to be holding unless it's right down the middle, and that one down for a strike.
You keep saying down Broadway when it's down the middle. Front Street or Main Street is what we've got here in Evanston.
You know what? That's a good little local touch. So we'll add that to the repertoire. 3 balls, 1 strike. Allred lines one into right field. It is down past a diving Lucas Grayland. Allred round first, headed for second. They are bringing him to third, and he will have a stand-up triple. Just when you think they're done for the inning, Evanston figures out a way to make something happen, and Allred now 90 feet away from putting Evanston back up by 2 for Clayton Moyles, who last time he was up hit a single.
Yeah, his first triple of the season for Gus, but he ripped that into right field, and Lucas Grayland was hugging the line, almost makes the catch, diving toward the line in right.
Clayton Moyles. He hit a single last time he was up. First pitch. High for ball 1. We're tying in, but we're not in a position where we can call in out.
Right. Maybe only by looking where the catcher is set up and makes catches that ball.
Next one. Clayton wanted to swing at that one, but it broke a little bit late, but it stays in the window for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 down with a runner on third after Gus Allred hits a triple right down the right field line. Swing and a miss, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And that was the pitch that Moyles wanted. He got out in front of it and just really his timing off. And again, it's Bledgie and his off-speed pitch is really keeping the Outlaws guessing at times.
Next pitch to Moyles, fastball down low for ball 2. If Clayton is able to get on, that'll bring up Casey Perriman and then Kendall Cummings. 2-2 on the way. Slow breaking ball, but he's jammed. Popped up to the shortstop. Seth Christensen makes his second grab of the inning, and the threat is over for Evanston. No runs on 1 hit, no errors. Evanston still in the lead, 5-4 in the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We're headed to the 5th after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
pass to the Evanston Recreation Center gets you so much more than a weight room. A pass also gives you access to the pool, hot tub, steam rooms, cardio room, cycling studio, shooting range, basketball court, and locker rooms with showers. Passes also let you attend drop-in fitness classes at no additional cost, including Zumba, yoga, cycling, water aerobics, and strength training classes. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Recreation Center. Payment plans available. Stop in today.
First pitch to Stephen Ashurst, inside and in the dirt for ball one. We're in the top of the fourth in a one-run game. Evanston leads it 5-4. Actually, top of the fifth, excuse me. Evanston leads it 5-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. The 0-1 misses, and 1-0 misses, and it's a ball two.
Gus got into some trouble with 3 straight balls to Ashurst the first time up, and then Ashurst kept alive and singled into right.
Next pitch, fastball down Front Street for strike one.
I like it. Front Street, where the radio station is.
No,
we're on Main
Street,
Street, aren't we?
Yeah. We'll mix it up.
Close.
Either way, it's down the center.
Yeah.
2-1, chopper right at the gap between first and second. Brendan Thompson can't run it down, and it's another base hit. 3 for 3 for the 176 hitting Stephen Ashurst.
Yeah, Coach Huggins has to be just, I don't know if tickled is the right word, but over the moon with the way Stephen Ashurst is hitting today. He came in hitting 176. He's got 2 singles and an RBI double.
Lucas Grayland, who's 0 for 2, comes in. A strikeout and a ground out to third. Infield at double play depth between Jagger Mitchell and Brendan Thompson, so that's what they're thinking. First pitch shows a bunt, and it's bunted foul behind the plate for strike one.
And he just got a little tip of that, I think, off the end of the bat.
Parker Bledgy, the pitcher, stands on deck. He is 1 for 2, a single, a walk, and a fly out to left field. Lucas Grayland still looking for his first hit of the day. The 0-1. Bunt placed beautifully right at Allred. Runner will advance to first, or to second. Clayton Moyles fires back to second, though. It looks like that Ashurst might have overrun second a little bit, but he'll be safe nonetheless.
He did overrun it a little bit, but quickly recognized his mistake and dove back in safe at the bag. Nice little bunt by Lucas Grayland. Got the job done. That's what Coach Huggins wanted him to do. Move the runner over.
Top of the fifth, and it's 1 down here on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston leads it 5-4. Now bring up Parker Bledgy. 1 for 2, a walk, a single, and a fly out to left field on his ledger today. As Bledgy pops this one high into center field, Fisher calls off everybody else, ranges over, makes the play, and throws it back in to hold the runner at second.
Outlaws outfield has switched things up. That's Kendall Cummings in center field. Fisher's moved to left, and Casey Perriman's in right. I just noticed that. Fisher lost some weight between innings. No, that's Kendall Cummings in center.
And Perriman now goes to right.
Right. Correct.
So they just switched it around. They didn't pull anyone out.
No, they didn't pull anybody out. Just moved spots in the outfield.
2 down here in the top of the fifth. Allred, first pitch outside to Mason Wright, the left-handed center fielder, for ball one.
And how big is that catch in center field?
Oh, that's
by
huge.
Bledgy, or by Cummings?
Allred checks the runner at second. And deals. Right down Main Street for strike one. Yeah, we're using that one.
You like that?
I like
down
that.
Main Street?
Yeah, I like that.
Flows
Main
well.
Street, Front Street.
Front Street. It's
we can
fewer
use all
syllables.
sorts of streets. We could
That's
use
right.
all sorts of streets for an Evanston.
Cheyenne Drive.
Cheyenne Drive, yeah.
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike to Mason Wright. And the delivery. Lined at the third baseline, but it goes well foul. That would have been trouble had it straightened out.
That ties the ball game if that stays fair, but luckily for Evanston, goes foul. Mason Wright, just 11 RBIs on the season, but he's got a .324 average, 24 runs scored, and he scored 1 today. So make it 25.
So he gets on, and when he gets on, he does damage. Right now, his bat needs to do the damage for Jackson as they trail 5-4 with 2 down in the top of the 5th. The 1-2 inside. Well, actually, he had to kind of do a little matrix move to get out of the way. 2 balls, 2 strikes. All red. Not even worrying about the runner at second. Knowing that if he gets this guy out at the plate, it doesn't matter. The 2-2. Line drive into right field. Beautiful catch by Casey Perriman, who makes the grab for out number 3. So, no runs on 1 hit, and the Outlaws hold their lead 5-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We're heading to the bottom of the 5th on a First Bengal Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
The Tire Professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you hear Plains Tire. We just want you to add to the list. Plains Tire, the tire professionals. Stop in today, 157 Bear River Drive.
Evanston will have the 6, 7, 8 spots due up. Casey Perriman, Kendall Cummings, and Brendan Thompson. They are a combined 1 for 3, 2 for 6.
The double by Perriman in the second inning, and then the RBI single by Brendan Thompson in the third.
Bottom of the 5th is where we're at. Evanston leads at 5-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Parker Bledgy goes out for inning number 5 of work. First pitch to Perriman. Inside for ball 1.
Perriman's first at bat, he ripped it over the head of Xander Witt in left field, and since then, Witt has played deep in left. He hasn't moved from that deep spot in left field.
Next pitch to Perriman, swing and a miss at a breaking ball. He thought it was going to be a lot faster than that as he was well in front of it.
And that's that off-speed stuff. Again, Bledgy, a real big difference from his fastball to his off-speed pitches. The timing just thrown off for Evanston.
1 ball, 1 strike to Casey Perriman. Breaking ball inside for ball 1. At least it looked inside from here.
I think a bit high, too, even with the against the 6'2" or so Casey Perriman.
The 2-1. Fastball outside, ball for ball 3. So 3 balls, 1 strike. Casey Perriman, do you give him the green light here, or do you tell him to hold?
I don't know, green light, I think, but the last 3 green lights, the Outlaws have tried to put too much on it, loaded up, and popped it up into the infield.
The 3-1. Popped up high, and this one will definitely go out of play.
The Outlaws are getting the pitches they like to see. We saw Jagger, Ryan, and Clayton all pop to the shortstop in the 4th, and then that pop up there luckily goes out of play, but they're seeing pitches they like and feel like they can drive, but I think they're just loading up too much and getting underneath them.
Parker Bledgy asked for a new ball, and the umpire will oblige. Kendall Cummings. No, I'm sorry, that is Connor Peterson standing on deck. So Kendall Cummings' day is over. He'll end with 2 strikeouts. Next pitch, swing and a miss, and down goes Casey Perriman.
And the breaking ball, again, just real slow. Perriman way out in front of it, had no chance.
So Peterson steps in now with a batting average of .271. This will be the first at-bat he's had in quite a while as he did not make the trip to Jackson. 1 down to Peterson. First pitch, fastball outside corner for strike 1.
Peterson on the season, 12 RBIs, 16 runs scored. He's walked just a couple times this season, 5 actually.
Perriman jammed and goes foul. Almost hits Brendan Thompson on the on-deck circle, but he's got the quick feet to move out of the way. No balls, 2 strikes to Connor. Brendan Thompson, who's 1 for 2 with an RBI single, stands on deck. Connor chops one right at the third baseman, fielded cleanly by Parkin. Throw to first is in time for out number 1.
And that took a chest-high hop at the right moment for Grant Parkin. I don't know if he read that it was going to take that big hop, but it was unfortunate for Peterson because it made it an easier play for Parkin.
Brendan Thompson, as we mentioned, 1 for 2 with an RBI single, steps in with nobody on and 2 down. 90 pitches thrown by Gus Allred, 88 thrown by Parker Bledgy, but he's only thrown a third of an inning less. Bledgy, first pitch to Thompson, outside zone for strike 1. Five to 4, Outlaws on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Elan off and Ryan Steineckert as another liner into center right field for Brendan Thompson, and he is now 2 for 3.
Good piece of hitting by Thompson. That on the outside half, and he saw Perriman go down on breaking balls swinging. He took that breaking ball the other direction, didn't try to do too much with it. And we've seen Bledgy work in that outside corner with his breaking balls, and Thompson smart, adapts, and takes it into right field.
Jordan Schneider, who's 1 for 2. He popped out to the shortstop in the second, but hit a massive double back in the third. Evanston, can they have another 2-out rally? First pitch to Schneider, swing and a miss for strike 1.
Again, that fastball by Bledgy. Maybe upper 70s, maybe. But the contrast from his off-speed pitches, tough to catch up to at times.
Bledgy sets the right-hander, checks the runner, delivers, swing and a miss for strike 2.
Boy, and he's just coming right after Schneider.
Schneider, not a bad hitter either. Comes in with an average of 333 and 10 RBIs. Pretty good for your number 9 guy.
Excellent for your number 9 guy. Very good for anybody.
The 0-2. Outside for ball 1. Tried to get him to chase, but Jordan said no.
Thompson a short lead at first.
Oh, the 1-2 misses. Close.
Yeah, that breaking ball just didn't quite drop enough.
How do you lay off that if you're Jordan Schneider?
Good eye.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Jordan. Bledgy sets at his face, agrees on the sign, delivers, and that one way up high. And after going down 0-2, Jordan Schneider has worked a full count.
Yeah, some good patience, the good eye, holding off and laying off a few pitches that were close. At least one that was close, I guess.
Bledgy sets the ball behind his back, throws back to first to check up on Thompson.
That throw over to first, as much as anything, just, hey, I'm aware of you, because Thompson's not taking a very big lead.
Thompson's not the man to steal the bases. He's the guy to bring them home from the bases. Full count, swing and a miss, and that ends the inning. So Jordan Schneider goes down swinging. So no runs on 1 hit, and it's a 1-run lead for Evanston as we head to the 6th inning. 5-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on the Big Dog on My Local Radio.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
When you want something custom built for your home, farm and ranch, vehicle, or trailer, it needs to be done with precision, be strong, and be affordable. Get all this and more when you work with the Steel Shop at Ellingford Brothers. You bring the plan or idea, and they'll make it a reality. The Steel Shop sells and installs vehicle accessories like bull bars, running boards, and bed liners. They also specialize in truck and trailer hitches as well. Get it built to last. Ellingford Brothers, 221 County Road in Evanston.
Business cards are a powerful and inexpensive way to promote the goods and services you offer. You can design your own cards or have the professionals at Westar Printing design your business cards. Now with same-day and next-day turnaround on all business card printing, you don't have to wait. Get your business cards today. Professional quality, inexpensive prices, and quick turnaround. Visit Westar Printing, 243 7th Street in Evanston, across from the library. Westar Printing, 307-789-5202.
Seth Christensen steps in to lead off the top of the 5th in a 5-4 lead for the Evanston Outlaws. First pitch to Christensen, swing and a miss at a breaking ball that just dropped like nobody's business for strike one.
That was about the same pitch that Christensen struck out on in the first, and it got away from Gross. Christensen ran down and made it safely to first base, but a just nasty curveball in the dirt.
Connor Lang sits on deck as the 0-1 right down the center for a beautiful strike one. Fastball just perfectly placed and just over-gassed Christensen.
Yeah, and he tried to check his swing. May have been a bit high, but he couldn't hold off.
The 0-2 outside for the first ball of the at-bat. We were talking about it during the break. Right now, Gus Allred has thrown 93 pitches. You can only throw 105, so he's got about 12 left in the rest of the game. But on the other side, only 9 more pitches for Parker Bledgy as they jam Christensen. Jagger Mitchell runs up from shortstop, makes the grab, and fires it over to first for out number 1. What a play by Jagger Mitchell.
He had to charge, and he's playing deep in the hole. He scooped that ball up on the fringe, the infield side of the grass. I mean, he had to come a long ways to get that, and then had to hurry his throw because of how close Christensen was getting to first base.
Action in the Giants' bullpen as the center fielder, Mason Wright, is up throwing in the pen right now. He was the last out, so he's not going to be batting at all. Connor Lang, who is 0 for 3, takes the first pitch right at Jagger Mitchell. It's off the end of his glove, and he reaches on an error for the second at-bat in a row.
The Outlaws' 6th defensive error of the game. They're fortunate to be on top 5-4 considering that many errors, and now they have to try to make up for that error against the number 5 hitter in the lineup.
Grant Parkin, who's 1 for 2. He bats .205 coming into this one. 10 more pitches left for Gus Allred. A good double play ball would be great right now.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
First pitch to Grant Parkin, the game winner in the Sunday matchup between Evanston. In the dirt, great stop by Reed Gross.
Yeah, and that's key, that stop by Gross, because it holds Lang at first and keeps the double play opportunity alive.
Also keeps the tying run over at first.
Mm-hmm.
1 ball, no strikes. Jams and pops him up high into shallow center field. Brendan Thompson loses track of the ball, and the runners advance.
Well, a tough one to find there, and just in no man's land where center fielder, right fielder, and second baseman converge, and none of them could get to it.
So the second error in a row on Evanston defense. I believe that's what they're going to score it.
We'll see, because nobody put a glove on it until it, after it had hit the ground.
Here's Aaron Moya, who is 1 for 1, a single, a walk, and a hit by pitch. Good day for him. He also hit a homer off of Ethan Buse on Sunday.
And they do score that an error on the Game Changer scorebook.
Runners on first and second with 1 down. First pitch down the center for strike 1.
That tying run now in scoring position, and the go-ahead run at first. A tough spot here for Gus Allred.
Allred looks in, agrees on the sign from Gross, sets, checks the runner at second, looks him again, takes the step and throws it. It's a ball in the dirt. Good stop by Reed Gross, holding the runners.
And great awareness by Gross. He just went to his knees and made himself as big a wall as he could to keep that ball in front. Because if he knows if he keeps it in front, the runners have to slow down or at least hesitate to advance.
1 ball, 1 strike to Aaron Moya. Chopped foul into the third base dugout. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Evanston would like to get this second out. Take the pressure off of Allred a little bit. He has reached pitch 100, so he's only got 5 more pitches left. No action in the Evanston bullpen as of right now. Allred checks the runner and delivers. Fouled off.
You mentioned no action in the Evanston bullpen. That indicates to me that Outlaws pitching coach is thinking of they bring somebody in who's already out playing defense right now once Gus gets to that max pitch count 105. Now also, if he's facing a batter, he can finish that at bat and go over the 105 pitch count.
We're at 101 right now on 1 ball, 2 strikes to Aaron Moya. The pitch. Jammed him, popped up high in the infield. Clayton Moyles comes up from first and makes the grab for out number 2.
Gotta love that communication from the infield because Gus had a chance to get to that play. Allred did from the pitcher's mound, but Clayton Moyles called him off. I got it, my ball. Made sure to communicate clear and made the play.
Xander Witt 0 for 2 as he steps in. He's got a strikeout, a line out to shortstop, and a sac fly. Big moment here. First pitch to Witt. Swing and a miss for strike 1. If Allred can get out of this inning, this will be probably the last batter he faces.
Mostly, yeah. This will be, unless he can. I mean, he'd have to get him on the next pitch to face one more batter. But with that high heat, Witt had no chance to catch up to it. I'd go another fastball here.
Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Actually, that was a fastball. My eyes took a minute to adjust to that one. 4 strike 2, and that's pitch 104. Here comes pitch 105.
Yeah. And now you have to wonder, do you go to the well again? We'll see what the Outlaws do with this pitch.
0-2. Just misses outside for ball 1.
Breaking ball just off the corner. Got to retire this batter. Outlaws is leading by 1, 5-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
And we're in the top of the 6th inning. Allred sets, checks the runner. And second, and here it comes. Swing and a miss, and Gus Allred clears out the 6th inning without allowing a run to score from scoring position. It's still 5-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We're headed for the bottom of the 6th. Evanston needs some insurance runs as they lead it by 1 on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
A pass to the Evanston Rec Center gives you access to 3 amazing weight rooms. As a serious weightlifter, you can accomplish all your goals of bulking and maximizing with our complete lines of Precor, Hoist, and Troy free weight equipment. If your weightlifting is more focused on firming, toning, core, and muscle strength, then you'll enjoy the Cybex equipment weight room. Don't wait another minute to reach your weight training goals. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Rec Center. Stop in today, 275 Saddle Ridge Road.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on mylocalradio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit mylocalradio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now. Evanston needs some insurance runs here as they lead it 5-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. ELAN OLLIFF and Ryan STEINECKERT bringing you the action live from Ross Kesterson Field. And Ryan, we said that we had a night of close games, and the first one has definitely proven to live up to that hype.
Goodness, it sure has. And when you look at the score box, this is going to be one Evanston will want to forget. 6 errors in the game. Somehow they still lead 5-4. That's not usually a recipe for success, but they've done enough with the bats, and the defense has been good enough. Plus, give some credit to Gus Allred on the mound. He's had a pretty good day.
The 1-2-3 batters due up for Evanston. That's where Reed Gross, who is 0 for 3, Jagger Mitchell, who is 1 for 2, and Ryan Fisher, who is 1 for 3. Reed steps into the right-handed batter's box to face Parker Bledgy, who will only be able to pitch at around 8 pitches now.
Yeah, he's at 97.
The 0-1 swing and a miss for strike 2.
Gross has struggled to find the timing against Bledgy. He's 0 for 3, due for a hit. He's hit .309 on this season.
If you're Reed Gross and you're one of those patient batters, do you try to just work this pitch count up as much as you can to get to a new pitcher as soon as possible?
Yeah, you might, and that helps you. I don't know if that helps your team how much, because it's always tough with a fresh arm. Then you have to figure out the timing with that next pitcher.
2 balls, 1 strike to Gross. He lines one right at the gap between second and third. You said he's due for a hit, and he listens as he leads off the bottom of the 5th with a single.
And we can talk all day about, well, do you work pitches and do try get that pitch count high? I think the best argument, get a base hit, get on base, and that's what Gross does.
Jagger Mitchell will come in as Parker Bledgy has thrown 100 pitches. We'll see how far he goes with Mitchell. Ryan Fisher sits on deck. Mitchell with a double already off of Bledgy. You got to wonder if that arm is tired, if he throws a fastball that hangs up there as he throws back to first to check up on Reed.
Jagger's problem, I mean, he walked in his first at-bat, the double in the second, popped out to short in the fourth. As Bledgy throws again to first, his problem in that fourth inning was that I think he tried to just put too much on it, loaded up and popped it up.
Bledgy checks the runner at first and delivers. Jagger fouls it right towards Coach Thompson, who just kind of does a slick little move my head out of the way type move.
He didn't want the coaching error on that play. He just says, I'll let that one go by. That was a sharply hit. I mean, look, the Jackson kid out of the dugout has to go all the way down to the left field fence, 320 feet, to retrieve that ball.
Kason Smith warming up in the bullpen for the Evanston Outlaws right now, so he will probably go on to try to go 3 for 3 for saves, as he's currently 2 for 2. Jagger, line one beautifully right past the third baseman, and that's going to just be a single as Evanston goes station to station. After the leadoff single by Reed Gross, Jagger follows it up by lining one right at the third baseman. Third baseman Grant Parkin almost was able to snag that one.
Almost. It just skipped past him. Sorry if I interrupted you.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that in a different situation, I think Reed could have made third base. But in this situation, with no outs especially, you play it conservative, play it safe, stay at second, especially where you're at in the batting order as well.
Now you can possibly set Ryan Fisher up for a second big hit of the night. He's got a double. A double here would help out Evanston. Reed Gross headed for third. Throw is way high, but somehow, some way, Grant Parkin made a leaping catch. Didn't apply the tag, but that one looked like it was sailing. Parkin read that one beautifully.
He's got some hops. I don't know if he plays for Coach. I guess Coach Huggins is the girls' basketball coach at Jackson, isn't he? But, boy, Parkin got up high. I guess Reed thought, you know what, I want to get to third base. I'm going.
Jagger also on second, so it's a double steal lined right up the center. Seth Christensen bobbles the ball. Reed Gross is going to score on the play. But Christensen does recover to make the throw, and it's a fielder's choice for 3.
And it was interesting. Christensen and Lang, the shortstop and second baseman, were playing in tight to try and cut off the run. But because Christensen bobbled it, that allowed Gross to score Jagger to third, and the Outlaws up 6-4.
Our broadcast brought to you tonight in part by Superior Rental in the Gunroom at 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. They have a full line of Cub Cadet outdoor power equipment in stock and ready to take home today. Great discounts and easy financing. Take home a pressure washer, trimmers, tillers, mowers, including the zero-turn mowers. They also have a mechanic on staff, so whenever you pick up the equipment for your job, you will know it is in working order and you are ready to go. That's the Superior Rental and the Gunroom at 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. Our broadcast also brought to you in part by MyLocalRadio.com. Local radio just for you. Local and regional news, weather, job listing, giveaways, and contests. And as you can see on MyLocalRadio.com at this moment, live regional sports, whether it be Evanston Outlaws, Evanston Red Devils, Rich Rebels over in Rich County, Utah, Lyman Eagles, Mountain View Buffaloes. And we also have Preston and Westside Idaho coverage as well during the school year. Going to be a really fun sports school year this season.
Yeah, knock on wood, hoping that it happens. I know Dr. Anthony Fauci today said, look, if we want to get, quote-unquote, back to normal, the new normal may be just social distance, wear a mask, and go do your thing. He said we can have sports. The NBA can play games, but, with some social distancing and wear the mask. So hopefully we can get a fall sports, sports this coming school year in high school.
Mason Wright, number 11, the left-hander warming up for the Jackson Giants. Mason comes in here with 2 innings pitched, 1 game, no record. He's got 1 strikeout, 3 walks, 1 hit, 2 runs, and they're both earned, combined for a 7 ERA.
Now you can't close the book, obviously, on Parker Bledgy. He's going to have to account for Jagger Mitchell there at third base. But so far, Bledgy with, 5 1/3 innings pitched?
Yep.
And he's given up a bunch of hits, 11 hits to the Outlaws. Of course, the 6 runs.
According to Game Changer, it's 5 They have him at 5 in a third innings pitch, 6 hits, 4 runs, 2 of them earned, 5 strikeouts. Or sorry, I'm reading Gus Allred's stat line.
Yeah.
4 in a third innings pitch, 8 hits, 5 runs, 2 of them earned, 6 strikeouts, and 1 walk.
Okay.
According to Game Changer, the official stats for, I guess you could say, AA Wyoming American Legion Baseball.
So Bledgy moves to second. Mason Wright comes in from center and onto the mound, and then Connor Lang, who was at second, moves out to center.
Mason Wright will face the left-handed batting Gus Allred.
And Wright, a southpaw, so it's lefty on lefty.
First pitch misses for ball 1.
And again, the infield playing in tight, inside the base paths to try and cut off another run. They don't want to let this become a 3-run ball game.
Evanston currently leads 6-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, trying to get the hitting when they need it the most. 2 balls, no strikes to Gus Allred. Gus, last time up, he hit a triple. Before that, he's popped out to the pitcher and hit a single. 2 for 3 night for Gus Allred. Next pitch down low, and it's 3 balls, no strikes. We read the pitching stats on Mason Wright. He's only got, let me double check this.
2 innings pitched, you said?
Yeah, 2 innings pitched with 1 strikeout and 3 walks as the ball is down on the dirt. Sliding head first is Jagger Mitchell, and he'll score on the error.
I think we'd mark that as a pass ball. Moya just didn't get his glove on it cleanly. Gus Allred walks, and Jagger Mitchell scores. And Evanston with a 3-run lead, even though, again, that defense, 2 straight batters they've played in to cut off the run and haven't been able to execute.
Only 1 down, Evanston, hoping to break this game open. Here is the 9th batter of the – actually, nope, I did that wrong. I apologize. This is the 5th batter of the inning in Clayton Moyles. Runner on first in the form of Gus Allred. 1 down. First pitch to Moyles outside, ball 1.
So we can close the book on Parker Bledgy. 5 1/3 innings, 11 hits, 7 runs, 4 of them earned, 1 walk, 7 Ks, 7 strikeouts.
The 2-0 misses, so 2 balls, 1 strike. Evanston starting to pad that lead a little bit and helping. And it's now no longer a save opportunity. It's now just mop-up duty for Casey Smith. The 0-2 in the zone for strike 1.
And Coach Huggins of Jackson has already sent another man into the bullpen. Bridger Hammond over there warming up, a right-handed number 14.
Probably warming him up to face Casey Perriman. Throw back to first. Interesting pickoff move there. He takes his leg, kind of stretched it towards first.
Yeah, and a slow, deliberate. I bet he's got a quicker pickoff move if he wants to.
Gus Allred over on first. 1 down, 2 balls, 1 strike to Clayton Moyles. Bottom of the 6th, Evanston has stretched the lead. Allred digging for second, slides, and he will steal second, no problem. It's funny, the first thought I had was, he's not moving very, very fast here.
But Gus easily gets in safe at second base, and the Outlaws becoming aggressive here, running the base paths in this this home half of the 6th inning.
Well, they watched a 8-run lead evaporate in Jackson on Sunday, so they don't care about being nice at this point.
No, and with that in mind, they want as much of a lead as they can get so that doesn't happen again.
Aaron Moya goes up and talks with Mason Wright, while Kason Smith is not throwing in the dugout anymore, so we'll see if he's just ready to come in or...
He may be. We do know Gus is done because he exceeded he got to that maximum pitch count.
He stands over on second after stealing second. 1 down. A base hit would probably score him from Clayton Moyles. Here it comes. Missed, and Clayton Moyles walks. Back-to-back walks by the new pitcher.
Boy, and that's not what you want to see from a relief pitcher. He comes in and issues a 4-pitch walk and then a 5-pitch walk to the first 2 batters he sees.
That'll set up Casey Perriman. He struck out last time up. Runners on first and second. Allred on second. Moyles on first. First pitch to Perriman. Inside for ball 1. After this, we're going to take a break. Keep it right here on this stream. We'll have game 2, but we will take a break. We'll put the pregame screen back up, as it looks like that's going to be the end of the night for Mason Wright. We'll see. As that's not Coach Huggins going out there. That's the pitching coach. So maybe just a little pep talk.
Yeah, I think this is hey, we got to throw strikes, son. If you can't throw strikes, I got to pull you out, because he's delivered, 4, 9, 10 pitches all out of the strike zone, except for 1 out of the strike zone.
Looking at his stats again, though, he's got 1 strikeout to 3 walks before this appearance.
Yeah.
So it's one of those deals where this is something that that has been probably a bit of an issue for Wright. But tell you what, on the base paths, though, he's been very effective. 324 coming into this game with 11 RBIs.
Yeah, and today, not a lot of hits. He was robbed once in the 5th inning by a line drive he hit into right field, but in the 4th, reached on an error, scored a run. He's 0 for 4, but still finding a way to produce with that run scored. There's a long chat there on the mound.
This might be one of those, how are you feeling about it? Do you want to
right?
Do you want to come in or out?
Well, it might even just be, hey, guys, where do you think we should go for dinner tonight? After the game, let's think about what's open. Because in some of these situations, you just want somebody to settle down, not worry so much, not stress so much about what's happening in the game, and just relax a little bit. And maybe that's the case. And a real good pitching coach can recognize, in different pitchers, what does he need right now? And for Mason Wright, that could be hey, Mason, how was lunch? You wishing you had Burger King instead of McDonald's? I mean, who knows?
Our broadcast brought to you in part today by Union Wireless on 148 Front Street in Evanston. Treating you like a neighbor, not a number. Visit unionwireless.com.
Speaking of burgers, I can smell the burgers in the concession stand below us.
They make some good burgers down
They
there.
do. If you're not here yet, get the double cheeseburger. It's delicious.
And then bring Ryan one.
Yeah, bring one upstairs.
1 ball, no strikes to Casey Perriman after the chat. First pitch to Perriman. Outside, that's a wild pitch. And that will move the runners from first to second and third.
Yeah, no question there. That one not even close. And the wild pitch. So Perriman's got a good count here, 2-0. He's got runners on second and third. He sent Xander Witt to the fence in the 2nd inning with a double that hit off the fence, no bounce. And so certainly Perriman with a good opportunity here. Again, the defense playing in to cut off the run.
If he hits that ball, even if it lands in Xander Witt's glove, with only 1 out, the sacrifice is in play. Swing, and it looks like he got a piece of it for strike 1.
Little foul tip. But Perriman, he's got to be smart here because he doesn't need to crush it. He just needs to tap it past the infield. And if that means a little blooper into shallow center field, so be it.
There's an awful lot of real estate in center right or center left as he swings and misses at strike 2. I mean, look at that gap between Connor Lang and Xander Witt.
Yeah, big gap in left center. Wright has gone with a fastball those last 2 pitches. He was struggling to find the zone with a breaking pitch and seems to have found it with those last 2.
That first one completely fooled Casey. He was out in front of it. And this one, kind of a similar situation. The 2-2. Popped up high into shallow center field. It will drop past the glove of second baseman Parker Bledgy. And now they're just going to settle for it until the throw goes past Aaron Moya. And Gus Allred scores. And we talked about it at the beginning of the game. Moya, not the usual catcher. Do you think that might be showing up a little bit right here?
It could be. The throw from center field was off target, and frankly, I'm not sure why they threw into home. I think it was Connor Lang, the center fielder, came in after Bledgy couldn't get to that ball. And if Bledgy's playing his normal spot at second base, it's an easy catch. But because he's playing in tight to cut off the run, ends up in what I've got as a single.
Let's see what. Knowing the way Game Changer's been scoring, it could be just a error.
I'll check the scorebook now, but either way, it scores another run because of an error and just not a good decision to throw home there and then misfiring on the throw.
Connor Peterson takes the first one for a ball. Here comes the 1-0 line drive into center. Beautiful contact by Connor. They're waving around 1 run. Here comes the second slide head first. Casey Perriman, a 2-run RBI single by Connor Peterson. Welcome back. We missed you.
Oh, Connor Peterson, that was big. A 2-run Is that a single? Yep, he stays at first base, and that scores a couple. That really pads the lead for Evanston. A 5-4 ball game coming into this bottom of the 6th, and boy, Evanston bats have come alive. 5 runs.
Coach Jason Huggins comes out and grabs his left-hander, and they're going to bring in Bridger Hammond. They're going to send Mason Wright running out to – where are they going to put him?
He might be just going back out to center field. A short day of work for Mason Wright. He's still on the hook for the guy at first base, Connor Peterson. Another candidate for the McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play, that RBI or 2-run single that breaks things open and puts Evanston up by 6.
Well, Evanston not going to take this team lightly. As we mentioned, they saw a 10-3 lead evaporate on them against this team just 48 hours ago. I was about to say just a few days ago, and then I realized we've only been home one day since that happened. And,
that was over the course of, what, 3-4 innings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
they got to be feeling better about it right now than they did at that point, because we're looking at, Evanston, once this 6th inning ends, we move to the top of the 7th, they get 3 outs, game over.
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
But got to be feeling comfortable with this lead.
Yes. And
Maybe not comfortable, but confident. That's a better word, because you're never comfortable until you get that final out.
And we'll see if that changes the pitching strategy. I mean, now you can put out someone who can trade an out for a run instead of your lights-out closer to possibly save him for a big game tonight if that becomes closer.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things that, this pitching staff, the coaches of this Evanston pitching staff, they're excellent at the strategy. And they're thinking, okay, if we bring, say, Kasem Smith in for this 7th inning, if he goes under 30 pitches, we could still bring him in again in the second game. And if he goes under 30 total, he can pitch tomorrow. So they'll be very aware of that strategy, those chess moves, so to speak.
Bridger Hammond. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, what have we got on Bridger Hammond?
Right now, Bridger Hammond, he's pitched 6 1/3 innings pitched in 4 games, no record, 2 strikeouts and 6 walks, 14 hits, 13 runs scored, 12 of them earned with a 13.27 ERA. And that'll set up the man who's had a day, the 2 for 3, Brendan Thompson.
A couple of singles, an RBI, and a run scored. Hammond doesn't look like he has a lot of velocity, just watching him warm up. Maybe he's been saving something, but his off-speed, he's got a lot of movement on his breaking ball.
Hammond strikes you as kind of one of those finesse pitchers as he delivers the first one up high. He's kind of got that little delivery that reminds me of Madison Bumgarner with the full arm kind of extension kind of over the top.
And then a kind of a hitch as it comes over, and the timing just makes it look funny and difficult.
0-1. Barely misses for ball 2.
Well, and Jackson's in the mode right now. We just got to get out of this inning. For Evanston, they're looking to keep scoring some runs. A man on first with 1 out.
Jordan Schneider on deck. Brendan Thompson at bat in a 2-0 count. And Connor Peterson with a prime candidate, the Dr. McKay Franklin Precision Play of the game. A 2-run RBI single standing on first.
Bridger Hammond came in off the bench. Parker Bledgy stays at second. Mason Wright moved back to left, and Connor Lang is out.
Hammond delivers the 0-2 in the zone for strike 1. So 2 balls, 1 strike.
I don't know if that pitch even broke 50 miles an hour. I mean, it just barely came in, so slow. But again, it's just that slow velocity. It's a different speed, so you got to adjust, and that's a big adjustment from Mason Wright.
So Mason Wright goes back to center, right?
Yep. Oh, way over the top.
And that one, a wild pitch. That will move Connor Peterson over to second. All right, so let me get this straight. Mason Wright over to center. Connor Lang is done for the day. And Parker, so that's basically it. They just switch Wright and Lang.
Right, because Bledgy was already at second.
Yep.
So Lang goes out, Hammond comes in, and Wright moves to center.
3 balls, 1 strike to Brendan Thompson from Bridger Hammond. The delivery. And that's a walk, 5-pitch walk for Brendan Thompson. So he will be 4 for 4 when it comes to getting on base.
Yeah, that's a pretty good day. The RBI, the 2 singles, so it reached on an error and a walk. And the 2 relief pitchers that have come in for Parker Bledgy for the Jackson Giants, look, Wright came in, walked the first 2 batters he's faced. Hammond comes in, walks the first he faces.
First one to Jordan Schneider up high for ball 1. Bottom of the 6th, it was a 5-4 bottom of the 6th, 5-4 ball game heading into this one. And Evanston has poured it on with 5 runs here in the bottom of the 6th frame. Swing and a miss by Jordan Schneider for strike 1.
On deck, Reed Gross, he led the inning off, singled and scored. And, boy, this is the 9th batter of this inning.
Evanston going to be pitching to get 3 outs before giving up 6 runs. As Schneider fouls off the 1-1 delivery.
Well, this felt like such a close game. It was a close game for the first 5.5 innings, but Outlaws have broken it wide open.
Ultimately, what happened was they worked Parker Bledgy enough to get him out of the game, and now they can take advantage of the bullpen. Hammond, the 1-2 outside for ball 2. I mean, it's one of those deals where Parker Bledgy, if you look at the ERA, he's their number 1 guy.
Yeah.
By far, that's here. Quentin Bruno's pitched 18 1/3 innings with a sub-2 ERA as Schneider pops one up into center field, and it drops. A miscommunication, it looks like, between Seth Christensen and Mason Wright. Throw to third is... Well, it looked like one umpire was about to call him out. The other one called him safe. We've got kind of a bit of a Seattle versus Green Bay situation going on here.
I got to think he's out. There's a force at third base. And that's why Mason Wright threw there. With 1 out, the Outlaws were tagging up, not knowing if the ball would be caught.
And I think that was actually Coach Thompson who said, "Run back to the dugout, young man." So on the force out, Connor Peterson goes down, and Jordan Schneider reaches on a fielder's choice. Reed Gross, who led off the inning, as you said, with a single, steps in. So we are at batter number 10 for this inning. Evanston has exploded for 6 runs. 5, sorry. They lead by 6.
There you go, 10-4. And what was a close game. Jackson took a 1-0 lead in the first. Evanston took the lead with 4 runs in the second.
And has been actually looked back.
Right.
Like they've been matching Jackson when they need to, as Cross barely misses one across the third base line. I mean, it's one of those deals where you look at how close this was, and Jackson's only lead was coming out of that first inning. Evanston put together 4 runs, in the second, a run in the third to kind of keep pace with Jackson. Now has exploded here in the bottom of the 6th. Swing and a miss, and Gross goes down. So the inning ends with the man who started it. A bunch of runs on a bunch of hits. Evanston leads 10-4 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. 3 outs away from going 3-0 in conference play in the Wyoming AA West on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN and MyLocalRadio.com.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
At beautiful Bear Lake, skiing, snowmobiling, sailing, and swimming are just some of the fun activities offered to recreationists. The Greater Bear Lake Valley offers prime hunting and fishing areas, whether it's trout fishing in the streams or ice fishing for Cisco on the lake, hunting deer or seeking elk along the high mountain ridges. The scenic corner of Utah and Idaho offers outdoor recreation and historical interests away from crowds and high prices. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
Kason Smith comes on right now. He is the guy coming out of the bullpen for the Evanston Outlaws, as he is 2 for 2 in save opportunities. Now that Evanston is up by 6 runs, this isn't a save opportunity, but not officially, but you look at the chance to make it a quote-unquote save opportunity to keep yourself 3-0 in conference play.
Well, close the book on a couple of guys. Number 1 is Mason Wright. Not a good outing for him. He came in relief, went no innings, allowed 1 hit, 3 runs, 2 earned, walked 2. And also for Gus Allred, the final stats for his day, 6 innings pitched, allowed 6 hits, 4 runs, 2 of those earned, walked 4, struck out 6, and hit 1 batsman, and he's in line for the win.
Waiting for Game Changer to update so I can find out who is in right field, as Gus Allred has gone to first base.
That looks like Clayton Moyles.
I believe so. That means so Casey Perriman came out? No, so we've got
Casey's in left.
Casey's in.
That's Casey in left.
Yeah, that's Casey in left. There we go. Oh.
And Fisher's done, I think. So Connor Peterson in center.
Anyway, first pitch to the leadoff man, Stephen Ashurst, who's
hit
3 for 3, gets hit by a pitch. So he's going to have a really good first game.
So just to reset, Kason Smith on the mound, Reed Gross behind the dish, and then you got Gus at first, Brendan at second, Jagger at short, Jordan at third. Or no, that's Fisher at third, isn't it? And then outfield, left to right, Casey Perriman, Connor Peterson, Clayton Moyles.
Throw back to first by Kason Smith. He's back in time. Kason's kind of got an intimidating presence out there. He's not the biggest, tallest guy, but he's strong. He's got that kind of American flag tattoo on his shoulder. The long brown hair, kind of what you want out of your closer.
Yeah, and he's a smart ball player, and he's just got a confidence about him that, like you say, is a bit intimidating.
First pitch gets in there for strike 1 to Lucas Grayland. Throw back to first to check up on Stephen Ashurst. So no balls, 1 strike to Lucas Grayland. He is 0 for 2. A strikeout, a ground out to third, and a sacrifice bunt. Evanston 3 outs away from getting out of here with a win. Ball is stopped by Reed Gross in the dirt. He actually lost track of it, kind of did a circle looking for it when it was at his feet. But everybody else decides to stay put. Coming into this game, Jackson had a 4-game winning streak. That looks in jeopardy at this point, and Evanston looking to get back in the win column after a 2-game losing streak. For next pitch, inside and high for ball 2.
Kason just needs to relax here and not worry about the score or the runners and just focus on the batters, get a couple outs, and move on.
Kason Smith, one of the slower working pitchers on the Evanston team.
Yeah, he and Ethan Purple Shoes Buse work pretty more deliberate pace.
Pitch, hits him in the shoulder. That is the second straight hit batsman for Kason Smith.
And that's a 10-4 lead. The comfort level drops a little bit with the first two batters getting on base.
That'll bring up Parker Bledgy. He's got a single, and he's flown out to center and left, as well as worked the walk. Brendan Thompson comes out there to talk with Kason.
And this has got to be just say, calm down, don't worry about it, throw strikes.
You know what he's asking? He's asking what Jimmy John sandwich you want to get.
That's right. The number 9 with hot peppers, of course.
More on that later.
You wonder if he likes the Jimmy mustard. Have you tried that?
I have not.
I'm not big on spicy mustard, but my wife loves the Jimmy mustard.
First pitch to Parker Bledgy misses for ball 1. Runners on first and second after 2 straight hit batsmen. Stephen Ashurst took one, and then Lucas Grayland right on the elbow, or the shoulder. 1 ball, no strikes to Bledgy. That one finds the zone. Good little cutter there for strike 1.
Outside corner there. Gus Allred playing in tight at first, inside the bag. With runners on first and second, no outs.
2-1 outside, or 1-1 outside becomes 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Good stab by Gross. If he doesn't get that, runners advance for sure.
Parker Bledgy, 1 for 3 with a single that led off the game, but since then it's been pretty quiet for him. Smith sets and delivers. Down the center, 4 strike 2.
Well, if you're not down here at Ross Kesterson Field right now, get here. It's a light breeze at this point, 78, 79 degrees. You got some shade if you want to sit here in front of the concession stand or up on the hill. It's about perfect for a ball game.
Ross Kesterson Field, one of the more remarkable sights here in the state of Wyoming with that that berm that goes all the way around the field. It's almost like a built-in bleachers.
It really is, and if you look at if you could see the bleachers, no, you can't on the video stream. Not a lot of folks there, but most of the fans are up on the grass enjoying a lawn chair or a blanket.
I will say this is the most social distancing friendly ballpark in the state.
It really is.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Parker Bledgy. With nobody down, that one high, Bledgy has to get out of the way to avoid ringing the helmet.
And
3 balls, 2 strikes.
That hill behind first base dugout here at Ross Kesterson, packed. I mean, I don't know how packed, I can't say, but plenty of folks up there watching tonight's game.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Bledgy. Fly ball into left field, back, and that one is over his head. This is going to score 1 run. Digging for third is Grayland. So Ashurst scores a run for the first time in the game, and an RBI double.
Boy, and Bledgy hit that about the same spot that Perriman hit one in the second inning. Bledgy's not quite as deep, bounced once and onto the fence. Perriman got turned around trying to get back to it.
Mason Wright. He's on, and let's see if down by 5, Evanston still would lead even if he hit a bomb right here. Ten to 5 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the 7th inning, Evanston leads. Smith, first pitch down Front Street for strike 1.
Still no outs here, and the lead has gone from 7 down to 5.
The 0-1 from Smith. Righty versus lefty. Swing and a miss at some high heat for strike 2.
Mason Wright was trying to make it a 2-run ball game with 1 swing. He was swinging for the fence in right field. Healthy cut.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Mason Wright goes down, and that's out number 1. Seth Christensen, who is 0 for 4. 2 strikeouts and 2 groundouts to shortstop.
Yep. And going back to that last pitch, Wright not looking for the fastball, and Smith just blew it past him high and outside.
And that was 3 straight fastballs, which we were actually talking about that with Gus Allred as Christensen pops this one foul into the outlaw dugout. Anyway, we were talking about that. Remember, Gus Allred did 2 fastballs and then a breaking ball to set up the fastball. You said not a lot of people have the guts to go 3 straight fastballs, and that's exactly what Kaysen does.
Yeah, and Gus did that against Xander Witt, threw 2 fastballs past him, then threw a breaking ball just to set up that 3rd fastball that struck him out swinging.
Seth Christensen with runners in scoring position. The 0-1 misses to even up the count at 1. After Christensen, it will be Connor Lang. 1 down with runners in scoring position. That's Parker Bledgy after the double, and Lucas Grayland, who got on due to a hit by pitch as Christensen fouls off the 1-1 offering. 1 ball, 2 strikes here at Ross Kesterson Field. Evanston leads on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, top of the 7th, 10 to 5, trying to get out of this one and set up for game 2. The pitch. Outside for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Seth Christensen, you mentioned 0 for 4, but he's a dangerous hitter. He's, I think, 2nd on the team with 18 RBIs and a .296 average.
Smith, the 2-2. Swing and a miss, and a 2nd strikeout swinging in a row, and now Evanston is 1 away from taking game 1 of this 3-game series.
Well, you can't be more pleased with the way Smith has come back against these last 2 batters. He hits his first 2, and then Bledgy doubles, but then 2 straight strikeouts, and he's in a good spot.
That makes Christensen 0 for 5 on the game. Connor Lang, he is 0 for 4 as well. A strikeout, fly out to right field, and then reached on an error on the left fielder and an error on the shortstop. The pitch. Liner at the gap between 2nd and 3rd. That's going to score 1 run. Throw by Casey Perriman into Reed Gross to hold the runner at 3rd. Great play there by Perriman.
Lang does the job that he needed. He stepped up to do. Gets a single into left field, an RBI. and it brings Jackson 1 run closer. But a good job by Perriman coming up, gunning for home. That holds Bledgy at third.
Grant Parkin, he is 1 for 3, reached on an error twice, and has a single. Brendan Thompson just comes out to Smith for the second time this inning, probably just saying, hey, we got 2. Let us get you the third one so we can get out of here, go 3-0 in conference play.
Try maybe saying let's keep it low in the strike zone, try to get a ground ball kind of a situation, and get this final out and the win.
Reed Gross called the timeout right before that pitch was delivered. He must have saw something he wasn't liking.
Yeah. Maybe just discussing that runner at first and the runner at third and any kind of pickoff or move if Lang tries to steal second.
First pitch to Grant Parkin is Kason Smith hits his spot for strike 1. 2 down here in the top of the 7th. Evanston with a 4-run lead trying to get out of here after exploding for 5 runs in the bottom of the 6th. Swing and a miss for strike 2, and Jackson down to their final strike. Grant Parkin walked in the first inning, reached on an error in the 3rd, singled in the 4th, and reached on an error in the 6th.
Kason Smith coming in had 7 strikeouts in 10 1/3 innings. He's got 2 in this.
Chopper right at third baseman. Fisher, he eyes to first, and that's the game. Final score, 10-6. Evanston victorious in Game 1 of this 2-game night in this 3-game series and improved to 3-0 in conference play. We're going to step aside. Your final score, the Evanston Outlaws 10, the Jackson Giants 6 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll be right back with our Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
It is time for your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap, brought to you by Jimmy John's on 113 Front Street in Evanston. We're fast in fresh meat. Will the Jackson Giants beat Evanston 12-11 in a walk-off win in their own home stadium back on Sunday, part of the Teton Classic that took place over the July 4th weekend? They wanted to upset Evanston on their own. We'll see how that went. Parker Bledgy leads off the game with a single. He comes around to score, and it's 1-0 going into the second inning. Evanston would go quietly in the first, but not in the second. They would score 4 runs in the second and would not look back. They'd put up 1 more in the third. However, Jackson would respond with 2 runs in the third and 1 run in the fourth, making it a 1-run game going into the 6th inning. Jackson would not be able to put up anything thanks to great pitching by Gus Allred, but Evanston, boy, would they prove that they could. 5 runs scored on 3 hits, and that makes it 10-5 going into the final inning. Evanston just needs 3 outs from Kason Smith. They get 3 outs while giving up 1 run. Final score, Outlaws win it on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, 10-6, and that is your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap, brought to you by Jimmy John's on 113 Front Street in Evanston, where they spend 6 hours daily slicing all natural meats and fresh produce for your 30-second sandwich. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll have our post-game stat report as well as your Dr. McKay Franklin precision play of the game. Boy, we got some options to choose from after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
You're invited to come in and visit with the team at Cache Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley today. Our customers are our friends. If you haven't ever been in, stop in today. We'd love to get to know you. If you haven't been in for a while, stop in and let's get caught up. And if you were here yesterday, come back again soon. You always have an open invitation to visit the crew at Cash Honda Yamaha, where our customers are our friends, on US 91 between Logan and Smithfield.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
Welcome back to this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN 99.1 with live video online at mylocalradio.com. It's time for your post-game stat report. And Ryan, why don't you go ahead and give us the batting stats and the pitching stats for our batting stats for Evanston and then pitching stats for Jackson, if you could.
All right. So Reed Gross went 1 for 5, 2 runs. Are you talking about individual or the team?
Individual.
Yeah, Gross 1 for 5, scored twice. Jagger Mitchell 2 for 3, 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored. Ryan Fisher 1 for 4 with an RBI. Gus Allred goes 2 for 3, scores a run. Clayton Moyles went 1 for 3 with 2 RBIs. Casey Perriman, or 2 runs scored rather. Casey Perriman 1 for 4 with 2 runs as well. Kendall Cummings 0 for 2, and then Connor Peterson came in, went 1 for 2 with a couple of RBIs. Brandon Thompson 2 for 3, a run scored and an RBI. And Jordan Schneider 1 for 4 with no runs and no RBIs. Pitching for the Jackson Giants, Parker Bledgy goes 5 1/3, takes the loss. He allowed 7 runs, 4 of those earned, struck out 7, and allowed 11 hits. Mason Wright allowed 3 runs, 2 of them earned. And then I thought I had it. Also came in to pitch was Bridger Hammond, and he went, 2/3 of an inning?
Yeah.
And struck out 1, walked 1, allowed no runs.
And my stat keeping thing is taking forever, so why don't you go ahead and give us the rest of them as well.
Yeah, sure. Individually for the Jackson Giants, Parker Bledgy goes 2 for 4, a run and an RBI. Mason Wright 0 for 5, but scored a run after he reached on an error. Seth Christensen 0 for 5. Connor Lang 1 for 5 with an RBI. Grant Parkin 1 for 4 with a run scored. Aaron Moya 1 for 2 with a run and an RBI. Xander Witt 0 for 3, but had an RBI on a sac fly. Stephen Ashton, boy, what a day for him. Came in hitting 176, but he goes 3 for 3 with a run scored and an RBI. And then Lucas Grayland 0 for 2 with 1 run scored.
And pitching for Evanston, we've got Gus Allred goes 6 innings pitched with 6 hits, 4 runs, only 2 of them earned, 6 strikeouts, and 4 walks. Kason Smith gets 1 inning of relief, 2 hits, 2 runs. They're both earned and 2 strikeouts. Allred gets the win, and as you mentioned, Parker Bledgy has to take the loss. For Gus Allred, it will be his, I think, 4th win of the season. Looking that up right now. Yeah, 4th win of the season. For Parker, though, it will be loss number 4 as well. It's time for our Dr. McKay Frankum Precision Play of the Game, brought to you by Dr. McKay Frankum Family Dentistry on 170 Arrowhead Drive, number 1. Dental care at reasonable rates for the whole family. And when you talk about precision play of the game, we've got a few to choose from. You've got Jagger Mitchell, who just lined one beautifully on the left field line back in the 2nd inning. You've got Connor Pearson with his beautiful single over in the 6th inning. Brendan Thompson with his single in the 3rd inning. You've got some great performances pitching-wise by Gus Allred. The Xander Witt at bat comes to mind for sure, that kind of clutch pitching. I don't know what to pick. Where are you leaning toward, Ryan?
I lean toward, if we talk precision, Jagger Mitchell's 2-run double in the 2nd inning. It was right down the line and left, just stayed fair. It scored 2 runs, and if I remember right, put the Outlaws ahead.
Yep.
It was a precision hit right down the line in left field, and that one sticks out the most. Although, that's not to take away from Peterson's RBI double in the 6th, part of a 5-run inning that gave Evanston the pad it needed to win the game. But I'd go with Jagger's double in the 2nd.
Well, that's where we're going to go. Jagger Mitchell, the recipient of your Dr. McKay Franklin Precision Play of the Game. That's going to do it for broadcast of Game 1. We're going to step aside, keep it right here at mylocalradio.com. This same stream, in a matter of minutes, we'll be back to prep you for Game 2 of this doubleheader. Your final on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, the Evanston Outlaws 10, the Jackson Giants 4. We'll be right back in a few minutes with Game 2 on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN 99.1 and mylocalradio.com. Oh no, it needs to be VOC, doesn't it?
No.
No?
No, just a bumper. You can still put a filter on it.
Oh. Welcome back to this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on KNYN 99.1 and live video online at mylocalradio.com. Elan, OLLIFF with Ryan Steineckert bringing you the action live from Ross Kesterson Memorial Field, where the Outlaws just beat Jackson in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Final score, 10-6. So Evanston improves to 3-0. Sorry, it's just been one of those brain fart type days. I'm now going to turn it over to Ryan Steineckert, everybody.
That's how it goes when you know, between games we have about 15, maybe 20 minutes to get new lineups, stuff our face with a little bit of food, fill out our lineup cards, and then get back on the air. So we'll give you a pass, Elan, on that one.
I appreciate it.
Outlaws, as you mentioned, up to 3-0 in conference play, which makes this next game even that much more crucial, because if Evanston can sweep Jackson here, they'd be in a great position looking forward in conference play. And you think about it, you got to play Rock Springs 4 times. You got to play, of course, Jackson 2 more times at Jackson. You're going to host Casper here in Evanston a couple of times. So a 4-0 start to the conference play would be huge for Evanston.
Well, they're 3/4 of the way there. They got the 2 against Casper, and now they've got 1 against Jackson. And really, Evanston should have won that one by a larger margin. You look at the 6 errors and how many of those runs were actually earned by Jackson, according to the game changer stats. Looking at the box score right now, actually does not say how many runs were earned. There it is right there. Against Jackson, they put up 6 runs, 4 of them earned. So, I mean, it should have been a larger amount of victory for Evanston, but you know what? They'll take it.
Outlaws, of course, the home team in this one will set their defensive lineup here for you as Clayton Moyles takes the mound. Ryan Fisher behind the plate. Gus Allred at first. Brendan Thompson at second. Third baseman is Jordan Schneider. Shortstop, Jagger Mitchell. Outfield, Reed Gross in left. Connor Peterson in center. Casey Perriman in right. And will you give us the batting order for Jackson?
Leading off, we have shortstop Parker Pledgey. Mason Wright, the center fielder, bats second. Seth Christiansen, the pitcher, will bat third. Connor Lang, the second baseman, will bat fourth. 5, 6, 7 go Grant Parkin, the third baseman, Aaron Moya, the catcher, Stephen Ashurst, the first baseman, and at the bottom of the order at number 8, Xander Witt, the right fielder, and Cooper Christensen, the left fielder, bats ninth.
Thanks so much. The Outlaws' batting order will be much the same. We'll have, when we get them up in the bottom half of the first inning, Gross followed by Mitchell, Fisher, Allred, Moyles, Perriman. Thompson moves up to number 7. Connor Peterson will start this game at batting 8th, and then Jordan Schneider batting 9th. You mentioned Seth Christensen on the mound in this second game. We'll take a look at his stats in a bit. Let's look first at Clayton Moyles. You have that, Elan?
Yeah, currently pulling it up right now. Right now, he has a 4-1 record in 25 1/3 innings pitched. Looking up the ERA right now.
Was it not on the stat sheet?
No, not yet.
So Parker Pledgey leads off, came into the day hitting .405. He went 2 for 4 in the first game, scored once and had an RBI, and takes strike 1 inside corner from Moyles on the first pitch of the game. We are underway at 8:06 p.m. About a 36-minute delay or later than what this game was scheduled for at 7:30, but of course that's what happens with the conference games, and a lot of runs scored, 16 runs in that first game, so we get a little bit of a later start of game 2. Ball 1 is off the outside corner. Count is 1-1.
So for Clayton Moyles, a 4-1 record with a 3.46 ERA in 5 games started. 25 1/3 innings pitched. Clayton, they've scored 17 runs on them, only 12 earned, however. Clayton currently has given up 18 hits and has struck out 36 to only 27 walks.
Walks have been a bit of an issue for him, but that strikeout number and then the ERA of 3.46. He misses way outside, then misses low. 3 balls, 1 strike to Parker Pledgey. He led off with a single in the first game and then came around to score. He leads off with a 5-pitch walk in game 2, and Jackson has a man on board to start out the first inning. Moyles a little bit of extra stretching as he gets set to face batter number 2, Mason Wright, who went 0 for 5 in the first game, but reached on an error in the 4th and scored in that inning. We saw Wright pitch a little bit. It wasn't his day on the mound. He did not get an out, did not record an out, allowed 3 runs, 2 of them earned, walked 2, and 1 hit allowed. Moyles throws left, right hits left. Moyles fakes the throw to first, and Bledgy dives back in safe. Bledgy will be at shortstop for this second game defensively for the Jackson Giants. He wears some light orange, almost like creamsicle orange cleats. Moyles kicks and deals. Wright was showing bunt. Fisher had to go outside to get that ball spun around, and I think he's lucky that Bledgy decided to stay at first. A beautiful evening here at Outlaws Field as the shadows get taller, and this is a dangerous spot. Third baseman Jordan Schneider, who got the sunglasses on, but right now he is looking right at the sun as he looks into home plate, the shadow, and he can duck down and get in the shadow of the press box. A bunt laid down by Wright. Moyles picks it up, stumbles, throws to first, and threw too high. Gus comes down with the ball on the bag and just gets the out. So a sac bunt for Mason Wright moves Parker Bledgy to second.
Also have pitching stats now for Seth Christensen, which actually we can go over those when he's on the mound later on.
Let's do that. Thanks. Seth Christensen, though, to the plate. He's hitting .296 coming into the game. Went 0 for 5 in that first game. Struck out 3 times swinging. We didn't mention that's a hat trick. Not the kind you want, though, in baseball. A hat trick's a bad thing. We'll see if he can change his luck here in Game 2. A right-handed hitter, 18 RBIs, 20 runs on the season. Moyles, a high, long, deliberate kick, and Christensen foul tips it straight back.
One thing I just noticed Moyles did, Schneider over on third is facing directly into the sun, but that sun is probably messing with Moyles' peripheral a little bit too. When he got the sign from Fisher, he kind of cocked his head to the side to kind of get around that sun. I wonder if that's playing some issues with him as well.
Yeah, certainly could be. Moyles kicks and deals. High pop-up in the infield. Moyles comes over. Gus Allred calls him off, and Gus settles under it to make the catch and out number 2.
Much better start for the Outlaws defensively to start this one out off. At this point, we already had a runner in scoring position, a dropped third strike to move him to third.
Right.
So much, much better start for the Outlaws on the defensive side of the field.
Let's see if they can keep that going and get this third out. With Parker Bledgy on second base, he walked and then moved to second on the bunt from Mason Wright. Connor Lang at the plate, a .370 hitter, right-handed batsman, and in at the knees, but inside, ball 1.
Connor 1 for 5 with an RBI in Game 1 of the doubleheader tonight.
It was an RBI single in the 7th that kept rally hopes alive for Jackson when Evanston led 10-3, and Jackson tried to rally back. Fell short, losing 10-6. Moyles kicks and deals. Lang chopper to third and foul. Coach Jason Huggins, a cool customer. He just kind of stands there, hands in his pockets, watches it go by. I might have been inclined to kind of flinch back a little bit.
Yeah,
Coach.
We've seen our coaches do some gymnastics moves to get out of the way. Avoid the EC, as they've told us.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. No score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the first. Bledgy on second, Lang at the plate. And he takes it in the wallet left side. Hit by the pitch. So that puts runners on first and second with 2 outs and brings Grant Parkin to the plate. Third baseman, number 6.
2 for 4 in the first game with a run scored and a walk. You know, we talked about it earlier, but Clayton Moyles has this knack for getting around kind of these type of situations. So that's why you're not seeing a whole lot of panic right now from anyone in Evanston Outlaws that know this particular ball player.
Yeah, he almost has a tendency to put himself in jams, maybe just so he can get himself out of those jams. I don't know what it is, but a walk and a hit by pitch or a hit batsman, those have been 2 issues he's dealt with.
You know, sometimes you need to feel that fire a little bit in order to perform. Maybe that's the type of situation.
Pitch way outside, gets past Fisher, so runners advance to third for Parker Bledgy and Connor Lang on to second. 2 runners in scoring position with Grant Parkin. 1 ball, no strikes. And 2 outs in the top of the first. Reed Gross in left field. He's another one dealing with looking into the sun right now, and he's probably just biding his time, counting down the minutes till the sun goes down and he's got some shade from there in left. Low pitch. Fisher digs it out. Ball 2.
He's probably playing that game in left field where you, like, hold your fingers up to the sun, and it's like for every finger it's 15 more minutes until the sun goes down.
Moyles kicks and deals. Down low and in. Just misses. Ball 3. First base open with runners on second and third, but you'd hate to load the bases. That would take you to Aaron Moya, the catcher. Check swing down the first base line. Gus Allred lunges in, makes the catch in foul territory, and that ends the threat. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 2 runners left stranded. Outlaws and Jackson, no score. Bottom of the first coming up on this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
You're in good hands when you choose Dr. Stosage and Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties for dental implants and wisdom tooth extractions. They work with passion and focus. They use techniques and technologies that are modern and precise. With 2 decades of experience, their skills are highly specialized. If you need teeth extractions or dental implants placed, come see Dr. Stosage or Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties, 50 Park Road, or call us at 307-789-9034.
In today's world, with so many places to shop and so many options to choose from, sometimes you have to boil it down to one simple question: where do I get treated the best? At Cash Honda Yamaha in Logan, we work hard to make sure every customer knows how much we appreciate them. We love what we do, and we believe in the products we sell. Our goal is to build a lasting friendship with every customer so we can serve you and your family for generations. Visit us today, Cash Honda Yamaha, 3765 US 91, Hyde Park, Utah.
Jackson Giants go down. They got a couple of runners on in the top of the first. Parker Bledgy, the leadoff man, walked. Connor Lang was hit by a pitch with 2 outs, and then a little bit of a, what would you call that, a fluke out kind of?
Swinging bunt.
Yeah. As Grant Parkin was at the plate, checked his swing on a high pitch and couldn't check it enough. He just slapped it down the line at first. It hung in the air long enough for Gus Allred to catch it out of the air and get the out. Seth Christensen on the mound for the Jackson Giants. What do you got for him on stats?
So Seth, right now, from what we can find, he's 1-4 with a 9.69 ERA in 5 games, 17 1/3 innings pitched, 25 runs, 24 of them earned, 35 hits. However, 22 strikeouts, only 12 walks. So he doesn't walk them very much. He just might throw some breaking balls that hang a little bit, and batters jump all over that.
Not a ton of walks. Of course, the Outlaws this season, not a team that looks for a lot of walks. They'll take the walk if it's there, but is an aggressive hitting team that likes to put the ball in play and earn their way aboard. And we'll see Reed Gross first. He went just 1 for 5 in the first game, but scored twice. And as the leadoff man is hitting .309. He's been limited a little bit, had his tonsils out, didn't play at a tournament in Rock Springs. Riverton, thank you, that was it. He also didn't play at a doubleheader over in Rock Springs. He traveled with the team, and I remember seeing him there, and I said, how'd the tonsils go? And he just thumbs up, no talking.
Talking with his parents, there were some concerns because I guess he lost about 15 pounds after that surgery, which, I mean, I know a lot of people thinking, hey, 15 pounds, I could do that, but that is not the healthy way to do it.
No.
And at the I had the chance to camp out with them during that 4th of July tournament, and he was just constantly stuffing his face trying to get those pounds back on.
I'll tell you, if I got my tonsils out, I'd eat so much ice cream I'd probably gain 15 pounds. Seth Christensen, a tall right-handed pitcher. And Gross lines it down the first base side. It hits right behind the bag at first, and his first pitch that he sees, he takes into right field for a single.
You know, we talked about it that Christensen doesn't walk a lot of guys, only 12 in the entire season in 17 1/3 innings pitched, but his ERA is around a 10. Again, it must be one of those deals where he throws a lot of hangers that guys like to crush.
He's got a lot of height, and he's a lanky pitcher. His delivery, he brings that arm out straight, and he can get some leverage on the pitch. We'll see what kind of velocity he has.
Very reminiscent of people who may not be watching on My Local Radio, of Zach Greinke, how he does that step back kind of extend type thing.
Jagger Mitchell lays down a bunt towards second base, and that will dribble through. Connor Lang was covering the bag at second, and Mitchell just slapped it hard enough. That was like a slap-in softball where they just slap it down into a hole, a gap of the defense, and run it out.
I got to be honest, that almost looked like he threw Jagger, that was the best thing that could happen for him. It was a fastball. He was able to put it perfectly right up the center, and because of the velocity on that ball hits the bat, it came off much more powerful than any bunt I've actually ever seen. And I think I'm calling that a single. I mean, we'll see what they call it, but
the defense wasn't there to make an error. That's a couple of singles to lead things off, and now a wild pitch gets away from Moya. Gross easily on to third base, and Jagger on to second. The Outlaws have 2 runners in scoring position with no outs in the home half of the first.
And this is exactly what Evanston wanted to do to kind of start this thing off. They played a very close game with Jackson for about 6 innings, and then they exploded. They would love to kind of explode early and maybe send this one home early.
Oh, absolutely.
And
yeah, scorebook calls that a single for Jagger.
And send a message. If you can do this in conference games, foul ball, sorry. They can do this in conference games, I mean, think about it. These are the games that coaches are saving their top guys for.
Right.
If you can do this in conference games, that's sending a message that, hey, we are the team to beat in the West.
Absolutely. In left field, Cooper Christensen playing deep, and a hand over the bill of his cap to add a little extra shade as he looks into the sun. Fisher rips it toward second base. What a scoop by Connor Lang. He'll throw to first and get the out, but Reed Gross scores in the meantime. So Ryan Fisher grounds out but earns an RBI, his 25th of the season. And the Outlaws lead 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jagger Mitchell over to third with 1 out. Gross scores for the 18th time this season. And that brings Gus Allred to the plate. 2 for 3 in game 1. He had a good day at the plate.
You know, we talked about, I remember Gillette, they had that kid Mason Powell. I'm going to let you call
High fly ball into left field. Christensen starts in, then goes back and drops it. Mitchell will score easily from third. He would have scored anyways on a sac fly. And Gus Allred safe at second on the error on the left fielder. And I believe for Allred with just 1 out, that counts as an RBI. And I hate to even call that an error because the way Christensen's looking at the sun right now, but that's just the way, that's part of the game. And the Outlaws lead 2-0.
As I was mentioning with Gus Allred, I mean, he did not have the fastest start to the season, but there's another guy on the other side of the state for Gillette who had a blistering start to the season. He's cooled off a little bit. It just shows you how crazy this game can be with, you know what, you could start hot, but you're not going to finish that way. It's very likely you're not going to finish that way, actually.
Moyles checks a swing on a pitch on the outside corner for strike 1. Christensen delivers. Breaking ball drops in. Strike 2. Love that vocal communication from the umpire.
Uh-huh. And going back to Allred, I don't know about you, but I'd rather be the one who finishes hot and starts cold than starts hot and ends cold.
Yeah, definitely. Ask the San Francisco Giants about that. What was it, every even year they won it for about every other year?
From the wild card spot a few times. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, talk to the Washington Nationals
about that. The Nationals
about
last year, perfect example. Started real slow, came from behind, won the Major League or the World Series. Moyles waits, and strike 3 looking. That was a breaking ball nasty from Christensen that was coming in. Moyles thought it was inside. It was strike 3 on the inside corner. Out number 2. Man on second base is Gus Allred, and Casey Perriman comes to the plate.
Perriman went 1 for 4, but that one was a massive double that hit the blue sponsor signs in the left field wall.
Christensen delivers, and Perriman takes it low, ball 1. Yeah, he really got a hold of it, and in fact, if he hits it about 5 feet deeper, it would have been a round trip. Base hit. Instead, it was a double, and he scored on that. That was in the second inning. Perriman takes it high and inside. The ball pops out of Moya's glove, but not far, and Perriman stays safely at second. Not Perriman, excuse me, Gus Allred.
We talked about it in the last game. Moya is not the usual starting catcher for Jackson, and that we saw some things kind of happen a little bit because of that. Maybe you could argue one way that they're really difficult plays for anyone, but it's something to definitely keep your eye on.
Breaking ball, Perriman waits on it, but still swings in front and chops it back toward the Jackson dugout at third base.
On top of that, the number 1 hitter for Jackson isn't here. That's Quentin Bruno. He's hitting 564 plate appearances.
Yeah, that's got to be hurting them. You consider that offense they would have had if he were here, or would have expected to have at least.
A 4-run lead, a one man won't make up for that.
2 balls and a strike, and Perriman checks his swing. I believe they called it strike. No, ball 3. Gus Allred, meanwhile, stole third base. The defense kind of got hung up, and Moya puts his hands out to his sides, kind of like, hey, Parkin, where are you at there at third base? So Gus with a stand-up steal at third. 3 balls and a strike for Perriman with 2 outs, and there's strike 2. Breaking ball That's about the same pitch that Moyle struck out on. Outlaws will have to adjust to that pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The count fills with 2 outs, a man on third. Evanston leads 2-0 in the home half of the first. Christensen winds, deals, misses way bad in the dirt. That'll score Allred. Perriman takes his time down to first. Allred slides in safe, and the Outlaws lead 3-0. Wild pitch there sends Perriman to first with the walk.
You want to talk about a hot bat that we saw in the last game. This next guy's got it.
Tell us about it.
Brendan Thompson, 2 for 3 in the game, and he extends his. He's the leading. He's the number this week. He's the number 7 batter, but he's the leader in RBIs on the team, and it's not even close. Second place coming into today, Jagger Mitchell with 24. Brendan Thompson, I think he's got 34, 35 now.
34
after that last game.
And he takes ball 1. That gets away from Moya. Perriman advances to second base on the pass ball.
Did you see Thompson just very nonchalant, just point, go?
Yeah, Chris, go. Go to second.
There was no rush there. It's like, Casey, go.
Thompson hitting 7th. And his batting spot in the lineup has been 7 or 8 most of the season. For a guy in that position to lead the team in RBIs, that's... Another pitch gets away from Moya, and Perriman advances to third. And these pitches, Moya slaps his mitt. I think he's frustrated with himself. The last 2 are a couple that I think he could have gotten, just not quite giving all the full effort that he needed to.
So Perriman works a walk, and now after 2 wild pitches goes from first to third.
3-0 Outlaws lead, bottom of the first. Christensen deals, and Thompson takes strike 1. A little bit high, but in the zone. That upper end of the strike zone. He steps back in, taps both sides of the plate. Long blue stirrups for Brendan Thompson, white batting gloves. Christensen delivers and misses low and away. Ball 3.
And this is something he's become known for. He leads the team in walks at 13. That's not a very high number, but actually take that back. Casey Perriman, I'm looking at the pitching stats. Yeah, he leads the team in walks at 13. Gus Allred also has 13, so it's usually a pretty patient team.
Yeah.
And he's one of the best as he just did that.
Well, the fine line is between being too aggressive or too patient. If you're too patient, you're going to strike out looking. If you're too aggressive, you strike out swinging or hit pop flies and things like that. But the Outlaws have found that balance this year quite well. They're not walking a ton, but boy, you look at the team average, north of 320. That's excellent. Thompson walks, so we've got runners on the corners. Connor Peterson pops it over the backstop for strike 1.
Connor went 1 for 2 in the first game, including a beautiful, I'm using that word a lot today. I need to come up with another, but there's no other way to put it. He just absolutely solid contact into left field, RBI single.
Christensen is righty on righty as Peterson bats from the right side. High pop up down the third base line. This is going to find the ground, but in foul territory.
That being up in the sun might have had a lot to do with that because you didn't see them really jump on their horse like you would if you could clearly see that. There was a little bit of uncertainty. Okay, where's this going? And then they're probably a little gun-shy because they had a lot of balls like that with the swirling wind in Game 1 where it looked like it was going to be one spot and it just completely switched direction on them.
Especially for Cooper Christensen there in left. He's playing deep, looking right at the sun right now, and very well could have lost that ball. Swing and a miss, strike 3 for Connor Peterson, and the ball got away from the catcher Moya, but he scoops it up, throws to first, and gets the out. So the Outlaws able to do some damage. 3 runs on, did you have 2 hits? No errors, a handful of pass balls and wild pitches. 2 runners left stranded. Outlaws lead 3-0 as we head for the top of the second on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
Wyoming is unique. When it comes to high school sports, we might travel 6 hours to a game, but when we get there, we know the other team, their parents, and the coaches. Wyoming is like one small town with really long streets. When your travels take you to Evanston, always stay with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Clean, comfortable rooms, a restaurant serving healthy, delicious food, and breakfast is always included. If you're bringing the team or following the team, stay with us every time you're in Evanston. The Best Western Dunmar Inn.
As your local Ricoh, Toshiba, and Sharp dealer, Mountain West Business Solutions represents quality office equipment that lasts. We work with each client to understand your workflow, your goals, and your bottom line. Whether you lease or purchase office equipment, we have many ways to work with you to provide the best products at the best value. We also service and provide supplies for HP printers. Call Mountain West Business Solutions today. Let us help you find the best solutions for you and your business.
Hello, this is Dr. McKay Franklin. Something I've really enjoyed as a dentist over the past 20 years are the lasting friendships that I've formed with many of my patients. My staff is really great, and we try hard to make sure that every patient feels a warm welcome. It doesn't matter if it's your first visit or if you've been with us for years. Every patient is welcome and always appreciated. Our goal is to provide the best dental care possible at reasonable rates. Please call us today to schedule your appointment at 307-789-8910.
Go Red Devils!
Reed Cross singled to lead off first pitch of the ball game for that Seth Christensen threw, and then Jagger Mitchell singled. They both came around to score. Gus Allred scored as well. In fact, Gus got on with an error, and then made it to second on a pass ball, to third on a stolen base, and then scored on a wild pitch. Outlaws lead 3-0. Clayton Moyles out for his second inning of work. He didn't allow a run or a hit in the first inning. Walked a couple. One walk, one hit batsman. Misses in and low, ball one. Aaron Moya at the plate. The catcher, number 5, a .217 average coming into the day.
And 1 for 2, though, in the first game.
He had a nice single and scored in the third. Also an RBI on a walk in the first. And a sharp grounder to short. Jagger scoops it on his left side, throws to first, right on target, 1 down.
You just see that the defense is a lot more crisper right now for Evanston.
And the shadows have fallen over most of left field. The wind has died down. The flag over there in right field over the Outlaws Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard falling straight down. A beautiful, perfect night at Ross Kesterson Field. Stephen Ashurst to the plate, left-handed hitter. And he'll take ball 1, a wild pitch, but no damage done with nobody on. Ashurst had a great first game.
He did. He comes in with a 176 average, goes 3 for 3, and was on base all 4 times he went to the plate.
Scored a run, had an RBI, takes ball 2, low and out. He batted 8th in the first game. He moves up a spot to 7th here in game 2. This is lefty on lefty, and Ashurst skies it high into deep right field. Perriman goes back to the fence and can't make the catch. Bounces once and over for a ground rule double. Stephen Ashurst, where did he come from?
I would like to know that as well. I mean, looking at the stats, he is having a game that I don't think he wants to end.
Wow. And Coach Huggins coming out saying, hey, that was a home run.
Really?
I think that's what he's arguing.
I'm not sure. I lost it, so.
It was difficult to see, but the way Perriman tried to play, it looked like he had a chance at it, but then it bounced over. And the other thing is, if it goes straight over, it would have hit that trailer or that
they just gave him a home run.
Oh, they just gave it to him. The Outlaws can't believe it. In fact, Coach Chad Thompson going to come out. This is reminiscent of Sunday.
This is very familiar.
Oh, my goodness. And Coach Thompson pointing at the home plate umpire.
We need to talk.
Yeah.
Clayton's not happy with that call either, but Ryan Fisher, the rest of the team there to kind of guard their starter. Coach Mitchell, all of the coaches from Evanston out on the field right now.
Man, Coach Huggins must have a way with umpires because I've
the
never.
Second one he's gotten overturned.
I don't know if I've ever seen a call overturned. And now they
just
return it back.
And now we're going to go the other way. So the tennis match continues. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, goodness. Our broadcast tonight is brought to you in part by Superior Rental and the Gun Room. 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. They've got a full line of Cub Cadet outdoor power equipment in stock and ready to take home today. And they're a servicing dealer, so they have a mechanic on site that keeps things ready to roll for your rentals. That's Superior Rental and the Gun Room, 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston.
Asher still not back out on second. He's kind of mulling around at the back of the dugout.
He's kind of hanging out, going, do I need to come out? Do I stay here? Is that a home run?
They're not calling him back out.
They've called him back out. I think Coach Huggins has said, you stay in the dugout. And I think so they first set a ground rule double. They overturned it to a home run. They returned it back to a ground rule double, and now have they overturned it again to a home run?
I'm watching the scoreboard. I don't see anything. Let me see what they got on Game Changer.
There's a good reason that umpires don't generally overturn a call, because you have to stick to what you stuck with first, because if you're going to overturn once, then you can just go back and forth like a tennis match or a ping pong game, like you said.
Now we've got more chatter going on between the umpire and Coach Huggins. All right, Ashurst does come out to second.
Moyles, meanwhile, says, hey, I'm getting cold. Starts to throw with Jordan Schneider at third to stay warm.
That could be part of the situation, too. This may be one of those deals where, it's baseball. There's no shortage of gamesmanship. Maybe you're trying to cool off a pitcher who's, quite frankly, kind of burned you at the beginning of this one.
Either way, Ashurst is he crushed that ball. There's no question about that.
I lost it, so I can't make a call, but the way that Perriman was running after it, and you'd think Perriman would be the first one to say, it was over my head, but
it looked to me like a ground rule double.
Yeah.
But I'm a long ways. That's 370 plus feet from where we're sitting. So they do
fix my score sheet now.
Finalize it as a ground rule double. And Xander Witt comes to the plate. Moyles misses down in the dirt. It bounces away from Fisher, down the third baseline, scoops it up, throws into left field, and Ashurst will come home to score anyway with a little extra fanfare. In basketball, you say ball don't lie. I don't know if there's a term for that in baseball. So a pass ball and then an E2. And it's 3-1. Outlaws lead by 2. Xander Witt with a ball and no strikes.
I'm speechless right now. That was the craziest sequence of events I think we've seen.
It was. Moyles right down the pipe, strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Down low, ball 2. Moyles working quickly against Xander Witt with 1 out. Witt, the number 8 hitter in the lineup, an 0.71 average. He went 0 for 3 in the first game, so that will have dropped to probably somewhere in the 60s. And that's the 0.60s. 2 balls and a strike outside corner. Yeah, strike 2. A little bit of a delayed call from the blue, but he made it. Count even at 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 down. Nobody on. Outlaws lead 3-1. And up the middle, line drive. Jagger reaches up, makes the catch, and we have 2 down.
Moves Like Jagger should be the song that plays whenever he does that.
We should. That'd be fun. You got the moves like Jagger. Brings Cooper Christensen to the plate. Left fielder number 1. Did not play in the first game, but he comes in hitting .222. Right-handed stout batter. And takes strike 1.
That umpire leaves little to the guesswork on whether it's in there or not.
Yeah.
It's very vocal, and we appreciate that.
Chop back to the screen for strike 2, and Moyles up in the count. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Again, a 3-1 ball game. Outlaws on top. The Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the 2nd inning, and Clayton misses in the dirt. Ball 1.
He's got some. That was not a fastball. That was a breaking ball because it went down, but that thing had some movement on it.
Well, steps back onto the rubber, sets, kicks, and deals, and Christensen pops it back over the screen, stays alive. Christensen, a right-handed hitter, long navy blue stirrups, red cleats to go along with those Jackson red batting gloves. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Moyles picks up his first strikeout of the day. 1 run on 1 hit, 1 outlaw error, and nobody left stranded. 3-1 Evanston leads, bottom of the 2nd. Right after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
At Ellingford Brothers, we're known for an excellent steel shop and quality cement. We also provide other products all year round. Sand and different sizes of gravel for road base and landscaping in the summer and fall. Traction in the winter and mud control in the spring. Bark for landscaping in the summer and winterization in the fall. And topsoil. Spring, summer, and fall. Prices are always honest. Pickup or delivery. Ellingford Brothers, your year-round source for so many things. Stop in today at 221 County Road in Evanston.
3-1. A little controversy there. Stephen Ashurst cranked one into right field and initially was ruled a ground rule double. From my vantage point, it looked to me like that was the right call, but some protests from Coach Huggins, and then the umpires ruled it a home run. Protests from Coach Chad Thompson. We went back and forth. You called it a tennis match for a second there.
Yeah.
We did go back and forth. They finally ruled it a ground rule double. And then Ashurst advanced to third on a pass ball and to home on an error from the catcher, so he scored anyway, just in a different fashion.
And I don't know how you can come out and say that that's a home run, not a ground rule double. Like, I'm not saying it's the right call. I'm not saying it's the wrong call, but I don't know how you can see something so different from the umpire that's standing right there.
Jordan Schneider leading off in the home half of the second inning. Ball one outside and a little bit low possibly as well.
I mean, I understand you maybe thinking you have evidence to overcall an out or safe call, but something like that is just I don't know how you do that.
Swing and a miss for Schneider on a pitch right down the middle. Schneider comes in hitting .333, went 1 for 4 in the first game, a nice double in the third inning, and takes strike 2 outside corner.
Looks like Christensen's throwing some gas at this one.
Yeah, his velocity, it looks a little better than that first inning. He kicks and deals, swing and a miss, strike 3. Schneider goes down on 4 pitches. Reed Gross, the leadoff man. He singled and scored in the first. Comes to the plate with 1 down, nobody on. Cooper Christensen probably still grateful and appreciative the sun has gone down. He's in shade now, not looking into the bright, shining orb. Nasty curveball. Looks like it's coming in high. Drops in, strike 1. That curveball has been a problem for several outlaw hitters already in the game. Christensen kicks and catches the outside corner. Down low, strike 2. He's coming right after these outlaw hitters and a lot of off-speed and breaking pitches. Watch out for the fastball here. 2-0, nope, down in the dirt, ball 1. That may be a set-up pitch. If he throws something hot here, it might be tough for Reed Gross to catch up to it. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Gross. Christensen delivers outside and misses, ball 2.
Gross got that single to lead off the game, and then Jagger followed up with that, I guess you could say, expertly placed bunt.
Chopped down the third baseline, foul. Fielded cleanly by Coach Thompson. The throw right on target to Christensen. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mitchell on deck. Gross, the long white pants, no stirrups. Well, he might have some under the pants. I doubt it. White batting gloves. He's a right-handed hitter. Christensen throws right. Here's the 2-2. Low and away, ball 3. Christensen playing deep in left field. That's Cooper Christensen with Seth Christensen on the mound. Mason Wright straight away in center. And Xander Witt fairly shallow and near the line in right field. Pitch for Gross inside, and he takes it, ball 4. Gross had a 0-2 count and works the walk. 2. So Gross on board with 1 down, brings Jagger Mitchell to the plate. Jagger hits right, walks across the plate. As Elan mentioned a moment ago, Mitchell singled and scored in the first. He went 2 for 3 in the first game. And he comes in hitting .357.
I would love to know what his home-away split is because he just seems to hit really, really well here.
He likes the home field, the Ross Kesterson field. 3-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. The Outlaws lead in this conference doubleheader. Evanston took the first game 10-6 to improve to 3-0 in the conference. And now a timeout. Another one. Seth Christensen took one. The umpire took one for a moment. Christensen takes another, steps off the rubber. Sweeps the rubber with his cleat. Now Jagger steps out of the box. The umpire says, "Get back in here, son. Let's go. Let's play ball."
In talking with that umpire, you know exactly what he said to him.
Christensen delivers, and Gross showed like he was going to steal. Jagger takes strike 1. It might have been something unsuitable for a radio broadcast.
Yeah. Honestly, going back to what Gross was doing, it looks like he thought that ball was going to be low and in the dirt, so he was taking off, and then once he saw that Moya had it, he just kind of retreated back to first.
No balls, 1 strike. Mitchell waits. And off the end of the bat, up the middle, possible double play opportunity. Bledgy tosses to second. They barely get Gross, and Jagger safe at first on the fielder's choice. A 6-4 fielder's choice. So Gross thrown out at second. Boy, he almost beat that little toss from Bledgy. 2 outs, Ryan Fisher to the plate. An RBI ground out in the first. He has 25 RBIs on the season and comes in hitting .353. He's got a man on first with 2 outs. Christensen, back behind him. I thought I heard a tap. Fisher talking to the umpire, but no indication that he should take his base. I thought I heard two sounds, but apparently not.
Right now it's about 70 degrees as we approach the 9 o'clock hour.
Oh, man.
9 miles per hour winds and humidity at 20%.
Christensen hits the outside corner. That was low at the knees, but caught the outside corner. It doesn't get any better than this.
No. Well, it does. If we had hot dogs in here, it would be better.
Hot dog or a double cheeseburger from downstairs.
Exactly.
Christensen again steps off the rubber. Fisher steps back in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ryan waits. Christensen looks in, deals, and Fisher swings and misses. High fastball couldn't catch up.
His velocity is definitely up. Maybe sometimes coaches do things like cause some ruckus, not because they think that something was wrong, but to kind of wake their team up.
Ground ball into left field. That finds the hole. Jagger Mitchell over to second. Fisher stops at first with the single. And the Outlaws have runners on first and second with 2 outs, and Gus Allred, the cleanup man, to the plate. You see that sometimes in basketball. A coach will almost intentionally get a technical foul to fire up his team.
Yeah.
You're saying that's kind of what Coach Huggins did?
I think so. Now that he is a basketball coach.
Yes,
he is. He is the girls basketball coach for Jackson Hole High School. And, I was thinking about it. It's like I kept going in my head, like what was going on there. But look at the velocity coming from Christensen. Look at how much crisper their defense is playing. I think this might be one of those situations where he just needed to wake him up.
Christensen, breaking ball, drops in for strike 1 on Allred. Watched it go by.
This is the most important game that they played up to this season. This is their first conference matchups, and they lost the first one pretty badly.
Christensen deals again, and Allred chips it. It might have gone off his foot. Either way, foul ball, and he's down 0-2. I'm surprised that Christensen has a 9.69 ERA. His velocity, he's got a good breaking ball. When that's working, it really fools those right-handed hitters. And if he can find that outside corner against a left-handed Gus Allred, boy, it could fool him too.
There's also not a lot of lefties that you see in this this part of the state for sure.
0-2 high and away is ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Christensen at 43 pitches so far in 1 2/3 innings. Runners on first and second. Outlaws lead 3-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Allred slaps it down the first base side, and it's through. Jagger rounding third.
Oh.
He's coming home, and the throw is not in time and off the base or off the plate. Jagger scores. Allred with an RBI single.
He cut way wide around that. That was impressive base running by Jagger Mitchell.
How do you mean?
He was over at first. He rounds second, and then when he rounds third, he is almost out past where Coach Thompson is standing right now and just completely nails that line. I mean, the fact that he had to swing out that hard tells you that he is using everything he's got. And if you watch the Evanston Red Devils football team, you know that he's one of the fastest guys in the town.
So he had rounded that third base wide and then came in, beat the throw from Xander Witt in right field. Outlaws so far in the inning with a run scored on 2 hits. And they've taken advantage of this opportunity. Evanston leads 4-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard and brings Clayton Moyles to the plate. Clayton struck out looking in the first. Comes in hitting .355. He's got 2 runners in scoring position. Swings and misses, strike one.
He has such a big swing. He's swinging for everything every time he goes up. He's one of those guys where you just wonder if he could take when he finally is developed enough to be able to know how to take that little bit more off, how much more successful he's going to be.
Off the plate, to bad bounce. This may score 2 runs, and Fisher wants to make it so no. Gus Allred scores as well. Moya chases the ball. It goes under the gate over by the Outlaw dugout. So the umpires will talk with each other and say, should Gus Allred be allowed to score on that play? I think he was rounding third before the ball went out of play.
Even if he gets to third, that ball goes out of play, he automatically gets an extra base. So I think it doesn't. I think he's scoring either way. I mean, because he gets to third and he holds there, and the ball goes out of play, then he automatically takes home.
Now, if the run stands, Evanston leads 6-1. If they send Gus back to third, it would be 5-1. Moyles would have a 1-1 count. They say Gus has to come back to third. And Coach Thompson going, what?
That's
no.
Yeah.
Because if a ball goes out of play, like you say.
If he's standing on third, the ball goes out of play. That's one. All runners advance a base. But if he's standing on third, he advances to home.
So they may be saying he wasn't quite to third base yet. I mean, that's possible. That's possible.
Well, this is a game to remember. I mean, we've got some humdingers going on here.
Coach Thompson continuing to chat with the field umpire, and the home plate umpire comes out a bit. Coach Thompson, I should say, just kind of walks away in a dejected, it's not going to do any good to argue. So the home plate umpire says,
Gus back
number
to
11, back to third. So take that runoff for the moment. Gus Allred, an RBI single, will be at third base, and Clayton Moyles has a 1-1 count. I mean, if it was a 1-run ball game, I'd maybe have a little more to say because I looked to where that ball was going, looked to Gus. He was rounding third and then looked back, and Moya was trying to grab the ball going under the gate.
We also have the benefit of having a bird's eye view.
Yeah, that's true.
We got to cut everybody down there some slack. They don't have the same point of view that, I mean, you and I have the best seats in the house right now. I mean, we are high above everything. I mean, we can see it. It looks like an easy call for us, but those guys on the ground, it may not be.
1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2 to Moyles, and he cannot find the timing of what Seth Christensen is throwing. Moyles, go ahead.
If I'm Christensen, I've got a few breaking balls on him. I don't think he's seen my new fastball, so I'm putting that in him right now.
There's the 1-2, and Moyles chops it toward the second base side. Christensen scoops it up and sprints to first base and beats Moyles there just in time. So the one unassisted. So Evanston scores 2 runs on 2 hits. Nope. Let's see. No errors, right?
Nope.
And 1 runner left stranded. 5-1, Outlaws lead. Visitors have the third coming up on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Evanston baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest, so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy, so the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
Well, we've had a few plays go back and forth a little bit. The Outlaws end up with 2 runs in the home half of the second, and Evanston has a 5-1 lead on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the third will bring us the top of the order. Parker Bledgy, Mason Wright, Seth Christensen for the Jackson Giants. What are you seeing?
Jason Mitchell still talking with the field umpire about that call on Gus Allred. I'd like to know what the conversation is, but Jason walks away. I wouldn't say he looks satisfied, but he's like, all right, we're moving on.
I was watching them a little bit. It was a friendly conversation.
Yeah.
They were both smiling.
Well, Jason's always smiling.
He's a great guy. So Parker Bledgy walked in the first. Comes in with a .405 average. Right-handed hitter. He's a stout, strong batter. And a strong stance. Moyles just misses inside. Ball 1.
He's got that interesting pre-pitch stance where his knees are kind of together. And it looks like he's just kind of like a straight line, and then he like spreads right before that pitch comes. See right there.
Moyles misses outside. Ball 2. And watch Bledgy. He kind of waves a little bit at his hips before the pitch comes.
Kind of like Anthony Rizzo a little bit.
2-0. Right down. What do we want? Main straight, front straight, overthrust road.
Croft.
The Crawford Trough Street. That's Main Street in Randolph. Moyles delivers. Sharp ground ball to third. Schneider stabs it, pulls it into the glove, throws to first, and gets the out. Jordan Schneider with a candidate for the McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game.
That is so good to see. The last 2 games, he's had some errors in that position, but that was a beautiful play. He played that ball perfectly, just snagged it and fired it over.
And that's a snap decision to charge in and get it before what would have been a short hop if he hangs back. And he just went over as he went back toward third. Clayton Moyles said, hey, I don't know what he said, but he gave him a fist bump.
Yeah.
Good play, my man.
Probably said, you saved my you-know-what.
Mason Wright to the plate. Takes ball 1 outside from Moyles. Wright, sacrifice bunt. Back to the pitcher in the first. Left-handed hitter, wide open, kind of a awkward-looking stance. Takes ball 2.
You also saw him pitch a little bit in the first game. He didn't make it out of it. I don't think he recorded even a third of an inning.
No, did not record an out.
But he did get the job done at the plate. He was on base a lot. He went over, but he got on base a few times and came around and scored.
Just gets underneath it, little contact, tips it over the backstop. 2 balls and a strike for Mason Wright. Yeah, 0 for 5, but he scored a run in that first game, reached on an error. He had a nice line drive into right field, but Casey Perriman charged in, got a great jump, and caught the pitch, or the hit out of the air. Ball 3 just misses. I'm not sure where. Maybe off the outside corner.
Throw back by Fisher, goes right past Moyles' mitt. Jagger gets over there to field it quickly and fires it back in there.
5-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston leads top of the third. Moyles delivers right. Not sure what that swing was. That looked awkward. Like he wanted to check, then he decided, no, too late to check, so swings through and misses.
Moyles has got him guessing now.
See if he can get a strike on the full count. 3-2 pitch. Nope, misses outside and maybe high, ball 4. So a 6-pitch walk, and Mason Wright is on base with 1 down. That's kind of Moyles' M.O.
Get him on, get him out.
Get him on and then get him out. That's right. Seth Christensen to the plate, popped out to first in the first.
What would be a good nickname for a player like that?
Get him on, get him out.
Yeah, like that
Rawhide.
type of style. Yeah. Mason Rawhide. It works. He's in Kemmer, so he's a Kemmer Ranger.
He's a Ranger. Fakes a throw to first. Christensen hits right. Tall, thin, right-handed batter. Moyles throws to first. Flat-footed, so not a lot of power on that throw.
I'll tell you what, Clayton Moyles has been kind of like the revelation of the 2020 season for Evanston. I mean, he came in here this year, have not played a whole lot at the AA level, and he just has transitioned beautifully. I actually watched his first game against Casper and Gillette not too long ago, rewatched that, and I just remember, or I forgot how we were just like, oh, this is your number 3 guy, because at the time they were looking for a number 3 or a number 4 to complement Jagger, Ryan, and Gus, and he's actually worked his way. I would argue he's the top 2 pitcher on this staff.
Oh, certainly. He's certainly in the top 3. And if you're going to get nitpicky, you've got Gus, Clayton, and Ryan. So Gus Allred, Clayton Moyles, and Ryan Fisher. And look at who starts. Gus in game 1, Moyles in game 2. Throws to first. He just hosed. Oh, they didn't get him. He thought he was out, and they got him on the second time. Mason Wright knew he was out. He started to head to the dugout, and then Gus Allred tagged him again to get the out.
Oh, my.
Wow.
This is the game that just keeps on giving. I mean, that was one of the craziest plays.
There was no, I mean, from what I could see, and maybe the tag just didn't get there, but he was hosed at first. Moyles misses outside, and Seth Christensen has 3 balls and no strikes.
And now it's just one of those deals where, like, I don't know.
I mean, the fact that Mason Wright knew he was out.
Yeah,
he was heading to the dugout. He said, I got out.
And Gus is like, all right, I'll make sure that this is clear.
We'll get it out this time. That's funny. Brendan Thompson goes to chat with Clayton Moyles for a moment.
I think they're just having fun now.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody on, 2 out.
3 balls, no strikes. Moyles misses outside. That's a 4-pitch walk. So he's walked 2 straight, but has 1 runner on after picking off Mason Wright at first. Brings Connor Lang to the plate. He was hit by a pitch in the first. Got to second before the inning ended. Evanston leads 5-1, top of the third. Lang, a right-handed hitter, comes in hitting .370, went 1 for 5 in the first game with an RBI on a single. And Moyles misses low and away. Ball 1. That's 6 straight pitches outside the strike zone. And he's already walked 2 straight. Moyles has got to find that strike zone again.
Thompson willing to be patient and let him work through it. I mean, again, we've seen him get him on and then get that last out. And I mean, he's not the type of pitcher where you're like, oh, 2 walks, he's in trouble. It's like, oh, 2 walks, he's probably about to he's about to come through. We're not worried.
Foul ball down the third base line. 1-1 count. Moyles. Look how long he can keep his knee in the air. No, he throws over to first.
Did he?
What?
That was a close play at first. I thought Allred actually had the tag on his foot before he touched the bag.
But Moyles comes set, looks to first. Christensen with his lead. Moyles, look at him just hang that knee in the air, throws and swing and a miss, strike 2 to Lang.
So that was made popular by like Johnny Cueto. Like for the old, he's pitching for San Francisco now, but now it's it was Cincinnati, and he kind of came in with that kind of delayed leg lift that would kind of throw their timing off.
If he doesn't make the move home, he can also, from right there, he could throw to first, couldn't he? Strike 3, check swing, punch him out. Moyles finishes things off. And Jackson goes down with no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 runner left stranded. 5-1 Outlaws lead on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
Our broadcast tonight is brought to you in part by Union Wireless, 148 Front Street in Evanston. Treating you like a neighbor, not a number. Visit unionwireless.com to get Union Wireless today, or if you have any questions, unionwireless.com. We have Union Wireless at my house. We have it at the radio station, and the service is excellent. The customer service is even more excellent, and that's Union Wireless. Coach Jason Huggins having a chat with the home plate umpire to make sure, and from what I understand, as long as Moyles keeps that the foot and the knee parallel, or is it perpendicular to the plate, as long as he doesn't make a movement toward home, it's not a balk.
Yeah, and that's also a major league move too.
Yeah.
Like you see that a lot with a lot of the younger guys. Like I said, Johnny Cueto kind of started it, and it's kind of been something. I think Jose Fernandez did it, the late Jose Fernandez. A lot of the younger guys are starting to do that. So to see Clayton work that into his game, that's not surprising at all.
Moyles has thrown 48 pitches. He's struck out 2 so far. He's allowed 1 run. Casey Perriman to the plate to lead off for the Outlaws in the home half of the 3rd inning and takes strike 1 low on the outside corner.
Well, Evanston looking to clinch the series. We'll still have 1 game tomorrow. First pitch at 1 o'clock.
High chopper to third. Good grab by Parkin. His throw is high, airmailed into right field. Perriman rounds first, heads for second, and stops there, standing up. On the E5, Perriman is on board in scoring position. Error on the third baseman. 5 is, of course, for casual baseball fans, position number 5 is third base.
Which actually could throw a lot of people off because position number 5 is third, but position number 6 is shortstop.
Right.
But it's one of those deals where if you're guarding a base, then you go to the in-between. It's a whole deal.
Brendan Thompson to the plate. His second at bat of the day. Walked in the first inning. Takes ball 1 upstairs from Seth Christensen. He's done a decent job. 4 hits allowed, 5 runs for the Outlaws. I think just a couple of those earned. Thompson lays down a bunt. High dribbler back to the pitcher. Christensen throws to first, and that advances Perriman over to third. So Thompson with the sac bunt advances the runner, and the Outlaws have a runner on third with Connor Peterson to the plate, who struck out swinging in the first. We're talking about the pitcher, Johnny Cueto, and the balk rule in the Major League Baseball. Legion ball goes mostly by Major League rules. There are a few exceptions like pitch counts. Defense playing in to cut off a run or try to. Peterson swings and misses. Healthy cut. Strike 1.
So some fun trivia. The reason why shortstop is listed as position number 6 was originally shortstop was started as a 4th outfielder.
Up the middle, this will be a line drive and drop in there in front of Mason Wright. Casey Perriman scores from third. Connor Peterson with an RBI single, and the Outlaws lead 6-1.
So as balls improved and they were made a bit heavier, the shortstop was moved to the infield, and it became an infield position. That's also why shortstop is number 6 and not 5, because it was listed as the first outfielder.
Originally was an outfielder. Interesting. Jordan Schneider to the plate. Hits right. Christensen with a man on first. A run in on the inning, and Schneider has to slide back to avoid getting hit.
We haven't seen an outlaw wear one in a while.
We haven't. We've seen like one opportunity today, maybe, but not much else inside. Schneider pops it over the backstop. Foul. Got Seth Christensen at 54 pitches currently. He's thrown 23 in each of the first 2 innings.
2 1/3 innings pitch. That's not where you want to be at this moment in the game.
Kicks and deals. Schneider pops it high, first base side. Running back, Ashurst stops at the fringe, reaches out and can't make the catch. Peterson stuck at first. He'd come back to tag and has no chance to get to second. So he's thrown out at second on the force.
You know, he's thrown out doing the right thing, but because that's a very catchable ball. I'm thinking if I'm him, I'm thinking, oh, I need to get back to first too.
Oh yeah, no, that's the smart base running, because that's a pop up that is easily catchable, should be catchable. That's an E3, and then a 3-6 put out. That brings us to the top of the order, and Reed Gross singles into right field. Right back up the middle, and Mason Wright was moving to second had there been a ground ball looking for a double play, and that opened up the spot where Reed Gross hit it.
Jordan Schneider rounding third. Looked like he caught his toe and just went face first down. He looks like he's okay, but as someone who messed up their ankle just today, that I can tell you right now, that hurt just to watch.
What did you do to your ankle today?
So
I noticed you limping a little earlier.
So there's off of our sidewalk where I live, there's kind of a hole in the road. I took a bigger step because I wanted to walk over the hole in the road, and I stepped, and then I lost my grip on the edge of the hole and then rolled it into the hole in the asphalt.
Jagger Mitchell at the plate. Oof, some chin music high and inside. Jagger takes the helmet on, fixes the hair.
He even did the whole little arm thing, like.
Wow.
Interesting.
That was high and in. And Jagger kind of stands straight and then settles down and in as the pitch comes. So he had to go down and then come pop back out. Pass ball, runners advance. Schneider to third. Gross over to second. Outlaws leading 6-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Home half of the third. Runners on second and third with 2 outs, and your second leading RBI man at the plate. Jagger Mitchell has 26 RBIs. He's also scored 2 runs already in this game.
He's got 1 homer on the season, too.
The pitch, Jagger swings and fouls it off. 2 balls, 1 strike. Fouled it straight back. Umpire going to have a quick chat with Seth Christensen as he hands him a baseball. And this chat going to, I'm not sure what the talk is. Our broadcast tonight is brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic, 545 Cheyenne Drive in Evanston. Dr. Todd Hoover is a doctor of chiropractics, so he can help you out. He does blood work as well at a much discounted price from where else you might get blood work done here in the Evanston area. You can call today, 789-0043. That's 789-0043 for Dr. Todd Hoover.
He also does x-rays. I remember when I went in to go get checked out for my migraines, he actually did an x-ray of my neck.
Swing and a miss, strike 2 on a belt-high fastball. He does do x-rays. Yeah, glad you remembered that. 2 men on with 2 outs and a 2-2 count. Bottom of the third, Evanston leading 6-1 in Game 2 of this AA West Conference doubleheader. Christensen winds and deals, and Jagger has to scoot back to avoid ball 3.
Christensen, ever since the beginning of this at-bat, he's been kind of going after Jagger a little bit. I mean, that first one nearly took his helmet off. He took the hat off to make sure he didn't get a haircut.
3-2, back up the middle. Jagger with some great contact. That'll drop in the gap. 1 run scores from third. Another scores from second. Jagger in, diving at third with a 2-run double. And the Outlaws have just broken it wide open. 8-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Gross scores from second. Schneider, no problem scoring from third. Jagger Mitchell, 2 runs scored 2 RBIs in the ball game. He's 2 for 3.
We already gave him the precision play of the game earlier, so we gotta spread the love around. But that was a great hit.
We're gonna have to find a different one, but you're certainly right. That was an excellent base hit. We've got Jordan Schneider's play at third base from the top of this inning, but Jagger's 2-run double there, certainly a candidate for the McKay Frankham precision play. 8-1, Outlaws running away with this one.
10 after 5.
Bottom of the third. Outlaws with a runner in scoring position. Ryan Fisher at the plate. Jagger at second. Fisher, 1 for 2. RBI, run scored. And he takes ball 1 inside.
10 after 5, meaning if Evanston is up by 10 after the bottom of the 5th or top of the 5th at this point, then the game's over.
Christensen delivers and finds the lower edge of the strike zone outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Lights on, getting dark here at Ross Kesterson Field in Evanston. Christensen delivers high and in, ball 2. If this was about 3 nights ago, the night sky would be lit up with fireworks.
Yeah. Kind of like Sandlot.
Yeah.
Let's put this in perspective, though, Ryan. This is a conference game. These are 2 games that matter. They're about to, I'm not going to jinx it, but it's very likely they're about to go 4-0 in the AA West Conference play. And we did not see Jagger Mitchell on the mound. We did not see Ryan Fisher on the mound. I mean, it really speaks to the pitching depth that Evanston has this year.
3 balls, 1 strike. Fisher takes strike 2 outside corner. Bottom of the third, so don't get too far ahead of yourself. No. But definitely Evanston with
it's likely
a very good, solid lead, 8-1. Christensen looks back to second and delivers the 3-2. Inside, misses, ball 4. Ryan takes his base. Puts runners on first and second with 2 outs. And Gus Allred to the plate.
Yeah, this is the guy that I'd want in this situation. He has been on fire the last few weeks.
Reached and scored on an error in the first, had an RBI, and then had an RBI single in the second. Initially, he scored later, but then they said no, he didn't score, and he had to go back to third. Then he did not score. Some discussion at the mound as Coach Huggins makes his way out to chat with his pitcher and his infield. Our broadcast tonight, of course, is on mylocalradio.com and brought to you by mylocalradio.com. Local radio just for you. Local and regional news. We've got live radio classifieds, live regional sports, as you can tell if you're watching tonight on mylocalradio.com, plus weather, job listings, giveaways, and contests. Speaking of giveaways, we've got the Easter egg hunt coming up. We know Easter was a couple months ago. We didn't get to do the Easter egg hunt at that time, so we're hiding an egg starting Monday, the July 20th, and whoever finds that egg, it's $500.
Ooh.
So we'll have some hints coming out. You can stop by the various sponsors to get those hints and search for the egg. That'll start Monday, July 20th. Boy, long conversation here on the mound.
Umpire also involved as well.
Not sure what this discussion is about. We invite you to stay tuned in our post-game show. We'll have the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap and also the Dr. McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game. Evanston leads 8-1. Outlaws improved to 17-4 overall this season with a 10-6 win earlier tonight. 17-14, thanks. You gave me that look like, wait a minute.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I know we've lost more than that one.
10 games off. 17-14 overall with that 10-6 win earlier.
And they haven't been under 500 since the very, very, very beginning of the season. So Evanston with a strong season in 2020.
They dropped, I think, down at 500. Weren't they 12-12 or 11-11 a week or two ago?
But then got back up.
So Gus Allred steps back onto into the batter's box, and Seth Christensen on the mound delivers strike 1, breaking ball. That again, that's a tough pitch if he has it working, but he hasn't been consistent with it. That's Seth Christensen. Go ahead.
In the second inning, we saw his velocity definitely tick up. I don't know if he's just kind of lost confidence in that fastball, but we have not seen that type of electric ball come out of his hand in this inning.
Foul tip down to the plate. Counts for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. Gus steps back in, the left-handed hitter against the right-handed pitching Seth Christensen. Runners on first and second with 2 outs. Bottom of the third, Christensen delivers, swing and a miss. Allred goes down swinging, and that ends the Outlaw threat after 3 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, and 2 left stranded. 3 errors? 3 hits. 3 runs on 3 hits. We'll take a quick break. Top of the 4th coming up after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
The Tire Professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you hear Plains Tire. We just want you to add to the list. Plains Tire, the tire professionals. Stop in today, 157 Bear River Drive.
Light up your world with a custom-built LED sign from Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. It's a proven fact that signage that lights up creates more attention. So light it up and then add text, images, and video, and your sign becomes even more powerful. Start sharing your advertising messages and information with your customers today. The team at Rocky Mountain Sign provides all types of quality signage that is custom-built and maintained. Call today for a free quote. Rocky Mountain Sign, 307-789-5202. Rocky Mountain Sign, serving customers in Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho.
Evanston Outlaws with 3 runs in the first, 2 in the second, 3 more in the third. Evanston leads 8-1 in Game 2 of this AA West Conference doubleheader over the Jackson Giants. Evanston took the first game 10-6, and they are in the driver's seat here in Game 2, Elon.
And they'll be in the driver's seat in the West if they keep it up.
Absolutely, and that's exactly where they want to be. You come into this game and you think, well, we have to at least split. If we can get a sweep, we'll be feeling good. Right now, with an 8-1 lead in the top of the 4th, not quite comfortable and ready to go, but feeling good about where they're at.
Absolutely, and think about it this way. They get out of here with the 2 wins tonight. If this score holds up, they're going to be 4-0 with only 2 more games to play until we get to the halfway point in the conference. If this is a regular year, there's only 2 more games to play in the conference, period.
Right. They'll play next week on Wednesday at Rock Springs. Then the next Wednesday they host Rock Springs?
I think so.
And then they'll close it out with a pair of conference games against Jackson and Casper at the very end. Of course, this weekend, Evanston will be down at the Cedar Summer Showdown, Friday and Saturday, and we'll have all those Outlaws games broadcast live here on K9 and My Local Radio. They'll play Friday at 3, then again at 5:30, Saturday at 10 a.m., again at 2:30, and if they do well, there will be a championship game, 1 versus 2 seed, at 5:30 Saturday evening.
Some top teams going to be in Cedar City this weekend.
The umpire pointing down toward first base and shouting something. Get in the box. Oh, to the Jackson coach, who was not in the box. He was over by the Outlaws dugout, and he's saying, hey, the box extends out to the dugout. The umpire says, I don't care. Just get in the box. So Moyles delivers the first pitch, hit down the right side, foul by Grant Parkin, the third baseman, who's 0 for 1 in this game. Popped out to the pitcher, or to first base in the first. It was that check swing that slapped down the first base line, and Gus Allred came in to catch it. No balls, 1 strike. Leadoff hitter here in the visitors' half of the 4th, strike 2 on the inside corner, I believe.
Parkin lined out to Thompson in the first inning to end it, actually.
Wasn't that to Allred?
Oh, yeah, Allred. Sorry, I wrote 3 instead of 4.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Parkin goes down on 3 straight pitches. That brings Aaron Moya to the plate. Catcher, grounded to short in the second. Jagger Mitchell, the Outlaws' shortstop, jogs back deep into the hole. Moya, a right-handed hitter, comes into the day hitting .217. Went 1 for 2 in Game 1. Swings and misses well behind the fastball from Moyles.
Evanston outfield playing pretty well straight up. I mean, there's a lot of room between the left field line and left fielder Reed Cross right now.
Medium depth out there for Gross in left. Moyles delivers, swing and a miss. Again, Moya can't catch the fastball, strike 2.
I can't see it anymore.
It's a white blur when Moyles delivers. Fisher sets up inside. Moyles delivers. Moya fouls it over the Outlaws' first base dugout and stays alive. We'll have a game tomorrow as well. I should have mentioned that. The Outlaws will host Jackson. It'll be a non-conference, just one game, 1 o'clock, Elan?
1 o'clock, and it'll be, as you mentioned, non-conference, just kind of a way to say thank you for Jackson for taking the time and coming out here, kind of making it worth their while, you know.
Moyles just misses inside on the 0-2. Count becomes 1 ball, 2 strikes. And I think it's Jackson thinking, well, we're going to finish tonight late enough. We're going to stay the night anyways. Might as well get one more game in before we head home. Moyles delivers, swing and a miss. Moya goes down on 5 pitches, swinging. And Moyles, knock on wood, has dialed in. He's struck out the last 3 batters he's faced, and that's 4 strikeouts on the day.
Here's the guy that could really break it up, Steven Ashurst, who home run, ground rule double. It was a great hit either way.
Ashurst comes in hot. He's 4 for 4 in the 2 games combined. Strike 1, right down Front Street. Right down Bear River Drive. How about that one?
There we go.
That's a longer street name, but I like it. The 0-1, outside, misses, ball 1. Under the lights here at Ross Kesterson Field. Sky darkening, not a cloud in the sky on a beautiful night in Evanston. Moyles kicks and deals high and in, and just misses, ball 2.
Clayton's thrown 60 pitches through 3 2/3 innings pitched. He's moving at a pretty good pace right now.
Kicks and deals and misses way outside and up high for ball 3. 16 pitches in the first, 15 in the second, 17 in the third. It puts him so far at 13 here in the fourth for Moyles.
If you can average 15, 16 pitches an inning, you're going to throw a lot of complete games.
Yep. Moyles kicks and deals again and misses outside. He's going to walk Ashurst this time. Going back to, you brought it up a little while ago, the first time we saw Moyles pitch this season against Casper, and we just kind of kept going. We hope that what we saw
is not a fluke.
It was not just a fluke, not like a beginner's luck, and it certainly has not been.
No, I mean, he worked his way from the bottom of the rotation. Now he's starting conference games. He's one of the guys that Coach Thompson really, really believes in. And, I mean, he's also young. I mean, the fact of the matter is 3 of the top 4 starters for Evanston are coming back next year.
Right. I mean, just misses outside against Xander Witt, ball 1. Witt cracks it down the third baseline, foul for strike 1.
And, I mean, of course, in the minor leagues, the B team, however you want to put it, you got Hank Allred and Jaden Schneider, who's dominating down there. I mean, they're probably going to get the call up at some point. I mean, I could see them coming up for some of these non-conference games to kind of get some experience to get them ready for next year. But you pair those 2 with those 4, and then, of course, you got Ethan Buse, who continues to develop. You've got a pretty deep pitching core next year.
Outside and at the belt, outside corner and at the belt, strike 2 for Xander Witt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You'll certainly miss Fisher, and Brendan Thompson, I think, won't be able to play next year.
No, Reed Gross he has done as well.
Moyles delivers off the end of the bat, slow grounder to second. Thompson scoops, throws to first, easy toss, and the Outlaws get the 3rd out of this top half of the 4th inning. So Jackson goes down with no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 runner left stranded. 8-1 the score remains. Bottom of the 4th after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Evanston baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
Hello, this is Dr. McKay Frankham. As a dentist in Evanston for over 20 years now, my mission has always been to provide quality dental care for people of all ages at reasonable prices. I'm a detail-oriented person, and it's important to me to stay current on new dental procedures and protocols that can help my patients have the best experience and have the best results. Over the years, I've also worked to keep my overhead low so that I can pass those savings on to my patients. I believe everyone deserves quality dental care. Please call us today at 307-789-8910.
8-1, Outlaws in control here against Jackson. And you got to wonder, now one factor certainly is that Jackson, for whatever reason, didn't bring Quentin Bruno.
Yep.
Who was their leading, well, the top guy in the batting average, 500 average coming into the game, had 30 RBIs, 14 runs scored.
2 home runs last weekend.
Not sure where he is tonight. That certainly would have helped Jackson. I don't know if he would have helped to the tune of, well, Evanston won the first game 10-6, and then they lead it 8-1 here in game 2. Clayton Moyles at the plate, swings, and did he get a piece of that?
He did.
For strike 1. Moyles struck out looking in the first, grounded out to the pitcher in the second. He's 0 for 2, but boy, on the mound, typical Clayton Moyles. He struck out 4, allowed 1 hit, 1 run, walked 4, hit 1 batter. But again, despite all the walks and a few free bases like that, he's been very effective.
Just the 1 run.
Yeah, 1 run, 1 hit.
The 1 run on a ground rule double.
Slash home run, slash ground rule double, slash home run.
I don't know what we're supposed to call that.
Christensen misses in the dirt, ball 2. Seth Christensen, I'm not sure what to make of him. When he's on, he's very effective and tough to judge in time, but he's just been inconsistent.
It looks like that electricity on his fastball is starting to come back. I've noticed he's been throwing a lot more gas.
Okay. 2 balls and a strike, and he misses up high, ball 3 to Moyles.
A fantastic eye. That was someone. Probably Brendan standing on the steps over there in the hole.
Moyles back up the middle. Little looper into center field for the base hit. Seeing eye single. And Moyles is on base, a leadoff single. Brings Casey Perriman to the plate. Casey 0 for 1, walked in the first, reached on an error, and scored in the third. Perriman, right-handed hitter, has Clayton Moyles at first with no outs.
It's interesting, the 2 guys that throw left and bat right go back-to-back in the order.
Yep. Christensen misses low and in, ball 1. In right field, Xander Witt continues to kind of hug the line. Now he shifts just a little bit towards straightaway right. And Cooper Christensen continues to play pretty deep in left. Perriman foul tips it back.
He was out in front of that one. I think he was expecting something to come a little bit quicker than what Christensen threw at him.
Perriman hit a double off the left field fence in inning 2 of the first game. Steps back in and waits for the pitch. 1-1. No, make it 0-2. Pops it up toward the third base dugout. This one drifting and stays in, but it hit the top of the backstop.
Such a difficult play to make.
I misunderstood. I thought that first pitch was a ball 1, but it's on the scoreboard called strike 1. So the count remains 0-2 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, with the Outlaws lead 8-1. We invite you to join us tomorrow for Outlaws baseball with pregame at 12:45. First pitch at 1 o'clock as Evanston hosts Jackson in a non-conference single game here at Ross Kesterson Field. Perriman with an 0-2 count. Moyles at first after a single moments ago. Christensen sets, deals. Perriman foul tips it back to the screen. Moyles was running on what may have been a hit and run. And Perriman stays alive. That's 3 straight pitches he's fouled off.
It's really funny. After the opening game against Gillette, talked with Coach Thompson and said, what do you think is the biggest thing you took away from it? It's like, we need to work on our base running. Ever since that game, they've been very good on the base paths.
Yeah, they have. Christensen sets, deals. Perriman again, the protection swing, fouls it off. Some fans maybe have had to either scramble or pull out the glove as that one dropped onto the that berm, that little hill behind first base dugout here at Ross Kesterson. Perriman waiting. Count remains 0-2. Christensen deals and Perriman fouls another one off. He really got a hold of this one, pulled it well foul. That may have landed on a roof at those townhomes to the north of our field here.
It's funny, I asked two of the boys, have you guys ever hit a ball in there? And they said, no, we've never actually lined up on the third base line and hit balls at that thing when it was being built.
We never did that.
We never did that.
We never did that with the old baseballs that we didn't want to use in practice anymore. No, sir. 0-2 pitch. Perriman down the third base line. A grounder sharply hit, just foul. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight foul balls by Perriman as he continues the battle. Clayton Moyles at first hit a leadoff single, and he's stayed safely there so far. There's just been, out of these 7 pitches that Perriman has seen, he's fouled off 6 of them. At some point, something's got to give. We'll see if it's Christensen or Perriman. Outside, down and away, and gets past Moya. Moyles over to second base on the pass ball. And there's ball 1 for Perriman. 8 pitches, and that's the first outside the strike zone. Umpire says, I need some more baseballs. This Perriman kid's fouled too many off. Casey says, I can help with that. That's on me. Calls to his teammates in the dugout, I need a couple more baseballs. So a ball and 2 strikes, no outs, a runner on second. Evanston leading 8-1. The home half of the 4th on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Christensen looks to second, kicks and deals. Perriman pops it over the first base dugout foul. I just ran out of space on my score sheet for pitches.
And Brendan Thompson standing there on the on-deck circle. Jagger Mitchell out there with his mitt, shagging foul balls. He just grabbed one and ran it over to the umpire.
This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. The count remains a ball and 2 strikes, and Perriman chases one, but gets away from Moya. So Perriman will race down safely to first. Moyles on to third base. So Perriman strikes out swinging, but reaches first on the pass ball. And that brings up Brendan Thompson with no outs and runners on the corners. Christensen will get credit for the strikeout. That's his 5th of the day. But no outs remain on the scoreboard.
And now you got the RBI leading Brendan Thompson at the plate.
34 RBIs on the season. He walked in the first, laid down a sacrifice bunt back to the pitcher in the 3rd inning. So he's 0 for 0 in this game.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten any yet.
2 for 3 in the first game. Couple of singles, an RBI, and a run scored.
Man, he's seeing the ball well lately, though.
Yeah, he is. Bat on the shoulder, he waits. As Christensen comes set, he pulls the bat off the shoulder, sets in his stance, shows bunt, pulls back, and the ball gets past Moya again. A wild pitch. Moyles scores. Perriman to second. And Brendan Thompson has a 1-0 count. 9-1 Outlaws on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston in control of game number 2 tonight. They took the first game 10-6 and lead by 8 runs in the home half of the 4th with no outs and a runner on second. Brendan Thompson, a ball, no strikes. Perriman takes his lead. Christensen, skip, step, delivers outside corner, strike 1. Thompson throws his head back. You think that's in I should have swung, or I can't believe he called that a strike?
That was I should have swung. He was smiling as soon as it happened. He's like, that was the one.
That was my pitch. Left center field is open, and I didn't hit that ball there. Ball 2 up high to Thompson. 2 balls, 1 strike. Brendan steps back in.
88 pitches thrown by Seth Christensen in this one.
Comes set with the glove at his face. Perriman into third, gun down. He got too big of a lead too early and just committed to it, got thrown out at third. 1-3 put out is the first out of the inning. And Thompson's count remains, I believe, 2 balls, 1 strike. Scoreboard says 1-1.
Sure, we'll get an update from the umpire. Yeah, he asked for it.
So Thompson steps back in with bases empty. Evanston has 1 run in the inning on 1 hit so far. Christensen now out of the full set, swing and a miss, and there's some heat on that fastball.
Yep, that's what we were talking about, how when he throws that fastball, he can be really electric, but for some reason he's kind of shied away from it. I don't know if it's been rocked a few times or...
Here's the 2-2, misses low and away. I've noticed from the stretch he doesn't look as comfortable, and I think that's part of it. When he can't do a full windup, he can't get that same velocity. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The full count payoff pitch to Thompson, right side, in and out of the glove of first baseman Ashurst, and he scoops it up in foul territory, slides back to the bag at first, and gets the out. So we'll just call that 3 unassisted, 3 the first base position. Ashurst makes the play. Coach Jason Mitchell just gave Ashurst a fist bump, says, hey, nice defensive play there.
That was, I mean, 90% of the time the runner's going to make it there, but Ashurst not giving up on that. What a game he's having.
Yeah. And that was a sharply hit line drive. I mean, for him to get the glove up and even knock that down, pretty good, quick hands at first base for Stephen Ashurst. So Connor Peterson to the plate, RBI single in the 3rd, struck out swinging in the 1st, grounder in the hole at short. Throw is low and not in time by Bledgy. Connor Peterson with the infield single. We'll have to double check and see what the scorebook calls that.
I would call that a single because that was cleanly fielded. The throw is he just legged it out.
Yeah, the throw was a low and bounced a time or two, but Peterson just beat it.
He clearly beats the throw before it even gets there. So
Peterson 2 for 3 brings Jordan Schneider to the plate. Reached on a fielder's choice and scored in the 3rd. Struck out swinging in the 2nd. Christensen delivers inside, and Schneider elects not to wear it. Ball 1. Yeah, first base, or a single for Connor Peterson. Christensen delivers. Peterson heading for 2nd, dives in a little short of the bag, but gets there safe on the throw that was just off target. Schneider takes strike 1, a ball and a strike for Jordan. Schneider, a .333 average coming into the game. Went 1 for 4 in the first contest. A nice double in that game. Has a runner in scoring position. A big gap in left center field. Christensen looks to the runner on 2nd, delivers the breaking ball, gets away from Moya just after it missed low, ball 2. You got Christensen in left field. That's Cooper Christensen playing deep and not quite straight away, shaded just toward the left field line. Mason Wright playing, I don't know, about midway between the infield and the fence. And that helps make the left center field gap look even bigger. Christensen delivers, and Schneider pops it over the backstop, out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fans here having a good time on a beautiful night in Evanston at Ross Kesterson Field. Outlaws lead 9-1 in the home half of the 4th with 2 outs and a runner on 2nd. Schneider waits, right-handed hitter against the right-handed pitching Seth Christensen, who misses way up high. Ball 3, and the count fills.
If Evanston can get Schneider on, that'll bring up Reed, he's had a great game, 2 for 2. And at that point, you turn the lineup over. In the top of the order, you've got, as I mentioned, Reed 2 for 2.
Schneider fouls it back to the screen.
Jagger 2 for 3.
Yep.
Ryan Fisher 2 for 3. And Gus Allred 1 for 3. So, I mean.
And between those 4 guys, 6 runs scored, 5 RBIs. Schneider with a 3-2 payoff pitch again into right field. This one hit hard, but a little bit too far behind it, foul and out of play. So Schneider battling. That's 3 out of the last 4 pitches he's fouled off to stay alive.
Pitch number 99 coming from Seth Christensen.
He's been consistent up until this inning. He'd thrown 23 pitches in the 1st and 2nd innings, then 24 in the 3rd, and he misses high and into Schneider, who ducks down out of the way. He he could have worn it if he wanted to, but it was going to be ball 4, so why wear it? You get your base anyway.
You're wearing that either on the helmet or the shoulder, so
That's right.
I'm I'm going to give him
Easy.
the pass and say, go ahead, go duck and take your base.
That's what I'm saying. He made the good decision. He takes his base at first. Connor Peterson moves to second, turns the lineup over to Reed Gross, and a meeting at the mound may signal the end, and I think it will for Seth Christensen. So why don't we take a commercial break? Maybe whether we get to the 7th inning or not, we could use a couple of those ads. Elan, we'll take a quick break. Have a pitching change when we return on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, spate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
So a pitching change for the Jackson Giants bring Cooper Christensen out of left field and onto the mound. And you had some numbers on him. He hasn't pitched a whole lot so far.
Only a third of an inning. In that third, he got a walk, no strikeouts, allowed a run. It was earned. So I think this seems like one of those situations where Coach Huggins is just like, you know what? I've got this horse in the pen. Might as well turn him out and see if more miles will improve performance.
And with the Outlaws leading 9-1, not necessarily throwing in the towel, but it's interesting, just figuring his team is not probably – I mean, you figure the numbers, the percentages, it's not very likely that Jackson comes back in this.
No, but you know what? 2 days ago, same deficit, and Jackson won on a walk-off. So it's not over till it's over, and Evanston, I think, knows that. That's why we've seen them have the big innings. That's why we've seen them pour it on. Although this inning hasn't necessarily been big. It's just been kind of slow and methodical, and they've been taking their time. They've been picky with the pitches they're going to swing at. It feels like it's gone on forever, so it would be one of those explosive innings, but they only have one run on 2 hits to show for it.
With 2 runners on base. Right, we've got Connor Peterson at second, Jordan Schneider on first, and Reed Gross at the plate. Reed 2 for 2 with a walk, 2 singles, 2 runs scored in this second game. Went 1 for 5 and scored twice in game 1. 2 more runs here, and the Outlaws could look for 3 more outs and be done with the game. I guess 4 more outs because get 1 more here to end this 4th.
Yeah. We don't want that before the 2 runs are scored if you're Evanston looking to get out of here early.
No. So Cooper Christensen throws right, and he's got a different kind of delivery. Reed Gross waits on it and fouls it off on the first pitch over the first base dugout. Looks like who will move to left field? We'll have to figure this out in a minute.
I'm on it.
Okay. Here's the 0-1 from Christensen, misses high. And this is a very big change in velocity from Seth Christensen to Cooper Christensen. And it may be Bledgy in left field because it looks like Seth Christensen moved to short. Christensen delivers inside and misses for ball 2. So Reed with 2 balls and a strike. That's Asher still at first. Moya didn't move from his spot at catcher. Connor Lang at short, or at second base, right? Seth Christensen at short and Grant Parkin at third. Ball in the pitch in the dirt. Moya knocks it down, keeps it in front. Actually, maybe Bledgy moved to second.
It's a possibility. Right now, I'm trying to load the game feed for, for the Giants on Game Changer.
3 balls and a strike for Reed Gross. 2 men on, 2 outs, and Gross takes ball 4 up high, a 5-pitch walk, and he's on base. That loads the bases for Jagger Mitchell, who's got a 2-run double the last time he hit in the 3rd, plus 2 runs scored. He's 2 for 3 in the ballgame.
If you're an Evanston fan, this is who you want right here.
Right.
He's got power. He's got that habit of just pulling it along the third base line. He puts it into that corner by the pole so many times. And look at the gap. Well, I mean, it's not a real gap now because they're having a mound conference, so we can't say where he's at. But I mean, whoever's playing left field, once we find that out for sure, is definitely shading more towards center, and Jagger loves to pull it on that third base line. We've seen it so many times.
24 is in left field. I just saw him turn his back to us. Xander Witt. So who's in right? Well, the Superior Rental and the Gun Room at 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston has the largest inventory of industrial strength equipment for rent, and a full-time mechanic who maintains all that industrial rental equipment. So when you need it, it's ready to go at Superior Rental and the Gun Room, 371 Prospector Drive. A meeting at the mound here. Evanston leads big 9-1. They've got the bases loaded with 2 outs, and I think this is mainly a discussion of just don't put a melon over the middle of the plate for Jagger Mitchell. Trust your defense. Throw some strikes. Looks like Connor Lang is at 3rd. Parker Bledgy at 2nd base. It is Seth Christensen at short. We've had a lot of changes in the Jackson lineup with Cooper Christensen coming to pitch. Jagger Mitchell to the plate. Again, 2 for 3 in game 1. Comes in hitting .357. He's 2 for 3 so far in this second game. A 2-run double in the 3rd. And he steps into the box for his first at-bat against Cooper Christensen. It's righty on righty. Christensen kicks and deals. And Jagger, little dribbler down the third baseline, foul for strike 1.
That's where he's going to want to put it. Bases loaded, a chance to put Evanston up by 10. You put it in that corner. Those 2 runs score easily.
This may be a fine line here for Jagger between loading up and then like popping out or something or getting a good base hit. And he hits it into the gap, left side, past the shortstop. 1 run will score. Rounding 3rd, Jordan Schneider scores, and the Outlaws lead 11-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jagger Mitchell with 4 RBIs in the game. After that, 2-run single. Reed Gross around to 3rd. Connor Peterson scored from 3rd. Schneider scored from 2nd. And Jagger, boy, he's having a nice game.
Oh, yeah.
Is that 3 hits in the inning for Evanston?
Yes, sir.
3 hits, 3 runs scored, and Evanston leads by 10. Bases with batters. Now, Jagger advanced to 2nd on the throw in from left field. So Evanston has runners at 2nd and 3rd with Ryan Fisher at the plate. Fisher holding the bat on the shoulder, waiting. Now Cooper Christensen delivers. Fisher, high chopper to 3rd.
Wow.
Connor Lang scoops it off the short hop, throws to 1st off target. So scoring from 3rd, Reed Gross. Jagger Mitchell scores from 2nd. Fisher advances to 2nd, and the Outlaws lead 13-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. E5, just a poor throw from the 3rd baseman after he made a great scoop on the ground ball. With 2 outs, I believe Fisher does not get credit for the RBIs on the error, but Evanston leads 13-1, so he probably is not too worried. Gus Allred to the plate with a runner on 2nd and 2 outs.
Ryan saying, I want to go to bed.
Yeah. And Christensen misses low and in, ball 1. Gus, the 9th batter of the inning, struck out swinging in the 3rd, singled and had an RBI single in the 2nd, reached on an error and scored in the 1st. Gus waits, a left-handed hitter. The stout right-handed pitcher, Cooper Christensen, looks to 2nd, Kicks and deals, and a high fly ball deep right field. Gus bounces it once off the high part of the fence. Fisher will trot home. Allred looking for his second triple of the day. No, he'll stand up at second with a two-bagger for an RBI and puts the Outlaws up 14-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
He hit that one a ton, just a little bit more, and we might be talking about 2 runs on that play.
Yeah, it took a hop and just about a foot short of clearing the fence for a ground rule double. So Allred on second. That's the second time he's hit deep to that right field. Last time was a triple, this time a double. Takes us to Clayton Moyles, who led the inning off with a single and a run scored. Cooper Christensen looks in and delivers. Moyles pops it up over the first base side. This will drift out of play. And I don't know if Brady made the catch, but I heard fans say, catch that, Brady. So Moyles steps back in. He hits right. White bat. White batter's gloves. Right-handed hitter. Cooper Christensen certainly has not had much success so far. He walked Reed Gross, then allowed a 2-run single to Jagger Mitchell. Fisher reached on an error, and Gus Allred an RBI double. Big lead at second. Moyles waits on it, grounds it to third. Lang fields, throws, and gets the out. This time an accurate throw, and that ends the Outlaw inning. But only after 6 runs on 4 or 5 hits, I believe. We'll double-check that in a minute. 1 error and 1 runner left stranded. 13-1 Outlaws lead on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
A pass to the Evanston Recreation Center gets you so much more than a weight room. A pass also gives you access to the pool, hot tub, steam rooms, cardio room, cycling studio, shooting range, basketball court, and locker rooms with showers. Passes also let you attend drop-in fitness classes at no additional cost, including Zumba, yoga, cycling, water aerobics, and strength training classes. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Recreation Center. Payment plans available. Stop in today.
$13 to 1. The Outlaws a lopsided 6 runs in the 4th inning. Add that to the 3 in the 3rd, 2 in the 2nd, 3 in the 1st. Evanston has started off hot and kept it going through this 2nd game. And Clayton Moyles needs 3 outs to complete a 1-hit, 1-run ball game that he's allowed. 13 to 1. Evanston up big, Elan.
Yeah, and right now it looks like all they need to do is get 3 outs before Jackson gets 2 runs and we're home. 3 runs, actually. They have to get 3 in order to get back into this thing.
Right. They would need 3 runs or more to keep to force a 6th inning, even to force a bottom of the 5th. Cooper Christensen to lead off, and he takes strike 1 on the outside corner. Clayton Moyles. Moyles coming in at 66 pitches to start this inning.
Sheesh.
He's been very effective. And did he just hit Christensen?
Looked like the ball was in the dirt, but he might have hit him.
Christensen takes his base. Moyles just kind of shrugs like, eh. I mean, he apologized to Christensen as he ran down to first or trotted down to first, and then he just kind of, that's another free base. I'll get out of it. Plus, we're up by 12, so he's playing relaxed, confident. To the plate, Parker Bledgy. 0 for 1 in this game. He walked in the first, grounded to third in the third, and sharply hit grounder to third, but foul.
Let's see. This is the first time that I think that he's had anyone on since Coach Huggins had that talk with the umpire about that delayed leg lift that we were talking about. Let's see if the umpires notice anything different this time.
Cooper Christensen at first. Doesn't look like a real speedster, and he takes a short lead. Moyles throws over there, and Christensen back in, standing up. Our broadcast is brought to you in part by Union Wireless at 148 Front Street in Evanston. Wireless speeds so fast, you'll see stars with Union Wireless. Moyles looks to first, kicks, deals high and in, ball 1 for Bledgy. Parker went 2 for 4 in that first game, had a leadoff single and scored the first run of the ball game. Evanston, of course, came back to win, came from behind early. They scored a few runs in the second and led most of the game. Moyles deals the 1-1 down in the dirt. Fisher scoops it out, throws to first, and Christensen is safe. 2 balls and a strike for Parker Bledgy. Had a double and a single in the first game, both to left field.
Pretty quiet this one. A walk and a ground out to third.
Moyles kicks and deals and misses high and away. That's ball 3. Outlaws with Moyles on the mound, Fisher behind the plate, Gus Allred at first, Thompson at second, Jagger at short, Jordan Schneider at third. Gross in left, Peterson in center, Perriman hugging the line in right.
With the long weekend the Outlaws have, I mean, the fact that they're going to only use maybe 3 pitchers in these first 2 games, and then you've got whatever happens tomorrow, it's really going to help them in that Cedar City tournament.
Oh, absolutely, especially considering they have for sure 4 games in 2 days, 2 games Friday, 2 games Saturday, and if they do well, they would have a third game on Saturday. Could be 5 games in 2 days. All told, it could be 8 games in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 days, which is a full slate.
And then they'll take a well-deserved break after that.
Yep, and then play Rock Springs the next Wednesday at Rock Springs in conference play.
Jake Hibbert will have the call on that. Good to
have you talked to him about that?
Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah, he's going to be
good deal.
Calling that
Planning on it.
No.
Great. 13-1. Evanston has dominated this second game. But with runners on first and second, we had a hit by pitch or hit batsman and then a walk so far. Gus Allred playing in tight at first. Schneider cheating in at third as Mason Wright swings and chips it back to the screen. Wright 0 for 1. Well, actually 0 for 0, isn't he? Sacrifice bunt in the first.
And a walk.
And then a walk in the second.
He was picked off, which he was the one that was the victim of that. Clearly he's out. He thought he was out too. He steps off the bag, and Gus Allred applies the tag.
It was a funny thing because the field umpire had called him safe getting back to the bag, but Mason thought, I just got out.
Yeah.
Started to head back to the dugout, and that's when Gus tagged him to actually record the out. Low and in ball, or no, they called that strike 2, and foul tip. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes.
We also saw Mason Wright take to the bump during game 1.
Yeah, probably an appearance he'd like to forget as a pitcher. Did not record an out, allowed 3 runs, 2 earned, walked 2.
He did get on base, though, as a batter in that game, and he came around to score.
True. Yeah, we went 0 for 5 in the first game, but reached on an error and scored. And Outlaws won that first game 10-6.
Still looking for his first at-bat in this one.
Moyles looks back to the runners, kicks and deals, and grounded back up the middle. Jagger can't quite scoop it in. That'll score a run on the error. Throw to third base and bobbled by Schneider, so the runner is safe. So Cooper Christensen scores from second. Parker Bledgy slides in safe at third, and Mason Wright is safe at first with an RBI on the error by the Outlaws defense. I worried a little bit about the things kind of moving at such a slow pace here in the last minute, and Evanston getting maybe a little lackadaisical defensively. And not to say that Jagger was lackadaisical, just didn't get that glove low enough. he made a good effort to get there. Runners on the corners. Jackson scores the first run it has since the second inning when Stephen Ashurst scored. So Moyles looks in on Seth Christensen, right-handed hitter.
Just for those watching on my local radio, it's 12-2, not 14-2 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
12?
That's what I've got.
You've got 12 runs?
I've got 12 runs for Evanston.
High and ball 1 to Christensen. I have 14 on mine score sheet.
Oh, I missed a few. Okay, I apologize.
Moyles kicks and deals and misses low and in. Ball 2.
It's been a long day, everybody.
Did you get up early?
I usually get up early. Usually, because of my wife's work, we're usually up around 6 o'clock. So.
Oh, man. I would maybe sleep in a different bed if my wife got up at 6 every morning. Moyles kicks and deals the 2-0. Christensen may have just cracked this one out deep into left center field. Gone. Seth Christensen with a 3-run homer off of Clayton Moyles, and this game may have just suddenly gotten interesting. They needed at least 3 to force a bottom of the 5th. They've just scored 4 here in the inning and have no outs. Is that right?
Yep.
So Seth Christensen with a 3-run round trip around the bases.
Dead
over the
center
left
field, or
left center, yeah. Yeah, he hit that one a long ways. And a high fly ball. There was no question it would be close. And as soon as it disappeared beyond the outfield lights, we knew. So that, 4 runs so far in the inning on 1 hit is all. A hit batsman, a walk, an error, and then a home run. So 14-5, we'll at least have a bottom half of the 5th inning. We'll see what happens the rest of this top half of the 5th. No outs as Connor Lang comes to the plate. Hit by a pitch in the 1st and struck out looking in the 3rd. Lang hits right. Base is empty. Moyles delivers high and outside, ball 1. He's had a little trouble locating in this 5th inning.
Looks like we got Kason Smith up in the Evanston bullpen again.
Foul tip back to the screen. Smith finished things off in the 1st game. Gave up a couple of runs, but held on for the win. Got those 3 outs. 1-1. Moyles delivers high and in, ball 2 for Connor Lang.
Jackson's got a little bit more energy now.
Yeah, a little liveliness coming from the third base dugout that wasn't there about 3 minutes ago.
When you finally break that dam a little bit and help yourself out. Wow,
Sharp
that
line drive left field, but just hooks foul.
That would have been big trouble if that landed fair.
Likely a double for Connor Lang, but he pulled it a little too far and evens the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lang, a right-handed hitter. His cleats look golden colored, don't they?
They do.
Number 27. No batting gloves for Connor Lang. We've seen him at second base. We've seen him out in center field at third base as well between the 2 games. 2-2 count. Moyles kicks and deals. And swing and a miss for Lang, strike 3. Got him on a off-speed pitch, and the timing was disrupted for Connor Lang. First out of the inning.
Boo.
Outlaws came in firmly in control, 14-1 here in the top of the 5th, but a couple of, an error, a couple walks, and then a home run by Seth Christensen. It was a 3-run shot.
It's the 3rd run in 3 games by Jackson over Evanston pitching.
The 3rd home run?
Yep.
Wow. Grant Parkin slides in, takes ball 1 from Moyles at the knees. He had to slide back and get away. Didn't want to take it in the kneecap. Moyles kicks and deals and misses high and outside to Parkin. Grant, the 3rd baseman at the start of this game, and we better check if that's Grant Parkin or not for sure. Parkin struck out swinging in the 4th, popped to 3rd in the 1st. And as he turns his back, that's number 18.
Lucas Grayland.
Lucas Grayland, thank you. Oh, we should have known that. He was in the first game. He played, in right field? Fisher tries to frame the high and outside pitch. I thought that was ball 3. I missed one. That was ball 4, and a 4-pitch walk for Lucas Grayland.
Sometimes when these games start to drag, you kind of fall behind on pitch counts. You fall behind on action, and it's one of those things where, as Coach Chad Thompson, I think he's going to go out and get his lefty.
He says, let's go. He seems a little bit frustrated, and it may be that he's just not seeing the finish things off effort that he wanted to in this game. Now, you said Kason Smith was warming up. He's coming out of the bullpen now, and it may be a straight swap as Moyles heads for the dugout.
Gets a round of applause from the group. Actually, that's not Kason.
No, that's
Kendall Cummings moving out to right
heading
field.
To the outfield.
So Casey Perriman might be coming into. If he's heading out to the outfield, would they be bringing in Perriman? No, they're bringing in Reed.
Let's just wait and see.
Yeah.
Our game tonight is brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic at 545 Cheyenne Drive in Evanston. Got a great course, all the chiropractic work. He's a doctor of chiropractics. Plus does blood work, dietary supplements, weight loss programs, and he can get rid of your allergies. Of course, with the summer months here, allergies maybe not as big of a concern, but he can certainly help out with that. Jagger Mitchell?
Yes.
So Hoover Chiropractic. Also, mylocalradio.com, local radio just for you, local and regional news. And we want to thank our webmaster, Sean Hando. He does such great work, and so much of that is behind the scenes. But Sean Hando, our webmaster extraordinaire. Thanks so much for everything you do, Sean. So we've got Jagger moving. That's why Reed would come in from.
He's coming to short.
Yeah, from left. He'll probably move to short. And then we may see.
Probably Kendall Cummings into right, moving Casey Perriman back to left.
We'll have to see where everything shakes out there. Well, this has been an interesting night for sure. We had some back and forths. We had a ground rule double that was then ruled a home run, and then back to a ground rule double, and then the runner scored anyway. That was Stephen Ashurst.
Jagger Mitchell comes in with a 1-3 record in 26 1/3 innings pitched. 11 earned runs out of 26 runs allowed. 30 hits, 20 strikeouts, and 15 walks with a 2.92 ERA.
Say that again. How many runs and how many were earned?
$26 runs and 11 of them earned.
Wow.
So he's been the victim a little bit of some defensive lapses. I mean, of course, in the 8-1 or 8-0 loss that he took against Madison, only one of those 8 runs were earned.
Huh. So Clayton Moyles went 4 1/3 innings, allowed 2 hits. One of them, of course, the 3-run homer. 5 runs. I'm not sure on earned runs at this point, but he walked 4, hit 1, struck out 5, and allowed the 1 home run. Don't close the book on him just yet, though, because he walked Lucas Grayland. Next up is Aaron Moya, the catcher.
He went deep against Evanston pitching on Sunday, hit a 3-run bomb over Reed Gross in left field's head.
Struck out swinging here in the 4th and grounded to short in the 2nd. So some movements in the the Evanston defense. Reed Gross indeed at short. Looks like
Casey Perriman in left field.
Yep.
Kendall Cummings over in right.
Okay. Jagger on the mound delivers strike 1 inside corner to Moya.
So Evanston's going to be looking for at least 1 run at this point when they get their chance to bat in the 5th. So they can still end this one early.
Mitchell from the stretch leans in, then comes set. Looks to first, nothing happening there. Moya fouls it back to the screen for strike 2. Jagger coming strong right after him. Moya in the first game went 1 for 2, an RBI and a run scored. Right-handed hitter. A funny batting stance as he leans back, and then as the pitch comes, leans forward, swings and misses, strike 3. Jagger gets him in 3 straight pitches. Make it 2 down in the visitors' half of the 5th inning. Clayton Moyle struck out Connor Lang 2 batters ago. So a runner on first, and Stephen Ashurst, who's had the hot bat today, comes to the plate. He's 4 for 4.
On the day.
On the day, including game 1. He went 3 for 3, and he's 1 for 1 here in the second game.
He's the one that hit the deep shot, the original deep shot for Jackson back in the second.
Swing and a miss, strike 1. He's walked once. He was hit by a pitch. He scored twice. He's got a couple RBIs. That's in the 2 games combined. Wide open stance from the left-handed batter's box. Swings and misses again. The ball gets away from Fisher, and he trots over to scoop it up as Grayland takes second base on the pass ball. That's strike 2 for Ashurst. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 14-5. Outlaws lead on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard here in the top of the 5th inning. Outlaws had a 14-1 lead coming into the 5th, but Jackson has scored 4 runs, including a 3-run homer by Seth Christensen. Jagger kicks and deals the 0-2. Swing and a miss. He throws 6 pitches, gets 2 strikeouts swinging, and ends the Jackson threat here in the top of the 5th. 4 runs on 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 left stranded. 14-5, Evanston leads. Home half of the 5th coming up on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
The Tire Professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you hear Plains Tire. We just want you to add to the list. Plains Tire, the tire professionals. Stop in today, 157 Bear River Drive.
Outlaws lead by 9 runs in a conference game. If a team goes up by 10 runs after 5 innings, the game is called for a mercy run rule. So if Evanston were to score 1 run here in the bottom of the 5th, that would immediately end the game. I remember one of my glory days in baseball. This is going back a long time when I was in Little League. And we were playing. So I was on for Pleasant Grove in Utah, and we had an all-star team after the regular Little League season.
Yep.
And in the state tournament against a bunch of other all-star teams, I played the first 3 innings, and then I was on the bench, and I went to get some licorice from the concession stand, and one of my teammates, Ryan, you're up to bat. Come on. So I drop the licorice, I run in, throw on a helmet, grab a bat, step up to the plate. And this was it was a memorable moment because a few pitches in, I hit a ground rule double. And I remember distinctly the field umpire, because I was taking my time getting to second base, just relishing this, ground rule double, sweet. And the umpire says, step on the bag, son. So I was like, okay. I step on second base, and he goes, that's the game. Because there were men on second and third.
So
they scored.
You didn't realize you won it.
I didn't realize it was a walk-off mercy rule, ground rule double.
The closest I ever got to a walk-off win involving me was we were up against one of the top teams. Like it was another all-star type thing. One of the top teams in the state. And this kid had been lighting us up, and he was a lefty, and I was playing in right field. And I think he had been 3 for 3 going into that game. we're up by 1. He's the winning run, and he's got wheels, so he can score. And it was one of those ones that was hit right at right field, and it took a really weird path. And I made what Coach called a walk-off catch. So that was pretty cool.
Nice. Casey Perriman leading off, takes strike 1 from Cooper Christensen. Back out for, he went a third of an inning in the 4th. Misses high, ball 1 for Perriman. Casey 0 for 2, struck out swinging in the 4th, reached and scored on an error in the 3rd, walked in the 1st. So 0 for 2. Perriman hits right, Christensen throws right, and delivers. Outside corner, strike 2. Outlaws, again, just need 1 run to end this game. Yep. And with the hour, 10:17.
Doesn't feel like it's been a shortened game at all.
No, it doesn't. We started at 8:06, so we're just 2 hours and 10 minutes or so. Foul tip back to the screen. He chased a high pitch there, was lucky to get a piece of it.
If we were playing with a 2-hour rule, it would have been called in that last inning. But conference, not a tournament, no one waiting on us, so no need to do that.
Right, we're not playing by those rules tonight. Perriman waits, pops it high down the third baseline. Lang comes over, settles under it, and then drifts back to make the catch. 1 down. Well, Connor Lang has quick feet, and he's definitely a versatile player. We've seen him at least 3 different positions tonight: second base, third base, center field. Brings Brennan Thompson to the plate. I wonder what kind of discussion the Outlaws had between the top of this inning and the bottom of the inning. Coach is saying, hey, guys, let's finish this thing out. Let's get a run and end this game, or what the discussion was. Thompson takes ball 1 out away from the plate and in the dirt. And Cooper Christensen doesn't have a lot of velocity on it, but we've seen pitchers in the past for the Evanston Outlaws do a similar type, a different speed can throw the opponents off. But not Brennan Thompson.
No.
Line drive in a deep left center field. That finds the gap. Thompson rounds first, and he's heading for second. This may be a play. Nope, he'll stand in. A stand-up double. Thompson, whatever discussion there was between the top of the inning and the bottom of this 5th inning, he took it to heart. Boy, he hit that well.
That might be the precision play of the game right there.
Definitely a candidate. Jagger Mitchell's 2-run double in the 3rd. Jordan Schneider's defensive play at third base in the 3rd inning.
Hot bat up right now. Connor Peterson, 2 for 3, including his last 2 at-bats. He's been singles.
A run scored, an RBI. Takes ball 1 inside at the knees. And he also went 1 for 2 in the first game.
How fitting would it be? He's one of the guys that didn't make the trip to Jackson. He was bummed about missing that, but how awesome would it be if he could get the walk-off RBI?
Yeah, that'd be great. The winning run at second base in Brendan Thompson. Peterson's thinking the same thing. Swings and misses. Healthy cut. Strike 1. Make sure to stay tuned in the post-game show. We'll have the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. Jimmy John's, where fresh and fast meet. And the Dr. McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game coming up in our post-game coverage. We'll also talk with one of the Outlaws or one of the coaches. Coach Thompson said he'd either come up or send one of the guys. Cooper Christensen on the mound, looks back to second. Thompson with a short lead, inches out further as Christensen delivers, and off-speed pitch drops down and out of the zone. Ball 2.
Connor Peterson, the batter on that right-handed side of the batter's box. Yeah, he's has a single, struck out to end the first inning, but he's just been on fire since then.
Steps back in. A thin, tall, right-handed batter, white batting helmet. Swings, high pop-up into right field. This should be deep enough for Thompson to tag from second. No, it's not. Nope. Thompson playing it safe, stays at second, so Peterson flies out to right field. That's out number 2, and Jordan Schneider comes to the plate. Schneider 0 for 2 in the game, but he's reached twice on an error and walked and scored twice. Struck out swinging in the second. Went 1 for 4 in game 1. Comes in with a .333 average. Number 9 hitter. Hits right. Waves the bat over his right shoulder. Back elbow up high in the air as Thompson takes his lead at second. Schneider waits. And takes ball 1, I believe, high and in.
He won a double-digit pitch battle last time he was up and worked a walk. It was full count for what seemed like an eternity.
Right. Fouled off 3 pitches in that at bat to stay alive and earn the walk. 1 ball, no strikes. Scoreboard says 2 strikes, but I think that hasn't been updated yet. Christensen taking his time. Schneider asks for and gets a timeout. 14-5 in the home half of the 5th. 1 run for Evanston ends this game. Matt Jackson looking to extend things with Cooper Christensen on the mound. He's gotten 2 outs so far, but Brendan Thompson, a stand-up double, is at second base. Christensen winds and deals high. Easy take there for Jordan Schneider, ball 2.
2 balls, no strikes, and you get the feeling that this might be what Jordan is wanting to work, is a walk, send up Reed Gross. Reed has had the hot bat himself with being 2 for 2.
Yep.
With 2 walks.
Pretty good gap down the left field line. Xander Witt giving a little space down that left field line. Christensen spins and fakes a throw. Thompson back in easily at second base.
Right now, in this type of situation, you're aware of anyone and everyone on those base paths, no matter if they have a history of stealing or not.
Christensen looks back there, looks again, and Schneider asks for and gets another timeout. You'd think this was a 5-4 ball game, not a 14-5 ball game, the way this at-bat is going. Of course, if Schneider gets a base hit, something into the outfield, it may be enough to score the winning run. Thompson in scoring position, and Schneider takes ball 3 up behind his head.
Good stop there by Moya. That gets away, and Thompson's headed for third.
3 balls, no strikes. Got to think Schneider will hold the bat on the shoulder on a 3-0 count. Maybe show bunt, pull it back. Holds it out in front of him, sets up in his stance as Christensen delivers and misses low and outside, and Schneider takes his base. So the Outlaws have runners on first and second, and the top of the order, Reed Gross, leadoff man. As Elan mentioned, he's 2 for 2, plus he's walked twice. He scored 3 times in this game. That puts him at 20 runs scored in the for the season, and Jackson takes a quick timeout to send out a pitching coach and have a chat. What do you see? What do you think they're discussing here?
I think they're discussing how do we chill this guy down. He's been absolutely a tear, 2 for 2 with 2 walks. So if he's not hitting, he's getting on base, and you get bases loaded for this next guy. You don't have that extra base in. This is a situation where you might intentionally walk Jagger, but not with bases loaded.
Right.
So it's really one of those deals where, really, I think the game comes down to this at bat. If Reed gets on, I think Jagger wins it with an RBI single.
Of course, Reed has the opportunity to win it with a base hit.
Exactly.
And not to take anything away from Brendan Thompson, he's not the fastest guy on the team.
No.
So you'd have to have a pretty good base hit, probably a double, to get Thompson to score. Go ahead.
Probably something similar to what we saw Kason Smith hit in Jackson on Sunday, where it was just like this one that kept going up, 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 and it looked like it was going to get caught, but just kept going and going and going.
2 outs here in the home half of the 5th. Reed Gross, what kind of extra base hits does he have this season? 11 singles, 6 doubles. And he steps into the right-handed batter's box with 2 down and a 14-5 Outlaws lead. Runners on first and second. Cooper Christensen looking to get out of this inning and keep the Jackson hopes alive. If Evanston scores 1 more run here, ball game's over by the 10-run mercy rule. Christensen kicks and deals and catches the low end of the strike zone right down the middle of the plate.
Right now, Reed is just looking for something that he can put a line drive on. You don't want to pop up. You've got 2 down. Evanston has been swinging and getting under some of these pitches. Not so much from Christensen, but from the other Jackson pitchers.
Gross waits, righty on righty. Christensen with the right hand delivers. Gross, high chopper toward third. Picked up, Lang steps on the bag at third and ends the threat. So Evanston gets no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 runners left stranded. Top of the 6th coming up after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws Baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
When you want something custom built for your home, farm and ranch, vehicle, or trailer, it needs to be done with precision, be strong, and be affordable. Get all this and more when you work with the Steel Shop at Elling Ford Brothers. You bring the plan or idea, and they'll make it a reality. The Steel Shop sells and installs vehicle accessories like bull bars, running boards, and bed liners. They also specialize in truck and trailer hitches as well. Get it built to last. Elling Ford Brothers, 221 County Road in Evanston.
Business cards are a powerful and inexpensive way to promote the goods and services you offer. You can design your own cards or have the professionals at Westar Printing design your business cards. Now with same-day and next-day turnaround on all business card printing, you don't have to wait. Get your business cards today. Professional quality, inexpensive prices, and quick turnaround. Visit Westar Printing, 243 7th Street in Evanston, across from the library. Westar Printing, 307-789-5202.
14-5, the Outlaws thought they had this one in hand. It was 14-1 to start the 5th inning, but a 4-run 5th for Jackson, including a 3-run homer by Seth Christensen, kept them alive in the ball game. And now we head for the top of the 6th inning. Evanston leading 14-5, and we'll have Xander Witt, Cooper Christensen, and then back to the top of the order with Parker Bledgy. So Jackson certainly not out of this one yet, and this is a similar situation to what you had Sunday in Jackson. Evanston a comfortable, a pretty dominant lead, but Jackson came from behind to win.
And it was in about the 4th inning where things kind of really picked up for Jackson. They were playing under the 2-hour time limit. We were done in 6 innings. Yeah, it's very similar, but I don't know. I feel like that Evanston does have a little bit more by way of pitching this time. Last time, Gus Allred wasn't available. Jagger Mitchell wasn't available. They're looking really good.
Jagger misses low and outside to Xander Witt, who's 0 for 2, lined out to short and grounded to second. The last 2 batters that Jagger faced in the top of the 5th, he struck out on 3 straight pitches each, Aaron Moya and Stephen Ashurst. Line drive left field, base hit for Xander Witt, his first of the day. He went 0 for 3 in game 1, 0 for 2 in game 2 until that single into left. So that puts a runner on, leadoff runner with a single. Leadoff batter got on in the 5th inning as well. Cooper Christensen was hit by a pitch, and now Cooper Christensen is up to bat with a runner on first and no outs.
Before the 5th inning, only one of the 4 previous innings saw Jackson get the leadoff man on, and now they've done it 2 innings in a row.
Christensen takes ball 1 just off the outside edge of the plate. Christensen, a right-handed hitter. That's kind of a funny leaning stance with that left foot out, and then as Jagger delivers, he steps into it and takes strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Xander Witt on first. A short, safe lead as Jagger misses high, ball 2.
Jordan Schneider charging in on it, it looks like on the pitch, over on third base.
I guess I wouldn't be surprised to see a bunt, but at the same time, small ball is not going to get you 9 runs very quickly. Strike 2, outside corner, evens the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes with no outs. Evanston leading 14-5 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We welcome you tuned in on K9 99.1 FM and mylocalradio.com. Jagger delivers the 2-2 high and in. It gets away from Fisher, and that'll allow Witt to advance to second base on the pass ball. And also fills the count, 3 balls, 2 strikes for Cooper Christensen. On deck, the leadoff man, Parker Bledgy. He has yet to get a hit in this second game after going 2 for 4 in the first. But he's walked twice, scored once. And by the numbers, he's probably due for a base hit. He hits above 400. Christensen off the handle of the bat toward first base. Gus charges, can't quite make the play. Jagger covers the bag, and the toss to Mitchell at first gets the out on a 3-1 ground out. In the meantime, Xander Witt advances to third. So Christensen retired, brings Parker Bledgy to the plate. Parker, a right-handed hitter. Mitchell throws right. Played some quarterback for the Outlaws this past fall.
Yep.
Or not the Outlaws, the Red Devils.
Yeah, it's okay. I watched one of the Outlaw games back, and I said the Evanston Red Devils. It happens. Yeah, he played the starting quarterback position for the Red Devils in the season opener against Powell. He also played it in the home opener against Riverton.
Misses ball one against Bledgy, and second pitch just misses outside and low ball two. Of course, you got to be careful with that because the Rollins High School mascot is the Outlaws, isn't it? So you Red Devils, that may be a little bit of a rivalry recently in football, 3A teams. Outside corner, strike one from Jagger.
Had a great game when Rollins to open up the season. Evanston lost when they gave up a touchdown with under a minute left.
Bledgy steps in. Red and white baseball bat, high pop up over the back stop for strike two. Evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Man on third is Xander Witt. He singled to left. Then Cooper Christensen grounded to first. And that brings us to Parker Bledgy on deck. Mason Wright in the hole. Seth Christensen if we get there. 1 down. Top of the 6th. Evanston leads by 9. 14-5. Mitchell kicks and deals. Bledgy reaches out, swings and misses. Strike 3. 3 of the 4 batters that Mitchell has retired have been on strikeout swinging. And that brings Jackson to Mason Wright.
He reached on an error, was on base when Seth Christensen launched one over left center for that 3-run shot.
Yeah, Mason Wright had just reached on an error and earned an RBI for himself, and then Christensen says, here, come the rest of the way home. High fly ball by Mason Wright, deep right center field. Peterson goes over, settles under it, and makes the catch and ends the Jackson threat. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left stranded. 14-5, Evanston leads home half of the 6th. Coming up on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
A pass to the Evanston Rec Center gives you access to 3 amazing weight rooms. As a serious weightlifter, you can accomplish all your goals of bulking and maximizing with our complete lines of Precor, Hoist, and Troy free weight equipment. If your weightlifting is more focused on firming, toning, core, and muscle strength, then you'll enjoy the Cybex equipment weight room. Don't wait another minute to reach your weight training goals. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Rec Center. Stop in today, 275 Saddle Ridge Road.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on mylocalradio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit mylocalradio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now.
14-5. The Outlaws controlled it from the start of this game. They scored 3 runs in the first, 2 more in the second, 3 in the third, 6 in the fourth. For the first time this game, they did not score a run in the fifth for the first inning, I should say. But still a comfortable lead, 14-5. They got to get 1 more and end this game. But, of course, it's the bottom of the 6th, so even if they don't, the final inning, final chance for Jackson, they're down to 3 outs.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just thinking about it with the whole mercy rule and the fact that Evanston were looking for a walk-off type deal. It really does kind of, I feel like, take away from the fact that Evanston has put together a complete game, 14 runs on 12 hits, and it's been a really impressive night. I mean, they put up the big inning in the 6th against Jackson in the first game to kind of separate themselves, and they've kind of shown that they've been the better team from the get-go in this one.
Definitely. And when you look back, a 10-6 win in the first game, and you put up 24 runs, even if they don't score in this 6th or 7th innings, put up 24 runs in 2 games on probably the next best team or the best team to challenge you in the AA West. Cooper Christensen out for another inning of work. Breaking ball doesn't drop in enough. Ball 1.
That was one of the slowest breaking balls I've ever seen.
I'm telling you, his velocity not there, but it's a funny delivery.
It broke just enough that it was a good pitch.
Jagger gets underneath this one, sky high into shallow left field. Xander Witt settles under it, calls for it, makes the catch. And that's what you're afraid of against a pitcher that throws slower is guys really just loading up, taking big steps as they go through their swinging motion and then getting underneath the pitch and popping it up.
Well, they're seeing it come out that slow, and they're like, oh, this is a meatball. I'm going to unload on this, and then you miss your timing because it is coming out at a different velocity, and you pop it up and quick out.
Ryan Fisher pops it over the first base dugout. Foul. That's out of play. Fisher in this game, 1 for 3. A run scored, actually 2 runs scored. Had a single in the second and an RBI in the first, and takes ball 1. Again, that breaking ball that kind of breaks over the plate, like over the strike zone.
Yeah. Kind of drops right in there, right where you want it.
Fisher waits. He hits right. Christensen throws right. Kicks and delivers, and again misses high. Ball 2.
Christensen looks like a younger guy, so, I mean, there's probably some development that needs to happen still, but he's got a solid foundation. That breaking ball naturally just drops like a ton of bricks sometimes.
This is inside, scoots away from Aaron Moya. It's ball 3 for Fisher. Ryan walked in the third, but got stuck at first when Gus Allred struck out swinging. Gus on deck, and Gus has had a good day. Got the win in game 1 after throwing 6 innings, allowing 6 hits, 4 runs, 2 of them earned, and struck out 6. Christensen, the 3-1 to Fisher. High fly ball, deep left field. This one going back to the wall, and at the wall it hits the base of the fence. Fisher rounds first and stands at second with a stand-up double.
Did you see all the Evanston Outlaws pour out of the dugout thinking they were about to celebrate a walk-off dinger?
I was hoping for it as well, as that ball flew through the air into left field, but just not quite deep enough. Still, a double for Ryan Fisher brings Gus Allred to the plate. And they intentionally walk Gus Allred to get to Clayton Moyles.
Interesting situation there, because Clayton, he's not had a bad day at the plate. I mean, this game he's been a little lacking, but yeah, in the previous game he was trying to find it. Sorry.
No, I've got 1 for 3.
Yeah, so
with 2 runs scored, and in this game 1 for 4. He's got a single.
Yeah.
And a sharp grounder to third. Lang picks it up, throws to second. They get the out there, and the out at first.
Wow.
A double play. Nicely executed. The 5-4-3 double play ends the Outlaw threat. So Fisher just about walked it off with a home run, but missed just short with a double. And the Outlaw threat ends with that. No runs on 1 hit and no errors. 1 runner left stranded. 14-5, top of the 7th coming up right after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
At beautiful Bear Lake, skiing, snowmobiling, sailing, and swimming are just some of the fun activities offered to recreationists.
The Greater Bear Lake Valley offers prime hunting and fishing areas, whether it's trout fishing in the streams or ice fishing for Cisco on the lake, hunting deer or seeking elk along the high mountain ridges. The scenic corner of Utah and Idaho offers outdoor recreation and historical interests away from crowds and high prices. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
Fourteen to 5, heading for the top of the 7th inning. Jagger Mitchell out. He got 2 outs in the 5th, 3 outs in the 6th. So he's pitched an inning and 2/3 so far. He has struck out 3 of the batters he's faced and looks to retire. He'll have to get out 3 of the next few batters. And Jackson will start with Seth Christensen, the number 3 hitter, then Connor Lang and Lucas Grayland. You gave a shudder with Seth Christensen, Elan.
Well, we all know what happened. He had 2 runners on last time he was up. I mean, it's still a mountain to climb for Jackson. I would say it's about a
Teton peak, you might say.
Yeah. If it was any other team, I'd say Evanston has an 80% chance or 90% chance of winning this one. I'm going to go 80, considering what I saw happened in Jackson last on Sunday. Granted, that happened over a few innings, but you never know. A big inning can happen. We saw it with Evanston. We could see it with Jackson. I don't think it will, but you can't rule it out of the realm of possibility.
Well, we saw it from Jackson earlier in this game. A lopsided 4 runs in the 4th, and most of that came on Christensen's 3-run homer. Christensen, at that point in the game, in the 2 games combined, was 0 for 6 with a walk, no runs scored, no RBIs, and then he cranks it over the left field fence for a 3-run homer. And he will lead off in the visitors' half of the 7th. Jackson down to its final 3 outs. So if Evanston can prevent Jackson from scoring 9 runs or more, the Outlaws would win this game.
And honestly, you're at the point where you're okay trading outs for runs right now.
Yeah, no, if Jackson scores 4 or 5, that's okay as long as they don't score 9. Well, Jagger Mitchell delivers and just misses outside. And you're going to, I think Jagger, he's a smart kid. He's going to nibble at the corners here, maybe hope to catch a corner, but not give anything that Christensen can really drive.
Not at all.
Christensen, that might have been one he could have driven, but he gets underneath it and pops it up out of play.
Well, it's also one of those changeups where Christensen kind of did exactly what Jagger just did. It looks like it's coming at a certain velocity. He's thinking, oh, I've got my second dinger of the night.
Yeah.
Instead, he gets under it and skies it up into the elevator shaft.
He must have rattled the handle a bit. He kept punching his hip with that right hand. This one tips off the end of the bat for strike 2, foul.
I don't think Ryan Fisher gets enough credit for how good of a job he does behind the backstop.
He's a very solid catcher, without a doubt.
I mean, and this is a team where you've got Reed Cross and Jagger Mitchell going as well, who are very capable backstops themselves.
Just above the belt, ball 2. And we've seen Jagger play a lot less catcher since Ryan started playing catcher more midway through this season.
I'd say Reed is probably still the number 1.
Yep.
But he probably enjoys the break and gets to play. I know for a fact Ryan told me he enjoys playing catcher.
Catcher gets a lot more action. There's a lot more work, for sure. Kason Smith has played some catcher, too. I don't think he's played catcher since a bat hit his wrist at Rock Springs a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Ball 3 for Seth Christensen, full count. Jagger kicks and deals. And down the middle, Christensen, high fly ball, deep right center field. Peterson going over, and coming over from right field, Kendall Cummings makes the catch for out number 1. That Christensen, he hit that hard enough, but just not straight enough. Too much air underneath it. That could have been gone if he straightens it out or lowers it down a little bit.
So starting this year, the Evanston Outlaws introduced so Coach Chad Thompson bought one of those big WWF wrestling belts, and it's awarded to the player who works the hardest. And after the first game, Casey Perriman got it, and then you have to outwork that person in order to get it.
Okay.
I don't know who has the belt right now, but we're gonna have to ask to kind of keep track on the belt watch.
Connor Lang to the plate, grounder up the middle. Gross boots it out to his left, and by the time he picks it up, no time to make the throw. It took a high hop about the belt level as it came into his body, and he just couldn't make the play.
That's only the second error on Evanston in this game, according to Game Changer.
been pretty good defensively in this second game. The problem was that the 3-run homer by Seth Christensen. Clayton Moyle still in line for the victory, despite allowing that home run. 5 runs, 4 of them earned for Moyles in 4 1/3 innings. Mitchell with a man on first, delivers outside just off the plate. Ball 1 to Lucas Grayland. Grayland did not start the game. Grant Parkin did, and he went 0 for 2. Grayland 0 for 0. He walked in the 5th. That was after Christensen's home run. Got to second, and that was as far as he reached, did Grayland. The 1-0 from Mitchell inside. Fisher tries to pull it back in and frame it just enough on the inside corner, but no. Ball 2. 1 down, top of the 7th. Jackson down to 2 outs with a 14-5 ball game. Evanston leads by 9. Evanston, of course, the home team here at Ross Kesterson Field, so 2 more outs. The Outlaws wouldn't need to bat in the bottom of the 7th. Swing and a miss, strike 1 to Grayland.
And this is just making tomorrow's game a little bit more interesting. I mean, we're 10 minutes away from 11 o'clock, which means the players probably won't get to bed till almost midnight. And then you're out and playing at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Low and outside, ball 3 for Grayland. On deck, Aaron Moya, who's 0 for 3 in this game, but as you said, he's got some power. Hit a home run against Evanston on just 2 days ago.
Yeah, on Sunday. A 3-run shot, too, so if Grayland gets on, I'm a little nervous.
Grayland takes ball 4, up high and in, a 5-pitch walk from Mitchell. That puts Jagger at 32 pitches, so he'll be unable to pitch tomorrow, or unavailable, I should say, to pitch tomorrow. Because of pitch count, he'll need at least 1 day's rest from where he's at currently. Brings Aaron Moya to the plate. .217 average coming in. 0 for 3 in the game. Struck out swinging in the 4th and 5th. Grounded out to short in the 2nd. Right-handed hitter. Again, a backward-leaning stance, and then he'll step in as Jagger kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 1. But it gets away from Fisher, and the runners advance. So that takes the force away at second and third base. It also eliminates the chance at a conventional style double play.
But you do now have the force at any base, so anything in the infield, they're probably throwing it to Fish to get the force at home.
No force at home. There's nobody on first.
Oh, nobody on first.
So Aaron Moya, no balls, 1 strike. Jagger kicks and deals Moya. He was looking for a 3-run homer right there and swung and missed. He was swinging for 340 feet in the left field. Straightaway center, where it is at 385. I have old man eyes, Elan.
Yeah, I'm not making it out either here in the dark.
Mitchell delivers and just misses low. Ball 1 to Moya. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 320 down the line in left here at Ross Kesterson Field. 10:49. This game started at 8:06. Mitchell delivers. Breaking ball drops. Ooh, just not quite enough. Ball 2. That's been consistent. We've seen Cooper Christensen hit about that same spot against some outlaw hitters, and Jackson fans probably wanted that to be called a strike, as outlaw fans probably wanted that last pitch to be called for a strike. Mitchell delivers the 2-2. Outside corner, Fisher frames, holds, and does not get it. Mitchell crouches down low and then takes a walk around the mound in frustration, thinking that should have been strike 3, looking at a punch-out. So Aaron Moya, a 3-2 count. Jagger quickly delivers, and Moya fouls that and hits the face mask of the umpire.
And you know this umpire had something to say about that. Not to the pitcher or to the batter. Just probably said something like that. Rattled my cage or something like that. One thing we've noticed about this umpire is he called a bunch of games at the Ross Kesterson Memorial Tournament here in Evanston a couple of weeks ago. He's very friendly. He's outgoing. He likes to joke around with the boys. Talking with some of the Evanston players, he says he's just constantly talking with them. So you know he had some kind of commentary there, as he's probably talking to both he's talking to the first base coach and Moya right now at the plate. I wonder what he's saying.
Meanwhile, Fisher taking advantage of a moment to chat with his pitcher Reset the Outlaws defense for you. You got Jagger Mitchell on the mound, Ryan Fisher behind the plate, Gus Allred at first, Brendan Thompson at second, Reed Gross at short, Jordan Schneider at third. Outfield is Casey Perriman in left, Connor Peterson in center, Kendall Cummings in right. Count remains full for Aaron Moya. Righty on righty, Mitchell delivers, and Moya fouls another one off. That one just about the same, but didn't quite catch the umpire in the face mask.
You know, Ryan Fisher went out there, and when he was talking with Jagger, they were talking specific spotting strategy. I mean, Ryan, of course, one of the top pitchers on this Evanston team, so he knows exactly where to put that thing to try to get the spot.
Line drive into left field. That drops fair and heads for the corner. It's a long run for Perriman. Rolls out toward left field, and Moya in safe at second with a stand-up 2-run double. That makes things a touchdown lead for Evanston, 14-7 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Moya, some great contact there, and after fouling off a few pitches, doubles.
Now, if you're Jagger Mitchell, you got to get back in that mindset. You had those few pitches that you thought, that one in particular that you thought should have been a backwards K, but that ends up happening on that same at-bat. Now you just got to shake it off and get ready to go back to work.
Brings Stephen Ashurst to the plate, lone left-handed hitter in the Jackson lineup, swing and a miss. Strike one. Struck out swinging in the fifth, walked in the fourth, a ground rule double in the second, and scored in that second inning. Through the first 4 innings, that was the lone run scored of the ball game for Jackson. They've come alive here in the fifth, sixth, and seventh. And a timeout just before Jagger delivers. So the count remains no balls, 1 strike, 1 down, a runner on second. Jackson has 2 runs in so far here in this 7th inning. And they continue to threaten. Ashurst has only been retired once tonight, and that was the strikeout swinging against Jagger in the 5th. He's hit safely or walked in every other at-bat in the 2 games combined. Takes ball 1 upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike.
If Ashurst gets on, that'll bring up Xander Witt. He was the lone person to get a hit against Mitchell coming into this inning.
Jagger kicks and deals, swing and a miss on a low off-speed pitch. Strike 2 for Ashurst, the first baseman. He's been a strange one to read today. Came in hitting 176, but he's gone 4 for 5. The couple runs scored, an RBI. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Jagger gets him swinging. For Mitchell, that's a 4th strikeout in this appearance, and he's got Jackson down to its final out. With the Xander Witt, as you mentioned, who singled in the 6th up to the plate. Xander hits right, started this game in right field. He's since moved to left, made a couple of outs there. Mitchell looks back to second, checks on the runner, Aaron Moya, and kicks and deals and hits Witt in the backside. So Witt takes his base. Runners on first and second, and Cooper Christensen comes to the plate. We'll turn the lineup back over to the top, the leadoff hitter, Parker Bledgy, if Christensen can do something. 2 outs. Evanston leads 14-7. Mitchell delivers high and in, ball 1. Christensen, 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch and scored in the 5th, struck out swinging in the 2nd, grounded to first in the 6th. Mitchell delivers high and outside and catches the corner, strike 1.
Mitchell just needs to keep it down low in the strike zone. That way, if he does make contact, it's one of those choppers in the infield because you've got force out at first, second, and third right now.
Except the man at second heading for third. Fisher throws way off target. This one bounces into left field. Reed Gross picks it up. No time to throw home. So the run will score in Aaron Moya on the E2. Error on the catcher. Stolen base to third. Runner on first. Xander Witt advances to second base. And the Outlaw lead is down to 6. It was at as much as 13. It was 14-1 when we started the 5th inning. Mitchell looks to second and kicks and deals. Cooper Christensen foul tips it to the screen for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes for Christensen.
Right now, it just kind of feels like the momentum's completely slowly kind of doing a 180 right now. Evanston had all of it 2 innings ago.
1 ball, 2 strikes. This could do it if it swing and a miss, and it does. That ends the ball game. Christensen goes down swinging. Jagger Mitchell comes on in relief, strikes out 5, and helps the Outlaws hold on for the win. 14-8 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jackson gets 3 runs on 1 base hit there in the 7th inning, and strands 1 runner. And again, Evanston wins 14-8, finishes the sweep of Jackson in conference games this evening. A 10-6 win in Game 1, 14-8 in Game 2. We'll take a quick break. We'll have your post-game show, including the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap, the McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game, and more. Coming up after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Evanston Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and MyLocalRadio.com.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District No. 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District No. 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
Welcome back to Ross Kesterson Field and tonight's doubleheader. Evanston hosting the Jackson Giants in the AA West Conference play. We've got your Jimmy John's Freaky Fans recap coming up in just a moment. But first, joining us in the booth is Coach Chad Thompson. Coach, I know there's a lot you can be unhappy with tonight, but your overall feeling after a 2-0 night against Jackson?
You know, that was the goal going in, and so the boys did their thing. Like you said, a coach is probably never totally happy, but we'll take this. We will take it.
Coming in, I mean, bottom. Your low goal would have to be like a split, right? You got to at least get a split, and then you're going. But the best would be a sweep. So even though you didn't finish the job in earlier innings in this second game, and you let them kind of climb back in, make it a little interesting, you still win by 6 runs and get the sweep, and that's what matters.
That is what matters. You know, in the end, you take 2 wins any way you can get it. I would have preferred to be done a little earlier than we were, but sometimes the boys don't allow that.
Do you feel like they kind of you had that 14-1 lead? Did they just kind of relax and go, this one's in the bag, and let up a bit?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, it looked like some concentration was lacking out there, and it led to a few things, you know, a few mental errors. We threw the ball around when we shouldn't have, and we let them score some runs that we shouldn't have let them score. But in the end, like you said, we won the 2 games.
You'd think they were like 16, 17, 18-year-old kids.
Yes, right?
Which you take the good with the bad. Tonight, some good and some bad. But congratulations on the 2 wins, Coach.
Yeah, thank you. You always got to take the good and the bad.
So coming in to this one, of course, we had that crazy walk-off victory for Jackson on their field. What was the environment like around the boys in preparation for these 2 games in response to what happened on Sunday?
You know, they had a bit of I guess a chip on their shoulder after that. We discussed the feeling they had after that walk-off, and, you know, whether they wanted to feel that again or not. And they came out, definitely the first game, they were a lot sharper, I felt. I always worry about the back end of a doubleheader with, you know, do they use too much energy? getting themselves up in that first game, and then, does it the energy fall down, and it seemed like maybe towards the end of the game that did happen.
Clayton Moyles had those first 3 innings. He was his typical self. He allowed 1 hit, 1 run, shutting them down. He a few more walks and hit batsmen than you'd like, but he got the job done. What happened in the 5th? Was that? Go ahead.
In the 5th, I think he just was frustrated with himself, and I went out to talk to him, and you could see the frustration. So the intent wasn't to actually pull him from the game, but I thought that may have been best for him at the time, to let him cool down on himself a little bit, and we still have a lot of games left.
Yeah,
and we'll move forward with that.
Coach, going into tomorrow's game, obviously those aren't conference games, but is there any, anxiety about them not bringing the same fire to that game that they did to these 2 games?
Tomorrow now, it's you're probably going to see some kids maybe that don't get as much playing time playing tomorrow, especially with us having to roll into Cedar City for the weekend and some games. So we're looking to give some kids some rest and give some other kids some reps, because you go to make a run at state. You need everybody. You need everyone to have those reps and be ready to go. So,
Coach, anything else from you, Elon? Do you have any?
No, I'm good.
Thanks so much for your time tonight, Coach. Congratulations on the 2 wins. You're, I think, right where you want to be. First 4 games of conference, you're 4-0.
Exactly. That was the goal. We roll into Rock Springs next week, and we hope to be 6-0 at the midway point of conference. So that puts us in a pretty good position.
Should we cross our fingers? Do you have a rabbit's foot you want us to rub, or is a horseshoe, or just what do we do? You wear the same socks.
You wear the same socks. We've got our little $8 fake Rolex that hangs in the dugout with us during games. And, from there, the boys got to do the rest.
Yeah, gotcha.
So real quick, we talked about the belt at one point during the broadcast. So checking in, who is the champion of the belt right now?
Coming into this was Kaysen, and I don't know if they're out there voting on it right now or not. We'll see if it changes hands.
Coach, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Chad Thompson of the Evanston Outlaws, head coach. And Outlaws win tonight, 10-6 in the first game, 14-8 in game 2. Let's jump right into the Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap. Jimmy John's at 113 Front Street in Evanston. Gourmet sandwiches, fresh and fast every day. Outlaws in Game 1 against Jackson of a doubleheader. Evanston won 10-6. Coming into Game 2, Clayton Moyles was on his game through the first 4 innings. He had allowed just 1 hit and 1 run. And meanwhile, on the offensive side, the Evanston Bats were on fire. 3 runs in the first, 2 more in the second, 3 more in the third, and then 6 in the 4th inning. Had the Outlaws up 14-1, but Jackson wasn't finished. A 3-run homer by Seth Christensen in the 5th pulled them back in, got their hopes up just a little bit. They would score 3 more in the 7th, but Jagger Mitchell got the job done pitching in relief for the Outlaws, and they held on for a 14-8 win and a 2-game sweep of the Jackson Giants in AA West Conference play Tuesday night at Ross Kesterson Field. Outlaws go 2-0 against Jackson. Again, 10-6 the final in the first game, 14-8 the final in Game 2. That's your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast recap, where fresh and fast meet. Jimmy John's, 113 Front Street in Evanston. Stay tuned. We've got the McKay Frankham Dental Services Precision Play of the Game coming up right after this, and more of our post-game coverage on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaws baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
You're invited to come in and visit with the team at Cache Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley today. Our customers are our friends. If you haven't ever been in, stop in today. We'd love to get to know you. If you haven't been in for a while, stop in and let's get caught up. And if you were here yesterday, come back again soon. You always have an open invitation to visit the crew at Cache Honda Yamaha, where our customers are our friends, on US 91 between Logan and Smithfield.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
Post game of the Outlaws sweep of the Jackson Giants in AA West Conference play. These teams will take the field again tomorrow at 1 o'clock, a non-conference, a single game, Evanston hosting Jackson. But, Elan, let's jump right into some final stats, and then we'll get the McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game.
First for Jackson, Parker Bledgy goes 0 for 2 with a run score on 2 walks. Mason Wright goes 1 for 2 with a run scored, an RBI and a walk. Seth Christensen, the starting pitcher, goes 1 for 3 with a run scored, 3 RBIs and a walk. Carter Lang goes 0 for 3 with a run scored, 2 strikeouts. Grant Parkin, 0 for 2 with a walk. Aaron Moya, 1 for 4 with a run scored, 2 RBIs on the hit he had in the 7th. Steven Ashurst, he continues his game. He goes 1 for 3, with a walk and 2 strikeouts. Xavier Witt, 1 for 3. And Lucas Grayland goes 0 for 0, but scores a run after walking. Cooper Christensen, 0 for 3 with a run scored. For the Evanston Outlaws, Reed Gross goes 2 for 3 with 3 runs scored and 2 walks. Jagger Mitchell, 3 for 5 with 3 runs scored and 4 RBIs. Ryan Fisher, 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored, an RBI and a walk. Gus Allred, 2 for 4 with 1 run scored, 2 RBIs and a walk. Clayton Moyles, 1 for 4 with a run scored and 1 strikeout. Kendall Cummings only had 1 at bat, and he didn't put the bat on the ball in this one. Casey Perriman goes 1 for 3 with a run scored and a walk and a strikeout. Brendan Thompson, 1 for 2 with a walk. Connor Peterson, 2 for 4 with a run scored and an RBI as well as a strikeout. And Jordan Schneider, 0 for 2, but he scores 2 runs on 2 walks.
Winning pitcher tonight, Clayton Moyles, goes 4 1/3, 3 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, walked 6, hit 2, but struck out 5 and earns the victory. Not the greatest outing for Moyles, but he did enough, and the bats from his teammates were behind him for the win.
Well, that puts Clayton Moyles now at an overall record of 5-1. So only one time has he taken the mound where Evanston has lost.
Let's get now to the Dr. McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game. Dr. McKay Frankham at 170 Arrowhead Drive, number 1. Call 789-8910 to get dental care at reasonable rates for the whole family. A few come to mind. Jagger Mitchell's 2-run double in the 3rd. He had a 2-run single in the 4th. Couple big hits there. A double by Brendan Thompson into left field there in the 5th inning. Another one that comes to mind for me, Elan, was Jordan Schneider's scoop at 3rd base in the 3rd inning. That was against Parker Bledgy, who hit it sharply to 3rd base, and Schneider, rather than staying back, he charged in, caught it before the short hop, and then made the throw to 1st.
And that was so good to see because Jordan was due a defensive play like that. He'd been the victim of some really, really hard-hit balls at that hot corner that just kind of swallowed him up, and he did a absolutely fantastic job with fielding that one. So that would be, honestly, my precision play of the game right there.
Let's go with that. That ground out play, a defensive play by Jordan Schneider for the out. So Jordan Schneider wins that McKay Frankham Dental Services precision play of the game. Now, one more thing before we finish off. Looks like Jackson wants to maybe get the game out of the way, or tomorrow, not necessarily out of the way, but before it gets too hot. They've changed the game time for tomorrow. It was scheduled for 1 p.m. They've moved it to 11 a.m. So we'll go on the air at 10:50.
10:50, 10:45. We'll be here first thing in the morning.
We'll get back here tomorrow morning, Outlaws Baseball on K9 and the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com. So we'll have the radio classifieds from 10 to 10:30 and then move right into Outlaws Baseball a few minutes after that. Any final thoughts, Elon?
Just 2 good wins by Evanston. I mean, now we're 4-0 on the conference, and Evanston, I think you can say, has made their mark as the team to beat in the AA West.
Certainly, and with conference games coming up next week at Rock Springs, they have that chance to go 6-0 in the first half of conference play. But first, game tomorrow against Jackson. Again, that'll be at 11 a.m., so tune in for that one on K9 and mylocalradio.com. All right, that'll do it for us for tonight from Ross Kesterson Field. 10-6, the Outlaws win in the first. 14-8, they take game number 2 in a clean sweep of the Jackson Giants. For Elan OLLIFF, I'm Ryan STEINECKERT, and thanks for tuning in on Outlaws Baseball.
You've been tuned into Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog 99.1 KNYN with live video online at mylocalradio.com. Today's broadcast has been brought to you by these supporting businesses and individuals: Auto Farm Chevrolet, First Bank of Evanston, Dr. McKay Franken, Rocky Mountain Yeti, Arrowhead Dental, Plains Tire, the Come On In of Casper, the Littlest Wood Shop, Evanston Recreation Center, the Legal Tender Restaurant in Best Western Dunmore Inn, West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, the Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau, Uinta County School District No. 1, Ellingford Brothers, Bear River Dental of Evanston and Black's Fork Dental of Mountain View, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, Mountain West Business Solutions, Wyoming Dental Specialties, Cash Honda Yamaha, and by Dr. Todd Hoover Chiropractic. The proceeding has been a wholly owned production of mylocalradio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Old West Media. Our executive producer is Val Cook. We want to thank Office Manager Kayleen Anderson, our Sales Manager Julie Burley, along with Evanston's Elan OLLIFF, and Bridger Valley's Jake Hibbard, Rich County's Ryan STEINECKERT, and Production Assistant Alyssa McDaniel. But the biggest thanks of all is to our sponsors and to you for tuning in. We invite you to visit mylocalradio.com for archived games and like My Local Radio on Facebook to stay up to date with the game broadcasts. Thank you for joining us on this presentation of Evanston Outlaws Baseball on KNYN 99.1 FM and online at mylocalradio.com.